Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the series What If Deku Fell in Love with Tatsumaki, Part 4. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
There were loud explosions and then other sounds of a commotion in a particular part of the city. Although it wasn't simple, Genos and Metal Bat were paired against Garou, the hero hunter. Garou, who always seemed to be one step ahead of them, was proving to be more than a worthy adversary. However, this did not lead to Metal Bat and Genos giving up. They kept fighting. As Genos pursued, the hero hunter was currently retreating. Ready to shoot, the demon cyborg extended his arm toward the hero hunter. This was visible to Garou, but Genos then aimed an orange laser beam at him and used that one arm to launch more attacks. But Garou was evasive. Before they could hit him, the hero hunter could see every shot that was aimed at him. He would, therefore, leap out of the way of each beam that was aimed at him with such swiftness that he appeared to be a blur. The hero hunter was near Genos' face before he realized it. "Surprise, demon cyborg," Garou said, grinning broadly. Genos remained unmoved. Though the demon cyborg had backup, Garou was close. With a loud battle cry, Metal Bat leapt over Genos just in time. Before Garou knew it, Metal Bat's weapon struck him squarely in the jaw, the cold, hard metal feeling its way into his face. Garou was not ejected, but he was sent flying back. The hero hunter managed to get back on his feet by using his leg to execute the flowing water rock smashing fist, a technique that had been taught to him by his former master. Metal Bat rushed at him with another ready swing, but he managed to do it in time as well. But this time, Garou deflected the weapon out of range with the same technique with one hand, then used the same technique on the other hand to punch Metal Bat in the face directly. It knocked the pro hero off his feet. Thankfully, he managed to land upright, but even as they skidded back, he didn't stop. Genos moved to oppose Garou in the interim and delivered an energy-powered uppercut to Garou from below. When Garou saw the impending attack, his eyes grew wide. Though it was unexpected, he wasn't overwhelmed by it. Garou quickly lifted his leg in response to the attack and kicked the demon cyborg's arm away from his face. Then, using that same foot, he kicked hard to continue the attack. Metal Bat arrived at Garou from the side, and Genos was flung skyward. Genos yelled, "Metal Bat, out of the way, huh?" Metal Bat exclaimed as he stopped. He was fortunate to do so because Genos had prepared something. When the demon cyborg abruptly opened his right arm to reveal a single long, slender cannon aimed at the hero hunter, he was still in the air, flying away from the scene. Then the demon cyborg started shooting, aiming a beam straight at Garou. Metal Bat yelled, but he quickly leapt aside. However, Garou was engulfed by the beam, particularly when it exploded on the ground, so the same could not be said for him. "A direct hit," declared Metal Bat. Very astute. He didn't anticipate it, but that cyborg allowed that bastard to hit him in order to get a clear shot at that precise moment. "I wish I had considered that." After rearranging his arm, Genos launched a series of energy blasts that landed him atop the nearest structure. He then examined the scene he had created with the scanners in his eyes. As anticipated, there was a cloud of dust at the hole in the ground, but something didn't feel quite right. He asked himself, did I finish him that easily? Not quite. Genos did not hesitate. He was familiar with that voice and knew it followed him. He quickly retreated and fired a direct blast at the adversary. Regretfully, Garou managed to avoid it and catch the cyborg's arm beneath his armpit, so he missed. It was too late before Genos could respond. Garou quickly and violently pressed his palm against the cyborg's face, sending him flying from the building. Only after bouncing twice against the street and leaving enormous cracks in the ground did Genos finally come to a stop. Metal Bat called out, "Hey, demon cyborg. Okay?" "Why yes," replied Genos. There was some damage to the demon cyborg. His nose was pushed in, and his face was dented. In addition, his left arm was pulled out of its socket, and his clothing was covered in scratches. Genos had to correct the issues with his arm and face before turning to face Garou, who was grinning toothily. Genos wrote, "Not a scratch on him." Metal Bat's voice was low as he growled, "Shit. That bastard's macking fun of us. I ain't seen anyone that fast to avoid a shot like that. Now he makes me wanna bash that dam of his even more." Genos calmly remarked, "I understand your frustration. This opponent truly stand in a pinnacle of strength that most humans haven't seen before. This man, he's pouring all his attention into evasion, and in this way he survives right on the edge of danger. Meanwhile, He seems to be studying intently the opportunities for a counterattack. I understand very well why the other heroes couldn't handle him. He isn't just remarkable strong, he's cunning and fast. Metal Bat was aware of the general conclusion Genos was drawing, but he didn't fully understand it. It didn't calm him down. He just glared at the smiling hero hunter, which, if anything, only made him more irritated. A news helicopter hovered over the scene during that time. The scene was being observed by a male reporter with brown hair and his cameraman. He was speaking while holding a microphone to his lips. Incredible. Never in my career have I ever seen the extent of a battle between heroes and a villain progress this long and cause major damage, the reporter said. The hero hunter hasn't shown to have taken any serious blows from what I've seen. I can't imagine just what the pro heroes on the ground might be going through. We can only hope that the caped Baldi's disciple and the new pro hero can hold on until backup arrives. Garou gave a small growl. He listened to the reporter, but he found one thing objectionable. He said angrily, "So, I'm still seen as a villain, huh?" Then he looked down at Metal Bat and Genos and smiled maniacally. Cuckoo. I guess I have to turn up the volume a bit higher. It's time for the whole world to realize the true monster that walks the earth. The hero hunter hasn't engaged in a protracted battle in such a long time. In addition to his amazing firepower, Genos' perseverance and determination to finish the young man made him a worthy opponent. Similar to the caped Baldly, Metal Bat was a novice or unknown pro hero when he first met the hero hunter. Garou sensed that the people watching this battle in real time were relying on these two heroes, so defeating them would further cement his reputation as a monster in the eyes of the public. Garou could already sense his own excitement building. Just as he was ready to turn his dream into a reality, something happened. He could hear something coming directly at him thanks to his improved hearing. It came quickly and sounded like a mechanical whining, and Garou knew what it was. He swiftly redirected the laser in a different direction by using the flowing water rock smashing on his right hand. Across from him, the laser struck a building, which exploded. Metal Bat and Genos were startled but did nothing. Garou, looking in the direction of the beam, simply snickered at the same moment. So another pro hero has come to play. It's about time, he said. A youthful voice said, "You can say that." The perpetrator appeared to be staring at his tablet while standing atop a taller building, meters away. But I'm not here to play. I haven't played with kids my age at all anyway. Then the enigmatic hero hit a button on his tablet. The hero hunter was then taken aback when it occurred. He was surrounded by a circle of tiny metal machines that resembled cones and were hovering in midair. Since the first one had fired the first shot earlier, they also appeared prepared to fire. The enigmatic hero asked, "Isn't this fit for you, hero hunter? What you see now are my heat signature Tachyon bots or HSTB, designed to hit the designated target with an endless barrage of highly concentrated laser beams that can melt the toughest of metal, depending on the setting. The first one was a default beam to explode on contact, as a warning shot and to analyze your reflex. I'm certain now that I should increase the volts." That voice, Garou glared and muttered. He could see the shape of the person in charge from where he was. "To think you would show yourself to me again, Child Emperor." Child Emperor remained silent. "Fire" was the button he pressed after staring down at Garou's direction. The HSTB followed the program right away. Each of them fired heated beams at the hero hunter from all directions around Garou. However, Garou was unconcerned, as a smile appeared on his face before adopting the proper martial arts position. There was no actual damage from any of the beams. By using his old master's method to deflect each beam back at the other hovering machine as if they were insignificant, the hero hunter made sure of this. When they came into contact with his hands, they were hot, but not enough to cause him any harm. His arms were essentially blurs at his own pace, in fact, until not a single machine remained. Wearing a slight smile, Garou asked, "HMPH, is that all you got, kid?" The Child Emperor's eyes slightly widened. Now, with a noticeable rush of adrenaline in him, Garou was walking toward him. "Here I come. Hero, I'm not going to let you have another jump on me," said Garou. Child Emperor let out a disappointed sigh. He was surprisingly composed about his predicament, particularly when he lifted his finger over another tablet button. He pressed the button after saying, "Amen, those things were expensive to build, you know." He was protected by an electronic shield dome that was created when his backpack opened and raised a small tower. The timing of Child Emperor's action was ideal. Garou had arrived in time to electrify him after the shield blocked his path. But the hero hunter just clung to the shield and laughed, seemingly unconcerned. "Haha. Nice gadget you got there, kid. Why you keeping me out? I've always been good with expensive gadgets, Breaking them apart, that is. It would be a shame if someone like me breaks it, right? The child emperor was taken aback. Garou's hand pushed right through his shield, aiming for the boy's face despite its electrifying output. Child emperor realized then that if he remained motionless, he had no chance. Thus, he pressed his button once more, causing the shield to expand before exploding into a tiny electric discharge. Garou was hurled a few feet back on the top of the building, and Child Emperor was sent flying off it. "What the hell?" exclaimed Garou, his eyes wide. There were others besides the hero hunter. The reporter, Genos, Metal Bat, and those watching the battle from home all gasped at what they saw. The younger pro-hero would fall to his death if nothing was done. Garou stepped in. Then he took advantage of the opportunity to leap down at the pro-hero and grab him by the hand. "You shitty brat. What the hell do you think you're doing? If you think running away from me by falling to your death is smart, then you better go back to grade school." "Who said anything about falling to my death?" asked Child Emperor with a slight smirk. Garou realized something right away, but he was unable to take immediate action. This occurred as a result of an unidentified individual unexpectedly shooting an explosive bullet at the hero hunter through the window of the building nearest to them. The hero hunter flew into the street as it exploded upon impact. The Child Emperor was happy. 4 enormous robotic spider-like legs emerged from his bag as he pressed another button on his tablet. In the same way that the person who fired at Garou landed on the ground, he landed safely with them. Genos recognized his opportunity. Anticipating a solid hit, he extended his left arm once more and directed a powerful direct laser beam at Garou. The hero hunter was able to respond, though, by putting his arms up as a shield and maintaining a solid ground stance. Nevertheless, the hero hunter was struck by the same kind of bullet as before and pushed back once more as soon as the beam exploded. "Zombie Man," declared Garou, growling. He identified the shooter as Zombie Man, the notorious vigilante. His past was the reason he wasn't honored as a pro-hero like the others. However, the vigilante continued to fire the explosive bullets as he charged at Garou. Though not to the point where he could defend himself, the hero hunter was able to withstand some of the shots. He was forced backward with every shot until Zombie Man was about to shoot again. The hero hunter responded this time. He watched as the vigilante fired the bullet after aiming his gun directly at his face. Garou should sustain some damage from the bullet at such a close range. But Zombie Man was taken aback when the hero hunter budged the vigilante and caught the bullet in his mouth. Then, with Zombie Man's head so close, he bit down on the explosive bullet to set it off, engulfing both men in the blast. Zombie Man's head was completely gone when he hit the ground. As this was going on, the hero hunter stood back up and coughed. Given that only the upper portion of his shirt had been blown off, the explosion had not seriously damaged him. But Metal Bat would have none of that. The hero hunter was taken by surprise when he swung his bat at him and sent him flying after he yelled a battle cry. The pro-hero cried out, "That's fair what ye did, asshole." Garou caused a massive leak when he collided with a fuel tanker. Before taking a chance, Child Emperor thought this was a good opportunity. He took out a lighter and pressed the button near the fire to start it. He then threw it well enough to cause it to crash on the fuel leak, creating a trail of flames that eventually caused the entire tank to explode. The nearby buildings were destroyed, and the explosion was powerful enough to release a fiery burst. It reached Garou, which was consumed by the fire. The occupants of the helicopter, meanwhile, were shocked by the incident. Even though Garou claimed to be a monster, he was still a person. Metal Bat turned to Child Emperor after realizing that his behavior was wrong. "Hey, idiot. Just killed a human being." The pro-hero was disregarded by the Child Emperor. He had good reason to do so because he was staring at the fire where Garou used to be. At that point, Genos became aware of movement and assumed a stance. He responded, "No, he's still alive." Metal Bat turned to the scene and asked, "Eh?" Genos was correct. Despite the intense heat, there was movement in the scene. Even the reporter in the helicopter could see it, as he looked somewhat shocked. His eyes widened, and he gasped, "I see something. In the flames, there's some kind of movement. Is it possible that Garou made it?" Without glancing at Child Emperor, he said casually to Metal Bat, "Killing Garou by our own strength is impossible, even by my calculations. This man is not like any human any of us has faced. He's a monster. He's so strong he fought the number 2 pro-hero, Endeavor, to a standstill." The younger pro-hero was correct. In fact, Garou emerged from the flames unscathed, as the world watchers could see. His bare muscular skin was exposed because the only thing that had burned off was his shirt. That explosion came as a surprise. Garou thought to himself, I never imagined the kid would try to blow me up. HMPH, that is irrelevant. Endeavor gave the heat nothing near the hell just now. I'm glad my pants don't catch fire. The same cannot be said for my shirt. Then he grinned slightly. I haven't experienced this level of excitement in a long time, but this time, I won't lose like I did that time. Garou woke up with a gasp, flashing back to 4 years ago. When he became aware of his surroundings, he was 14 years old. He was in a room that resembled a hospital room. The absence of windows and a television was the only thing he found strange. He asked, "What the, where am I?" A female voice said, "Oxform Labs Medical Bay." He moaned, and Garou held his head and gave a small yelp. Then the woman who had spoken came out when she went through the only door in the room. She was dressed in a black skirt, a purple shirt underneath, and a lab coat. She also had on black heels and round-shaped glasses. Next, the hero hunter noticed her wavy, aqua-blue hair. "Did that hurt? I'm sorry, Garou-kun. I assumed your mind would have healed by now," she replied. Garou glared and said, "Who are you?" "Psychos," was her response. "I am the head of this scientific research organization, and the one who saved your life." He looked away, and Garou exclaimed, "My life?" Suddenly, a lot of memories from his past, particularly from his fight against the Caped Baldy, came flooding back to him. When it subsided, he gasped and was stunned. "I lost." Psychos remained silent. She found the expression on his face amusing, but she was afraid to snicker or laugh. Rather, she approached the hero hunter's side as he proceeded, but with a malicious intent. "Damn it. I was so close. I was a true monster. The heroes were quaking in their own fear, but I lost to some Baldy. Are you shitting me?" A sympathetic hand was placed on his shoulder by Psychos. It was done to soothe him before he became too upset. Unsurprisingly, though, the hero hunter used his hand to push it away. Psychos said, but received no response, "I can see you're hurt and I understand. Like you, I was in the pinnacle of power when I lost to him." Then she made the decision to shift the topic. "Following your defeat, I sent my people to retrieve you. Fortunately, the Caped Baldy had knocked him out of his reach. If you had stayed any longer, you would have been captured by the authorities." Garou replied with an impolite huff. Perhaps it had to do with the Esper's final statement. The hero hunter, however, had already made up his mind and climbed down from the opposite side of the bed, circumnavigating it to depart. He declared, "I'm leaving." With a casual tone, Psychos questioned, "And then what?" He paused at the door and she turned to him. "Try as you can, I can see you're hiding the pain. You sustained some bruises from the battle. It will take some time for you to heal." Garou responded with a slight growl. He didn't like how Psychos was irritating him. However, she was somewhat correct about him. He had bandages on his arms, chest, and forehead. Garou turned to the woman in frustration and screamed, "Yeah, and so what? I'll tough it up like I always have. I don't even know who you are, but I'm sure of one thing. I can't trust you. I've always been on my own. I will become the Count Dracula to bring this world of heroes into an age of fear and terror." A tiny smirk formed on Psychos's lips. The teen's ambition pleased her because it confirmed her plan for him. With an offer in mind, she approached Garou casually without hesitation. Then she extended her hand and said, "You're everything I heard about, Garou-kun, and, even more. We have a similar goal, to bring this world of heroes to an end. Right now I can't advise you to go back. You need a place to lay low and heal before making a comeback. So how about this, hero hunter? Let's work together to make you into the perfect monster. With my intellect and your strong conviction, this world won't stand a chance. Even the likes of All Might and the Caped Baldy will fall by the time we're done with them." Garou snapped, "I work alone," with a suspicious expression. "Don't think because I'm 15 that I'll fall for your shit-ass words. I'm not an idiot. You have something you want to do, right?" Psychos pushed her glasses back and stated, "In fact I do. How about you stay and heal to find out? If you return back to civilization, you'll be hunted down. Right now as we speak the Japanese government has issued a warrant for your arrest publicly. You won't be able to outrun them, especially if pro-heroes such as All Might, Best Jeanist and Endeavor come searching for you." Garou snarled softly and turned his head away. The fact that was presented to him caused him to become frustrated. Indeed, the battle with Saitama was causing him pain. He would have to stay and recover until he was ready, even though he detested the idea. The hero hunter turned back to face Psychos after slamming his fist against the wall, causing a massive web crack. "I'll stay, for now, but I'm going to train while I'm at it, got that?" he screamed. With a cheeky grin, Psychos replied, "Yes, Hero Hunter." Present-day Garou recalled, "Ah yes, that's right. That was the day I got to know that woman. I never did trust her, even when I stayed at that science joint she controlled. It turned out then that she was trying to make some kind of team by using the demon cyborg, Child Emperor, Tatsumaki, Zombie Man, Mosquito Girl and Normu. Of course, I was called out to be one of them, but like hell I'll let them touch me with those sick experiments. I just stayed there for the free lounging, but even that wasn't so comfortable because of that brat, Tatsumaki. 10 months ago, Garou was in an abandoned building at the age of 18. Fast forward to the present. He appeared to be sleeping comfortably in the open section of the building with his back to the wall. However, he opened his eyes in fear when he heard footsteps. "If you know what's good for you, you better step out, it's already late," he stated. At that moment, the hero hunter was correct. From where he stood, he could see the half-moon that illuminated the night skies outside. Anyway, Psychos turned out to be the one who had awakened him. Psychos remarked, "Garou-kun, it has been a while." "You?" Garou yelled menacingly. She didn't threaten him, but it was obvious that she annoyed him. "What do you want?" Show up 4 years after Tatsumaki trashed your place. I hate to break it to ya, but our little alliance ended that day. She answered, "I am quite aware, but you still interest me. After all these years, you went ahead to continue being the hero hunter, and how far has that gotten you? You've improved, but in a slower pace than 4 years ago." Garou didn't respond. He turned his obnoxious gaze from the woman to the shadows to his left instead. Psychos knew he had a purpose for being here. The Esper even knew he was counting on her to go on, so she did. "Have you heard? Tatsumaki is going to become a pro-hero," she replied. Before hatred took their place, Garou's eyes widened. He wasted no time in getting to his feet and giving the Esper in front of him a fierce look. "Hey, why you telling me this? Like I give a rat's ass about what she does with her life." According to Psychos, except you do. Of all the people and monsters in Oxform Labs, you were the only one who showed some concern. I even went back to check some of my surveillances and found some of them have been copied along with my files. I have no doubt that Child Emperor and Sweet Mask are behind it. Anyway, what I'm saying is that I know how much you care about her, and that is why I think she's perfect for your monsterification. This intrigued Garou a little. Although he didn't express it, he still didn't enjoy the Esper's monologue. Psychos went on. "Garou-kun, deny it as much as you can, but I know as a certain that some parts of you is still attached to humanity." Garou's teeth grew as sharp as fangs and his eyes flushed. He was enraged. "Watch what you say, Psychos, or else all." With a stern expression, Psychos exclaimed, "Then prove me wrong. Hero Hunter, I know about the ugly fat child that you watch over once in a while. Added to the fact that you were the same way over Tatsumaki, then I have no doubt. If you truly want to be a monster and prove me wrong then." Despite being unable to scream, Psychos yelled. Garou's hand locked her throat, and then the window struck her back against a wall. The shadow of the night partially obscured Garou's face, but Psychos could see his dark aura and blood-red eyes. She did, however, finish her sentence. "Kill Tatsumaki. Become the monster you are meant to be. Only then can you truly achieve the power you desire." Garou didn't say anything, but that didn't mean he ignored her. Psychos could escape by using her Esper abilities, but she persisted in acting helpless while persuading. "If you truly wish to become stronger than the Cape Baldi, then you must kill the new Esper Vua and rid of your humanity." "You mean to kill Tatsumaki?" Standing in front of the pro-heroes and vigilantes, prepared to engage him in combat, Garou was back in the present. "That's what the lady said. Would I have to murder her if I turned into a monster? What sense does that have? Even though I knew she was crazy, this is the lowest point in her career. Is she no longer concerned about Tatsumaki? Perhaps she believes that by using me, she will get her retribution. It doesn't matter, though. That brat should avoid the hero life," I told him. "That's why I'm going to find her and show her what I see. There's nothing inspiring about heroes. I know I don't have to hold back if it's her." Metal Bat yelled, "Let's get M," and rushed toward Garou. "No, wait," yelled Child Emperor. The pro-hero was followed by Genos and Zombie Man, who ignored his voice. They might have a better chance against the hero hunter if they had 3 of them. But they failed to notice Garou's transformation as his smirk vanished and he lifted his fists above his head. "As if you guys can beat me." It was too late before the 3 of them could respond. Garou pounded his fists so hard that they sent a massive shockwave through the streets in all directions, causing buildings to tremble and anything that wasn't anchored to the ground to fly away. As they attempted to hold their ground, Genos, Metal Bat, and Zombie Man were stopped from their attack. Garou was taking a chance now that their attack opportunity had been ruined. As he pressed his hand into the ground, he focused, recalling a move from a certain bald hero. Yes, I do recall it, he thought. Super moves. Serious series. Serious table flip, and end. Garou flipped once, launching all the debris skyward. They were launched into the air, along with Genos, Metal Bat, Zombie Man, and Child Emperor. As they flew that high into the air, the debris posed a threat to the helicopter. Genos said, "He's gotten stronger," in surprise. Metal Bat cried out, "Oi, what kind of freakish power is this?" But the surprises had not ended yet. While the heroes and debris were still in the air, a huge monster bird suddenly swooped down on the scene. It sent everyone and everything except Garou flying with a single flap of its wings. "You must accompany me, Garou-sama," yelled the enormous bird. "If you drag this battle too long, it'll attract the attention of the top pro heroes, including the caped Baldy. Besides, Psychos wishes to tell you something important. She says it has to do with the Esper." Garou hesitated. He disliked it when other monsters, particularly those associated with Psychos, interrupted his battle. However, when the bird landed near him and he climbed to its back, the fact that it had something to do with Tatsumaki convinced him. "Let's go. I have bigger fish to catch anyway," he said. The enormous bird nodded, then quickly spread its wings once more and took off in a different direction. The bird and Garou had already vanished by the time Genos and the others managed to escape the debris. Child Emperor said, "They got away," stating the obvious. Metal Bat glared and averted his gaze. Then he quickly turned around after realizing something was wrong. "Wait, the other heroes are," with assurance, Child Emperor said, "It's okay, we evacuated them." Not surprisingly, he glanced to his side and saw Zombie Man was gone. The government and Hero Society did not support the vigilante. Then Genos appeared. Before approaching Metal Bat, the demon cyborg saw that he was panting heavily. He inquired, "Are you alright?" Metal Bat glanced in the demon cyborg's direction. Then, just as he opened his mouth to speak, he passed out. In order to keep the pro hero from falling to the ground, Genos had to grab him. So he finally gave in to his limitations. Genos reflected. It's incredible in and of itself that he was able to continue this battle for so long, even against opponents like Garou. In any case, I'll need to strengthen myself. I overheard the monster's words. Psychos is responsible for this, and it appears that she will finally take Tatsumaki on. Idiot. 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 Zenko was not pleased. She heard everything that happened at school, especially when it involved her brother, just like everyone else in her school. Nobody knew she was related to the pro hero who resisted the hero hunter for a longer period of time than most heroes because she was new. In the present, Zenko was sobbing while standing beside her brother's hospital bed. Bandages had already been placed on her brother's arms, chest, and forehead, leaving him shirtless and conscious. The bleeding was stopped, but Zenko was upset. "You went to fight the hero hunter while I was in school. Are you crazy? I needed you to pick me up, but you didn't. What if you died, big brother, you idiot?" Metal Bat sighed and said, "Zenko," with weakness. He reached up and patted her head. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it, but you know I'm a hero, right? I have to make sure kids like Ya can have a normal life." With an abrupt slap, Zenko removed her brother's hand from her head. She was obviously calmed by his words of consolation. But instead of saying it, the girl uttered a single word that echoed down the hallway and fled the hospital room. She yelled, "You selfish idiot!" "Zenko!" exclaimed Metal Bat. He was unable to move much, even reaching for the door. Meanwhile, Saitama and an old friend were strolling down the hallway. He was being led to a room by Moomin Rider, the police officer who rode a bicycle. The pro hero was on his way to see someone with a picnic basket full of bananas. Moomin Rider grinned broadly and said, "You know, it's really nice that you came here, Saitama. I'm sure Metal Bat would appreciate." Zenko stormed at the picnic basket Saitama was carrying. Even though the pro hero was impervious to the movement, some of the fruits inside his basket still spilled out when it fell to the ground. Regarding Zenko, the girl was already seen crying and running away, suggesting that she was unaware of what she had done. "What was that about?" Saitama asked, turning to face the girl who was running away. Moomin Rider sighed sorrowfully and remarked, "That must be his little sister." Then he looked at Saitama. "Don't worry, I'll pick up the fruits for you." Saitama said, "Let me help." Moomin Rider remained silent. Since he was friends with Saitama, he had some understanding of the young man. Because of this, They both ended up picking fruits until a gloved hand abruptly grabbed the last one. Mumen Rider and Saitama both glanced up in time to spot the culprit. Endeavor was the number 2 pro hero. Endeavor! Cried Mumen Rider. He has only ever been with Saitama and no other prominent pro hero. Endeavor called out in a somewhat offensive tone, Saitama. He frowned as he saw the basket in the other pro hero's hand. So after your city became a havoc playground by the hero hunter, you decided to go shopping? You're truly a pathetic hero, aren't you? In response, Saitama remained silent. He did not, however, take the insult lightly. Before Endeavor thrust the apple he was holding into Mumen Rider's already full arms, the tiny seriousness in the eyes met Endeavor's own. When the flaming hero turned to leave, both of them lost eye contact. Mumen Rider remarked, that was intense, huh? After responding, Saitama turned to Mumen Rider and said, you can say that. It's kind of weird to see him here and not in his city. I know, right, but it kind of makes sense. Everyone in the world saw that battle from their television, and when you think about it, this was the longest anyone had seen the hero hunter in public. I heard things were predicted to be so bad that even heroes like Hawks, Best Jeanist and Edgeshot were called up to handle the situation. Sadly, by the time they arrived, Garou had left the scene. Saitama opened his basket for Mumen Rider and said, huh, those 3 are the top heroes like me, right? After accepting, the police cyclist started loading the fruits into the basket. That's right. Hawks is the number 4 pro hero, known as the Winged Hero. Best Jeanist is number 5 aka the Fiber Hero, while Edgeshot is number 6 aka the Ninja Hero. Endeavor is the Flame Hero and the number 2 pro hero, and Child Emperor is the Genius Hero and number 11 at the heroes ranking. Saitama said stoically, you sure keep track of them, and turned away. Now that his basket was full again, he started to leave, Mumen Rider trailing behind him. However, I suppose I can't ignore the situation. Before Garou hurts anyone else, I'll have to track him down and stop him. How strong is he now, I wonder? The city appeared to have returned to normal. Even though the hero hunter battle was still being discussed, no such incident has occurred since. Many residents thought it was a good thing. The city's police likely talked about the security personnel while some of the heroes were healing. No matter how hard they tried to forget it later, no one could ever forget how fierce the battle was. Even now, a government official and well-known figures like Sweet Mask were debating the incident on the city's jumbo screen. But Zenko ignored it all, simply walking past it with her head lowered. It had been some time since she had fled from her brother and stopped crying. But she was still depressed. She walked absently through the sidewalks, her head shadowing the ground. Meanwhile, memories of her alone time with her brother flashed through her mind. She now envied the times when things were calm. But she was unable to alter her mood. It seemed to mirror her feelings, much like the sun's inability to stop moving toward the horizon. Zenko had reached a new area of the city by the time she stopped. She was in what appeared to be a suburban area, with the skyscrapers behind her. There was no sign of anyone, and the road was empty. With a sigh, Zenko said, I guess I'm lost. She felt the strap of her bag with her right hand. It couldn't be helped. I can use that GPS app too. Zenko's eyes widened and she stopped. Her school bag was completely out of her reach. The object only felt her other arm. Her fingers were unable to sense its substance. She remembered where she kept it in a matter of seconds. As she realized, she exclaimed, I left it back at the hospital with Big Brother. She grabbed her black hair and tugged on it because she was having a little mental breakdown. Damn it, Big Brother, this is your fault. Zenko was about to continue, but something interrupted her. It sounded like a powerful force striking something solid. Zenko was intrigued enough to move forward and take a quick look at the road to her left, even though she had no idea what it was. Zenko was appalled by what she witnessed. 3 monsters stood with their backs to her, each with a different body type and size. Ironically, it was the people they now had lying on the ground that caused her eyes to widen, not them. The Fubuki group, also known as the Blizzard group, lost. Given the holes in the surrounding fences, the cracks in the ground, and the fact that the majority of the Fubuki group was unconscious, it is likely that a battle broke out between them. Additionally, the group's uniform was scratched, exposing their bleeding skins, and some of their members' faces were burned. Fubuki didn't like the situation. It was terrible. Middle schoolers with little to no fighting experience made up her group. She was unable to provide an explanation for how they ended up in this mess. It was a story unto itself. The creatures that attacked them included a large, muscular humanoid mouse, a creature with a human-like body but a showerhead, and a creature that resembled a man almost exactly but had a sharp horn for a head. His mouth and eyes appeared to be wrapped around that same horn as if it were a Christmas present. With an upbeat tone, the shower-headed monster remarked, "Looks like we've carried out the job quite well. Though we were not supposed to come across her, who would have guessed we would have the sister of Tatsumaki under our mercy?" Fubuki gave the monsters a fierce look. "You, don't look down on me." The humanoid, muscular mouse seized Fubuki by her dark hair. Even to the extent of taking pleasure in her screams when she thought her hair would fall out of her head, the monster made sure to be as painful as it was. He smiled. "If this is what the Esper sisters can do, taking down your sister would be easy. I have survived countless cruel experiments. I am one who possesses high degree of intelligence and overwhelming muscle strength. On top of that, my body has also obtained an abnormal rate of regeneration. Minor injuries will be healed in an instant. That is why you lost. You never stood a chance against me." The showerhead monster asked, "Supermouse, aren't you being too arrogant? I am showerhead. Because I can change the properties of the water stored in my body and shoot at will, I was able to douse your friends with hot water." The third creature questioned, "And what about me? I, Unihan, have the hardest horn in the world. It is absolutely unbreakable. Even the strongest men would fall before me." With an intimidating tone, Supermouse said, "Now do you understand, human girl? The likes of you never stood against us demon-level threats?" Demon-level dangers. Zenko pondered, understanding its meaning. What ought I to do? I didn't have my phone with me, and it's not as though I... Supermouse let out a painful cry. Fubuki gave him a psychic shock that attacked his arm, causing him to release her. The girl infuriated the muscular mouse by hitting the ground on her butt. "Now you've done it, prepare to lose an arm." Fubuki's expression turned to one of fear. Her earlier action was a protest against the giant mouse's painful hold on her. Regretfully, it would appear that she would now have to pay for it. Thank goodness, someone stood in the way. Footsteps were heard, and they were approaching quickly because the person who had caused them was racing directly to the scene. It didn't make sense until the monsters turned to face Fubuki and he realized who it was. Zenko yelled, "Stay away from her, you creeps!" while raising his voice. As she kept running ahead, her expression appeared determined and fearless. Supermouse said, "What, another human girl?" Showerhead yelled, "Leave her to me," as he prepared to attack. Then he targeted the girl, his head ready to fire. "Foolish, human girl. Trying to play hero, huh? Those brats' friends tried to protect her until I gave them douse of hot water that burnt their skin. But for you, I'll give you the sweet burn of sulfur." "Shut up." Zenko jumped at the monster's face and interrupted him. The girl punched him in the head so hard that the monster flew away before he could complete the action he had preached. Zenko touched down a short distance from Fubuki. She pushed back some of her black hair and exhaled a little in relief. "That thing talked too much. I wonder if this is what Big Brother goes through when he fights monsters," she murmured. "My turn." Then Zenko was startled. Unicorn, the monster, was already pursuing her like a spear launched into the air. The middle schooler with the black hair could already see the monster's horn approaching her with frightening speed. "Don't get so cocky, human. This is where you die." Zenko was afraid. Only one person appeared in front of her eyes at that precise moment. Especially considering her bad experience, she had no chance of avoiding the monster. Whether she liked it or not, she was doomed. Fubuki pleaded for patience. Despite being beaten, she raised her arm at the moving monster and used her psychic abilities to force him to move a few meters past Zenko's head. The result surprised and relieved Zenko. However, the conflict had not ended. With his arm drawn back, Supermouse prepared to strike the small Esper. "So you still have more fight in you. I'll crush you and deliver you to the association myself." Fubuki felt frightened. She was unable to save herself by using her quirk. Zenko was given the task, and she completed it. The other girl used one arm to push the monster's fist away from Fubuki. Then, before the monster could react, she leapt to her feet and kicked him in the mouth. He was flung through a wooden fence by the unexpectedly powerful blow. Landing a few feet away, Zenko gazed at her actions. Fubuki, meanwhile, was in awe of the girl. How did she accomplish that? Is that her peculiarity? How could a girl like her defeat 3 demon-level monsters on her own? Not a single one could be taken down by the whole group. This girl might end up being a valuable addition to the group. "Human!" cried a voice that was familiar. Showerhead stood up again, turning to face the two girls. "I'm going to make you melt for that." "I can't concentrate on that right now, damn it." Fubuki gave it a quick thought. She swiftly extended her arm to a pile of wooden debris on the ground and threw them at Showerhead using her psychic abilities. Although they were unable to defeat him, they diverted his attention long enough for Fubuki to stand up again, sprint to Zenko's hand, seize it, and flee the scene with her. "What are you doing? Your friends are. Now that we're gone, they'll be safe," Fubuki said. "Those monsters are after us, not them," Zenko said. "Then let's call for help," to her. "Where's your phone? We could call for..." Fubuki screamed, "I'm not calling my sister," angrily. She glared back at the girl, as if stress had overcome her fear. "Look, if you think just by saving me that it'd be a good chance to meet her, then don't count on it. I can handle this Fubuki was interrupted in the middle. Over them a shadow had cast itself, and it appeared to be dangerous. They both looked up to see Supermouse descending on them, the muscular mouse wielding unicorn like a javelin and holding it by its horn. Showerhead was clinging to the mouse's back shoulders. "We're not done yet," cried Supermouse fiercely. Unicorn was hurled down toward the two girls with a single throw. Zenko took the only action she could because she was aware of how dire the situation was. She attempted to flee as well, pushing Fubuki aside. However, things got rough when Unicorn hit the ground so hard that it shook and sent Zenko flying and slamming into the ground. Fubuki yelled, "Zenko-san!" at the girl. Zenko remained silent. Unconsciously, she groaned softly. Her right arm was out in front of her on the floor, and her eyes were closed. As things worsened, Fubuki started to feel a great deal of regret. Showerhead descended from Supermouse's back as he stomped to the ground a few feet away. They approached the scene together. Supermouse laughed and asked, "Did you really think you could get away from us?" Unicorn succeeded in raising his horn-like head above the earth. Showerhead approached Zenko at the same moment and was let down. "So she's unconscious, huh? No fun. I want her to be awake so I can hear her scream," he replied. Fubuki raged, "Stay away from her." Her entire body ached, and she was covered in dirt. She was on the verge of crying because she felt so terrible. Showerhead laughed. He returned his attention to Zenko after saying, "Oh, but don't you want her to wake up? Do not worry, some acid should get her back on her feet, if she can, that is." "No." Opening his hose, Showerhead sprayed Zenko with green acid. The young girl would undoubtedly be in a great deal of pain. Assuming she survived, the amount of the monster's release would probably prevent her from ever leading a normal life. Fubuki was so powerless. She was unable to save Zenko on her own because her quirk was depleted. She therefore needed someone's assistance, even though she didn't want it. "Big sister, please save her." Suddenly, the acid Showerhead had thrown at Zenko was suspended in midair. The monster was taken aback, and his companion was too. The acid was thrown back at him before he knew it, throwing him into the air and soaking his entire body in his own creation. The monster screamed in agony as he struck the ground with force, his body melting under the impact. Unicorn started to say, "What just," but was cut off. He was abruptly raised from the ground and into the air by a psychic force. His body whirled like a tornado until different parts were ripped from one another, and the last sound heard of him was horrifying screaming. He was already dead. Fragments of the former Unicorn fell to the ground. The abruptness of the situation baffled Supermouse until he looked up and recognized a face he had only seen in reports. The scene featured Tatsumaki, the green curly-haired Esper wearing UA's uniform. She easily defeated two demon-level monsters before casting a death stare at the final one. She landed on the ground and stood in front of him since he didn't appear to be a serious threat. Tatsumaki glared at him with the same expression on her face and demanded, "Hey, what do you think you're doing attacking my sister?" The sight startled Supermouse. Her eyes simply maintained themselves in a frightening manner. If it weren't for his ego taking over, he would have backed off. Despite her strength, Tatsumaki was a child. He would not flee from her in any way. Besides, he could fight her with his regeneration abilities. The obvious was stated by Supermouse. "You're Tatsumaki." As they stood up, his hair and muscles both started to grow. There was a monstrous killer's expression in his eyes. "We were warned that encountering your sister would bring your wrath, but there is no need for regret. I, Supermouse, with my high degree of intelligence, muscle power and regeneration shall, The Supermouse screamed and flew away. Tatsumaki had used her quirk to send the monster flying because she was bored with his yapping. If he appeared again, she would let the heroes deal with him as long as he was away from her sister. Tatsumaki mumbled, "I'm really not in the mood." She had a helmet beneath one arm and another arm by her side. There was a reason the Esper had it. Ochako Uraraka was the owner, it wasn't hers. The ordeal was over, and Fubuki was glad, but she was so startled by the reality of the moment that she took out her phone and called the emergency hotline. With the exception of the part where Tatsumaki saved them, Tatsumaki watched her sister describe the incident to the other person. Fubuki hung up and started crying after it was confirmed that the paramedics were on their way. Tatsumaki flinched. Seeing her sister cry was emotionally painful for her. I ought to have slain that fucking monster. Fubuki started crying. Tatsumaki clenched her fist in thought. Immediately, regret was washed away. Although Tatsumaki was unable to turn back time, she was able to do one thing. She summoned her quirk and reached out to Fubuki and Zenko. When she felt the power and they started to levitate, the younger sister was taken aback. They didn't say anything until they were in the air. Fubuki said softly, "Big sister, what about the paramedics?" "I know, but I don't think your friend over there would appreciate it. Her brother would probably be worried sick if he saw her on a hospital bed." "I know I would," replied Tatsumaki. To speak, Fubuki parted her lips. The fact that Zenko had an older brother never occurred to her. However, she silently bowed her head and looked down below them when she was unable to speak. From above, the people below always appeared so small. Tatsumaki said bluntly, "You know this is your fault, right?" Fubuki could tell her sister was upset without even looking at her face. "If you had just called me with the phone I gave you, I would have come right away. You were just lucky our psychic connection picked up your distress. But you were in Ua. I didn't want to," Tatsumaki shot back, "and that's why she and your other friends got hurt." Her answer was sufficient to silence Fubuki, who may have felt her heart skip a beat. "Just remember this, Fubuki. You are my highest priority. Ua is my second. If it means keeping you safe, I'll even go against the world to keep you safe." Fubuki found this information upsetting. Her older sister's concern was admirable, but not to the point where she would go against the grain for it. Fubuki was unsure of how to feel about it. Perhaps she was experiencing emotional turmoil as a result of the recent events. Tatsumaki remarked, "By the way, I'll patch up your friend while I can." There was a trace of guilt on her face, and her attitude was softening. "I have something to do back in Ua." Fubuki was unaware of it. She didn't care to look at her sister because she felt too low and ashamed. All she wanted was for it to be over. Zenko groaned a little as her thoughts started to settle. Her body started to move unconsciously as her eyes gradually opened. Pushing Fubuki aside from Unicorn's attack was the last thing she recalled. Until she saw the first thing in front of her, she had no idea what fate had in store for her. It was the ceiling. "Huh? Where am I? Have I returned home?" Zenko pondered in her bewildered thoughts. Her inactivity had made her body somewhat rigid. She discovered that despite lying there, she was pain-free. She tried to sit up, finding it strange but reassuring enough. As she did, she saw Fubuki kneeling with her face on the ground at her side. Zenko raised an eyebrow and asked, "Fubuki?" Fubuki said, "I'm so sorry, right away. I was rude and stubborn towards you. I misjudged your intentions and put you in harm's way. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to get hurt like you did. I take full responsibility for over what happened." Zenko blinked. Fubuki's posture and humility toward her surprised her. In her new school, the black-haired Esper was essentially an elite. She never would have imagined becoming this way. Luckily, Zenko was not the type to harbor resentment for very long. She perceived this as an opportunity to learn more about the girl. She said, "You're fine. I don't hate you." "You don't?" inquired Fubuki. She didn't even consider looking up, she just stayed put. Zenko responded and straightened his posture, saying, "Of course, I don't." She turned to face Fubuki while sitting on her legs. "Even though we talked a little, I think I get it now. People look up to you and it can be stressing. You're also the little sister of one of the coolest girls in Japan with a quirk, so that's another pressure on you. That kind of thing can make a person suspicious of any new person like me." Fubuki questioned, "Then why did you do it? Why did you save me?" She was clearly suppressing a great deal of pain. "I was only rude to you when really you had good intentions. It's because of me that you almost died." After giving it some thought, Zenko said, "Huh, you got a point there." She chose to ask after noticing that Fubuki had not given her a single glance. "Can you raise your head? I want to at least see you." "I'm going to have to decline. It's just that, I don't deserve seeing you face to face." "Really? Then forgive me for doing this. Ouch." Zenko withdrew her hand. There was a reason she had karate cut the girl's head. Fubuki lifted her head and rubbed the top of it to relieve the pain, even though she was unaware of it. When Zenko noticed tears on the Esper's cheek, she was shocked. In addition to this, the girl's eyes were red from excessive crying. Zenko couldn't let it get away with it. To the surprise of the girl, she threw her arms around Fubuki. Zenko interrupted the Esper before he could ask. She said, "You and I are kind of the same. My big brother, Bad, is the pro-hero, Metal Bat, that fought the hero hunter today. When he decided to be a hero, I really supported him. He's such a cool big brother, so I thought it would be cooler to see him fight bad guys and monsters. Sure, he acts like a delinquent, but I could tell that he cares a lot for others. But, as time went by, I began to think if it was worth being alone while he's out there being a hero. I have no one else in my life, so, if something bad happened to him then I'll be alone. It scares me and he doesn't know it, he's such an idiot." Fubuki's arms shifted to cinch her in place a little more tightly. The girl was opening up about something she probably hadn't told anyone, and the Esper could tell that she was emotionally hurt, whether on purpose or accidentally. "So before I jumped in to save you and your group, I knew I was in a position that I never really pictured myself in." Zenko went on to say, "I began to wonder if I could do anything. I have this quirk, but I've never used it to save anyone. I didn't have my phone, so it wasn't like I could call for help. So I became scared and I almost panicked. I felt that, if I didn't do something right there and then, I'd never be able to let it go for the rest of my life. So I began to wonder what my big brother would do, and then it hit me. He'd charge right in and fight." Fubuki was starting to get it. Zenko and she weren't all that different. They both have an older sibling that they rely on and love, but they may also feel a sense of separation from that sibling. Even though the situation wasn't perfect, Fubuki was sympathetic enough. Zenko said, "But," and retreated. She continued to place her hands on the Esper's shoulders. However, she made eye contact with Fubuki with a bright smile instead of a sad expression. "I think I understand my brother a little better. He really does care for me and every kid out there, and he wants me to be able to walk the streets safe so he won't have to worry so much. Sure, I'd want him to be home more often, but I forgive him now. He's my loving big brother." Fubuki was taken aback. She was rigid, her gaze fixed on Zenko's beaming face. The girl couldn't help admiring what Zenko had said. The fact that Fubuki could already see her sister in her mind was heartwarming and, in a way, honest. Zenko was taken aback and instantly worried about her when she started crying. "Is that why you said that, big sister? Would you sacrifice everything for me to live a normal life? That is not what I want. I can't survive in a world without you. If my future doesn't include you, I don't give a damn. Please don't change because of me, but I don't mean to sound self-serving. I cherish you." Zenko said, "It's going to be okay." After hearing her voice, Fubuki stopped crying. When she did, she noticed Zenko's optimistic expression. "Let's be friends. That way we'll have each other's back." "Friends?" inquired Fubuki. The offer caught her off guard. Given everything she did to the girl, Zenko ought to despise her. However, she was grinning and extending an invitation to become friends with a conceited girl like her. She was deeply moved by it. "Sure," Fubuki anxiously nodded. "Let's be friends." Hearing that pleased Zenko. It marked the start of a brand new, unique friendship. Shigeo Kageyama, also known as Mob, and Arataka Reagan managed to reach the top floor of an apartment complex. They weren't in their hometown, and it was getting dark. They had come to Musutafu City because of a certain pro-hero who had paid their transportation costs and requested their help. All they needed to do was meet the young man and find out the specifics of their upcoming project. Reagan looked at the paper he was holding and said, "Number 305. He and Mob were standing in front of a door that had a gold plate in the shape of an oval. The spirit Dimples was floating between them. After knocking on the door, Reagan fell silent. Dimples said grumpily, "I don't like this. Calling us all the way here, that pro-hero has some nerves. It's no problem, so stop complaining." Reagan addressed the spirit. "We came to this city the last time because of a spirit problem we had to fix. Think of this as bigger profit. Besides, kids these days would consider it an honor to work with pro-heroes, isn't that right, Mob?" "They do?" Mob inquired, turning to face his master in bewilderment. Reagan nearly felt bad about approaching the teenager with the question. Mob was wearing his high school uniform even though classes had ended hours earlier because he was a hopelessly antisocial person. Muttered, never mind." Then the sound of someone unlocking the door came from the opposite side. Reagan considered it a relief and waited for a butler to emerge through the door. The butler's short mustache and noticeable gray hair gave the impression that he was in his 80s. In addition to being well-behaved, he moved aside to make room for Reagan and Mob. "Welcome, sirs. Master Handsomely Masked Sweet Mask awaits you," he replied. Dimples, Mob, and Reagan entered and were astounded by the space. They were in a penthouse filled with the most exquisite items they had never seen. The room featured a well-designed fireplace, snow-white floor tiles, a chandelier in the center, and furniture that complemented the colors of the floor. One of the couches was occupied by Sweet Mask. He was drinking tea in peace from a tiny cup on a lone couch. The fireplace nearby was ablaze, dancing on the wood that had been piled in and warming the space around him. Sweet Mask grinned and said, "You both made it, I'm pleased." After setting his teacup on a tiny circular plate, he reclined in his chair. "Please come in. Let's talk. Michael, please close the door behind them." Michael, the butler, said, "As you wish, sir," and shut the door. Mob and Reagan walked to the long couch on the other side of Sweet Mask and took a seat. Meanwhile, Dimples flew to Sweet Mask's head and stared at his face with suspicion. Although Reagan had read a lot about the pro-hero online, she had never imagined the hero to be so wealthy. It briefly caused him to question whether his level of expertise as a fraud investigator was excessive. However, Sweet Mask had no interest in Reagan. To be sure, the pro-hero had a task for them, but that wasn't the only reason he brought them both here. He had complete control over Mob, the covertly strong Esper. It didn't matter that the teenager's unfazed expression made him think of a certain pro-hero he had met months prior. Sweet Mask was aware that he and Mob were separated by an imaginary line, so he would need to exercise caution in order to dissolve it and get to Mob in time. With humility, Sweet Mask remarked, "You must be Mob. I heard much about you. I'm sorry I dragged you from your friends and family, it's just there was a spiritual matter that needed urgency." In Mob's place, Reagan said, "Mob doesn't mind. His family knows how busy our work can be. He doesn't really have friends, so it's fine." 15% of mobs explode. To silence the young man, Sweet Mask experienced a tiny twinge of rage. Instead of hearing from his master, he preferred to hear directly from the Esper. Thankfully, he didn't. If he gave the Esper a false impression, that would be bad. Sweet Mask said empathetically, "That is sad to hear. I hope the circumstances change for the better." Then his tone changed and he got right to the point. "Now about the reason I called you here, it's urgent. I'd like this to be handled as quiet as possible so it doesn't become public." Reagan remarked, "It must be serious. Is the spirit that strong?" He was told by Sweet Mask, "I'm not sure yet. You see, this spirit is in a co-ed middle school. I believe it has been hunting the abandoned block in the compound for about 10 years, probably because it was killed by someone or met an unfortunate end. I came across it when I was checking the school's history. There's a person of interest that resides in that school and I wouldn't want her to fall prey to this spirit one day." Reagan grinned and said, "So you want us to exorcise it?" He would finish the task quickly with Mob at his side. "Don't worry, we'll take care of it." Sweet Mask shifted his posture by resting his right leg on his other leg and said, "I know. I have faith in your professionalism. You may go now. I have the address and directions sent to your email. Best of luck, you two." Reagan said, "Thank you." The blonde man bowed and motioned for Mob to follow suit. Both of them departed after that, but Dimples stayed. He gave the young pro-hero a wary glare until an unexpected event occurred. Sweet Mask gave the ghost a slight glare as he turned his head in its direction. "Just how long are you going to stare at me? It's quite uncomfortable," he replied. Dimples stumbled. "Why, you can see me?" Then finished. "Don't tell me, you're an Esper too?" "That's almost funny to assume." Sweet Mask grinned and laughed. "An Esper? I am not an Esper. However, I won't deny that I have gotten involved with Espers in the past. Tell me, why is a gaseous-looking spirit like you following a boy like Mob? Is it possible that you wish to bring harm to him?" Dimples started to worry about his future. The red pupils in Sweet Mask's eyes were glaring at him. They were sufficient to force the ghost to run as quickly as possible. "This hero is dangerous. I have to..." Dimples abruptly stopped. He was suspended in midair by some psychic force for an unidentified reason. The ghost was unable to process the possibility until he noticed the butler's blue-glowed hand reaching out to him. Dimples exclaimed in surprise, "The butler is an Esper?" Sweet Mask stood up and confirmed, "Precisely." He approached Dimples and took him in his hand, saying, "He isn't anywhere near the level of power of young Mob, but he can grant him a level of psychic power, just enough to see and grab you." Dimples would probably have shuddered by now if he had a body. The air grew frightfully cold, which was noteworthy given that he was a ghost. Sweet Mask had a sinister, interested look on his face as she looked down at him. "So, answer my question, spirit. What are your ties with the boy?" "He's my friend. Yes, we're just friend. If you exorcise me, he'll be angry, and trust me, you wouldn't like it when he gets emotional." In his hand, Sweet Mask squeezed the spirit. After giving Dimple's words some thought, he released him. Sweet Mask looked down at him as the gaseous spirit struck the floor. Oddly, I believe you, for now. If you're truly worried about the boy's safety, you may relax because I have no reason to harm him. You don't? Inquired Dimples. Returning to his gaseous state, he gazed at the pro-hero. Yes. Sweet Mask then took a seat behind him in a chair. Why would I? You have seen the boy front and personal. He has unimaginable potential. So you see, I only have the best interest for him in the world. I don't follow. Sweet Mask laughed and said, of course you don't. You see, these peaceful times we live in is on a thread that's always on the motion to snap. An evil Esper known as Psychos seeks to destroy all of humanity because she believes the world would be safe if humans are extinct. But she's human, right? Sweet Mask remarked. At first, she was. But there's no doubt in my mind that she's no better than the monsters she works with. But that is beside the point. You see, mob is essential for this world and I to survive the grave tribulations that are coming. Today's upcoming heroes won't be a match for it, if anything they'd lead to our downfall. That is why I need mob and a special Esper by my side, to bring about an age of greater heroes. After figuring it out, Dimples remarked, then I'm guessing this Esper is the person of interest you mentioned to Mob and Reagan. You're not as dumb as you look. Sweet Mask said haltingly. Yes, the person is important. She is a middle schooler whom I can't get my hands close to yet. And why is that? Inquired Dimples. I'm going to guess that it's because the cops would arrest you for having some shitty pedophilia thing going on. Dimples quickly came to regret that. He had no body, but the butler's psychic power slammed him against the wall. It didn't bother Sweet Mask, who didn't like the spirit's attitude anyhow. Humor all you want, but there's one person that stands in my way. Her name is Tatsumaki, an Esper with green curly hair. His eyes widened as Dimples asked, green curly hair? The girl he and Mob had discovered by chance months prior was the only example of such a person. She had seen him before, he recalled, though he wasn't positive at the time. Sweet Mask gave a small smile and said, so, you know her. You seem to have some kind of luck running into Esper's spirit. Dimples screamed. What do you plan to do with that girl? Is Tatsumaki really that strong that you'd need Mob? It won't work? Mob won't harm another human being. Sweet Mask got to his feet. From the data I recovered from Psychos' files, Mob is estimated to be at the same level as Tatsumaki and possibly more. If both of them were to clash, unimaginable destruction would only await this city. I'd figure out how to avert such a calamity if the time comes. Don't underestimate me, Spirit. If it weren't for that girl, you probably never meet Mob. Have you never met Mob? Dimples was perplexed. What shit are you talking about? Sweet Mask said, of course you wouldn't understand, and approached the ghost. Spirits like you shouldn't be involved in the affairs of the living. Fortunately, I have some use of you. You will help me monitor Mob. It's quite tasking for the #1 pro hero in the United Kingdom like me to keep stopping by in Japan to check up on him. I'm not going to help you, oh, but that's where you're mistaken. You will if you wish for your friend to live the life he has now. Before Dimples could realize it, the pro hero had seized him and pushed him through the glass door leading to the veranda. He didn't shatter the glass because he was a spirit, but his scream could be heard until he was far away. Michael asked, you set him free and you told him almost everything. Sir, forgive me for intruding, but he may tell the young mister. Sweet Mask started to head to his room, saying, he won't, trust me. I told him almost everything. He may lack some degree of intelligence, but I can tell this experience is enough for him to comply. If he does not, then it won't matter. He isn't my biggest obstacle to get to Mob. No, it's the man that Mob calls Master. Mr. Reagan? Sweet Mask grinned and replied, yes. I'll give him some credit. He saw the potential in the child before Psychos even detected it, and he influenced him long before she could even make her move. The man is my biggest obstacle to Mob, and I already have plans on getting him out of the way. Shortly afterward, Sweet Mask left the room. Although his plans for the master and apprentice haven't yet come to fruition, they will most likely become the most significant issue in their relationship over time. He grinned. Yes, I can already see it. Soon, the girl will help me bring a new era, with her hidden special ability, All for One. Reborn. Fubuki shivered slightly and sneezed. Sometimes she didn't seem to be amazed by the cold. She and Zenko were strolling through the deserted corridors of their school's notorious old building. Fubuki's psychic abilities, which had been well rested following the entire ordeal earlier, were the reason they arrived. The girls left their school uniforms back at the Esper's house and dressed appropriately for this little adventure. Zenko wore some extra clothing from the Esper, while Fubuki wore a black dress. It was made up of a black skirt and an open red jacket over a white shirt. Zenko remarked, "It sure is creepy here." Despite her fear, she was being brave for her friend. The two girls were carrying flashlights because it was dark there. Fubuki said, "You know, you didn't have to follow me, right?" Zenko immediately said, "And leave you here by yourself? No way. Or else. You said you wanted to do it with your group, but because they're in the hospital you'll have to do it yourself. I can't let you do that, no matter how scary this place is." Fubuki grinned and said, "I guess so." Having a friend by her side made her feel very happy. "But I got to warn you, our target is an unknown spirit. My group is closely specialized in this field, that's why I needed them because only Espers can handle them." "So they're Espers too?" In response, Fubuki said, "No, not really. It's a little complicated if I explain it now. How about someday?" "Sure. What about your sister? I don't think any older sibling would support their little sibling going to a scary place like this. I left a note behind, remember? I just wrote that I went to your place." So I'm your getaway girl?" Fubuki laughed. "Relax. Once we get this done, we'll be home before she notices." Zenko sighed and said, "Fine, if you say so." They quickly discovered where they were going. They walked for a while before coming to a stop in front of the boys' restroom. Just looking at it made Zenko feel uncomfortable, but not Fubuki. The Esper entered without hesitation and appeared serious. "I can sense it. It's there. Let's go in." Zenko exclaimed in disbelief. "What? You're going in like that?" Fubuki looked back at her and said, "Yes. Don't worry, there's no boy here. We're just here for the WHO goes there." The voice was angry and ghostly. Additionally, it shook the floor and shut the door right away. Zenko attempted to shut the door after calling out to Fubuki. She was unsuccessful, so Fubuki appeared before her alone as an entity. The lights abruptly turned on, revealing a fat boy in her school's male uniform who looked spectral and had 3 black spots on each cheek. His curvy black hair made him appear to float off the ground. The ghost boy remarked, "Oh, it's just another girl. Well, better scare her, I guess." Pushing her arm forward, Fubuki yelled, wait, I mean you no harm." The ghost boy was taken aback. His wide-eyed approach to her made the reason obvious. Why, you can see me. You can actually see me? Right here and now?" Fubuki calmed herself and said, "Yes." Setting her flashlight aside, she gave her name. The name is Fubuki. The leader of the Blizzard group that protects and ensures the everyone has a good school life is not disrupted. "Oh, I never heard of that." With some smugness, Fubuki remarked, "Of course, you didn't. We heard from daring students about their endeavors here. That is why, to ensure that every student enjoys their school life in peace, and give you lasting peace, we shall exorcise you." "Oh," the ghost boy said, glancing over her shoulder, "but you are by yourself." According to Fubuki, don't remind me, she was still aware that her whole group was receiving medical attention in the hospital. Then her attitude shifted, and she began to use her quirk. "I'm going to start the exorcism now. You'll be free in no time." The ghost boy said, but his purple eyes turned red as he stammered for a few seconds, "I don't want to be exorcised." The whole boys' bathroom started to tremble. Fubuki was taken aback by the vibration and fell to the ground, landing on her butt. All of a sudden, the ghost boy was floating over her, grinning eerily. "I was always the logging stock of the class. Back when this school just transitioned from a girls-only school to a co-ed school, no one liked me. People bullied me, including the girls. I died when the boys flushed my face to the toilet too hard. I was sad and lonely until I realized I could get revenge for every single person WHO did me wrong. But before I could accomplish my goal, a girl with psychic powers about your age came and trapped me in this bathroom in a barrier. I could never get out, and now you want me to get rid of me? Fuck it, I'll take over your body and make this world pay and find that Esper and get my REVENEGE. I won't let you," Fubuki declared with confidence. She thrust her arm out in front of her and aimed a psychic blast directly at the ghost boy. The boy was knocked to the ground. Fubuki exclaimed, "Yes, I did it," and stood up again. Then she held out both arms to the ghost. "My apologies, but you didn't have any choice. You won't terrorize anyone anymore." Zenko yelled, "Fubuki," and pounded the door shut. "I heard voices, are you okay?" Fubuki yelled, "Zenko, stay back, another girl?" Whatever ghostly abilities the ghost boy had started to intensify. He rose off the ground and started to glow blacker by the second. Zenko and Fubuki watched as the surrounding air swirled around the spirit and rushed into the bathroom like a breeze. Fubuki knew that things were getting worse. Then she made the decision to send another psychic blast, but it didn't work. She was taken aback. I am unable to use my quirk. How could that be? In her mind, she said. RRRRRRRRRRRGGGG, roared the ghost boy. Everything in the bathroom started to come loose from its proper position. This applied to sinks and toilets as well, as they were both raised into the air and whirled around the ghost. Although Zenko was unable to see the spirit, she could sense that things were becoming worse. So the girl snatched the hand of a startled Fubuki and hurried out into the corridor. We're leaving this place, the girl exclaimed. All right. Fubuki managed to stutter. No, you're not. As a massive humanoid figure emerged, the boys' bathroom doorframe exploded into dust and debris. As they ran, Fubuki and Zenko turned to see that it was a monster, with twisted pipes for its arms and legs and a toilet for the majority of its body. Even worse, toilet walls and doors, as well as sinks, were floating around the monster. Zenko's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that the ghost?" Thank you, Esper-san, the barrier is gone. As Fubuki asked herself, I removed the barrier? The ghost boy added, prepare to be one with me, and hurled several sinks at the two girls. In despair, Zenko yelled, Fubuki, do something. On it. The small Esper activated her quirk and held out her hand to the incoming sinks. She used it to easily deflect each object away from them. She forced them to strike as many ceilings, floors, and walls as she could. But there was a single issue. The ghost boy became impatient. He desired to exact his retribution. This indicated that he was able to leap forward and try to punch down on the Esper herself because of his emotion. Although he missed, Zenko and Fubuki were flung towards the end wall by the shockwave of his punch. Hang on, Fubuki. Zenko thought of something to say. Although it was dangerous, it was preferable to being near the ghost that was attempting to murder them. Zenko punched at the wall with her free arm before the girls could hit it. In a matter of seconds, the wall broke apart, sending both girls flying. Fubuki saw this as an excellent opportunity to fly them away with her quirk. The ghost boy grunted. No, I must have my revenge. Swiftly, he hit the two girls with his rubber-like pipes. They crashed to the ground as a result, bouncing off it until they stopped. Zenko groaned. Are you okay, Fubuki? He asked. Her body ached, but not enough to prevent her from getting to her knees. Go! Fubuki shouted abruptly. Her body hurt so much that she could only move her head, unlike Zenko. She gave the girl a terrified glare and exclaimed, Leave me while you can, you'll die. I won't leave you, idiot, think of yourself for once. Zenko would have responded, but she was deprived of the opportunity. The earth itself began to tremble beneath them, followed by a loud, spectral scream. The old school building abruptly collapsed until it formed a humanoid body with a head with eye-shaped windows, arms and feet made of school-related metal, and a chest and stomach made of wood and other window components. The change was finished. With that, the ghost boy roared monstrously, flashing his glass-sharp teeth, and he turned to gaze down at the two weak girls. Fubuki's eyes widened at the enormity of the scene, and she became rigid with fear. By now, the ghost boy was essentially a giant. As if that weren't enough, Zenko abruptly faced the monster and stood in front of Fubuki. Fubuki frantically yelled, Zenko! What are you doing? But got no response. Get out of the way. You can't beat that thing. Please don't die because of me. Zenko, I'm begging you. Zenko continued to remain silent. She stood with nothing but her courage and her quirk to support her. It was obvious that she couldn't defeat the hideous creature in front of them. She is aware of her limits and will probably perish if struck by that object even once. However, she remained motionless and unwavering. For as long as she could, she would not back down and confront this issue head-on. Zenko! Exclaimed Fubuki. Zenko disregarded her once more. She watched as the humanoid structure raised its arm in preparation to strike them. When it did that, she was afraid, but she refused to back down. She was so strong-willed and courageous that she spread her arms wide in a protective manner. Fubuki yelled, Don't do this. Without hesitation. The terrible circumstances caused her eyes to well up with tears. Don't kill yourself because of me. For now, there was no going back. Without hesitation, the ghost boy struck the defensive girl with his monstrous fist. Zenko's heart was racing as the seconds passed, and she could see it coming. Whether Fubuki liked it or not, it was her time to make a sacrifice. But the mob had a different idea. Reaching the girl, he pressed his arms up against the hideous fist. The enormous arm was destroyed in a matter of seconds by the overwhelming psychic power he released, sending tiny pieces of debris flying in all directions. The turnout surprised both Fubuki and Zenko. A tremendous gust of wind blew past them due to the mob's psychic abilities. But when the wind subsided and the monster realized what was causing the disruption, the fight was far from over. "A boy?" exclaimed the ghost boy, his hideous mouth immobile. It swung its remaining arm at him in rage. "I won't let you stop me." Reagan yelled, "Mob, look out," from afar. Mob paid close attention to him and took action. He levitated Fubuki and Zenko out of the way by extending his arm toward them. Then the monstrous fist struck, sending him flying to the left, near the building of the main school. "Mob!" exclaimed Reagan, startled. "Now for you!" exclaimed the ghost boy. Then, some of the rubble from what had once been a typical building rose up like the fur of an agitated animal. Then glasses and sharp wood fragments were hurled at Reagan. Explosion of the mob. 28% suddenly, a mob appeared in front of Reagan and used a psychic shield to protect him and the others. Reagan was relieved, but Fubuki and Zenko were amazed by the show of force. They would be dead if not for Mob. Mob said, "Master, let me exorcise him." Reagan said, a little surprised, sure." Once more, the mob took action. Knowing that the ghost boy would follow, he dropped the shield and flew to the right, only a few meters above the ground. It was clear and the only thing he could do to protect his master and the girls. Luckily, the monster pursued him and started hurling more shards of pipe, glass, and wood at him. And so there he was, dodging oncoming assaults. They were incredibly quick and strong, digging into the ground with every piece of glass or wood they missed. When Mob saw his opportunity, he had to leap up while avoiding more oncoming assaults. Then he stopped and turned to face the possessed structure. The inner ghost boy was not happy. As his emotion boosted his power, he stopped attacking and continued to concentrate on Mob. "Don't look down on me, quirk bastard." The ghost boy opened his hideous mouth. In order to prepare other areas of his body to fire at Mob, he also extended his remaining arm. The monstrous figure immediately retaliated by diving at the Esper, who then started shooting at him as usual. Mob started squeezing through once more. "Die, die, die, die," exclaimed the ghost boy. "I'll kill you 100 times, and then when I'm done I'll kill them too. All of them." The mob was struck abruptly. Suddenly, the ghost kid changed some of his attacks to shoot large objects and lab equipment. Mob flew back after being struck in the stomach by one of them, a kitchen island. Yes. Yes. I got him. The blow hurt the mob. He received even more than he would have anticipated from the ghost boy. He even had the cunning to attack him with bigger objects, which slammed into him. Explosion of a mob. 40% Many of the objects that were slamming into Mob were sent away by the multicolored glow on his body. Now he could fly again and defeat the ghost boy. But it wasn't as simple as he had assumed. The ghost boy may have accelerated, but he still tripped. More quickly than before, the mob approached the possessed building. As he reached out to touch the complex, a hole appeared out of nowhere. The Esper flew straight through the possessed building because he was unable to slow down in time. He was soon taken by the ghost boy. Before Mob could react, he turned and gave him a backhand, sending him crashing to the ground. Explosion of mobs. 62%. The negative development shocked Reagan, Zenko, and Fubuki. Before he attempted to get up, Mob created a large crater. Seeing his opportunity, the ghost boy stepped on him right away. The scene was made more horrifying by the force of the stomp and the fact that he sharpened the bottom of his foot to pierce through the teen's skin. The ghost boy exclaimed in exasperation, "Just die already. I must have that psychic girl as my new body." Explosion of mobs. 80% Mob wanted to see what had happened to the boy, so the ghost kid pulled its hideous leg off him. No typical person, not even someone with a peculiarity, could withstand such a blow without suffering serious injuries. However, that was a mistake because Mob wasn't your typical child. Even though his pants and shirt had large holes in the back, his body was unharmed. His body started to turn the same color as before, but stronger. Mob didn't seem to mind. Additionally, he got up and faced the possessed building. "You're horrible. What did the girl do to you that you want to take her life away from her?" he inquired. The fear stiffened the ghost boy. The stoic expression on the mob's face had completely changed. In addition to having eyes that could kill in an instant, he also had hair that moved like ocean waves, which enhanced the effect. In a panic, the ghost boy lifted his leg and stomped on the Esper once more. What are you?" exclaimed the ghost boy. The desperate attack did not deter the mob. He lifted 2 fingers at the foot, seeing it fully. In a matter of seconds, the entire leg was destroyed. Explosion of mobs. 85%. He sensed that the ghost boy was in trouble. He had to hop on his remaining leg after losing the right leg of the possessed building. Mob was eager to put an end to this and wasted no time in flying up to his head. Stay back. Stay back. A final effort was made by the ghost boy to stop Mob. He struck the Esper with his remaining arm. He failed. With a single wave of his hand, Mob quickly destroyed it. The aura that the Esper's psychic power released was sufficient to cause the entire structure to begin collapsing before he even reached the head. No, at last, the ghost boy departed from the body. He flew straight down at an approaching Mob to take him out as it started to crash. I won't let you stop me, the despairing ghost boy screamed. In order to strike Mob, he also drew his right arm back. Explosion of mobs. 97%. The speed of the 2 teenagers, dead and alive, finally collided. When they did, the scene was illuminated by a powerful light that was visible practically everywhere in the city. It was remarkable, but it was also mysterious because the locals would soon question its origin. 100% of mobs explode. As usual, the Saitama building complex was erect. Even though it wasn't called that, the news that surfaced today may cause it to reach that point. The majority of employees and students were getting ready for school in the morning. This was a special day for 2 snooping reporters. A flyover bridge was near Saitama's complex. The apartment's doors actually faced the location, making it possible for anyone to spy on them. The fact that 2 reporters took advantage of that vantage point shouldn't come as a huge surprise. Just in case, Sato Kamikaze kept his microphone close at hand. This was not intended to be a self-reporting moment unless absolutely required. He had his cameraman with him. They both ducked out of the apartment owner's line of sight. The cameraman asked anxiously, "Are you sure this is the place?" before continuing. "I know about the video, but the post that mentioned her residence is just too dangerous to live in, right? I mean, this is the infamous ghost town." Sato said, his eyes slightly glaring. "I know about that. But we have to be the one to confirm. If this was a normal residence, there'd be a ton of news crews here to find out for themselves. But because this is the town infamously known to have monster popping up more than regular, we have this chance." He then stopped and looked inside. He glanced toward a particular door. "Now get ready to video this. I see a door about to open." Okay. Sato aimed the standard news camera at the door and prepared it. After a few seconds, the door opened, revealing the individual behind it. Sato and his accomplice both let out a gasp. Instead of the green-haired girl they expected to attend UA, they saw the world's 3rd most popular hero. The cameraman said, "Is that Caped Baldy?" It's true that his actual residence is kept a secret to the public, but to think he would be here of all places. Additionally, Sato stated, he must truly be confident to take care of any monsters. Once people see this, there'll be no doubt that some residents would return, knowing that such a hero lives close by. Saitama blocked it with his hand and yawned. When the door next to him opened, the well-known hero for fun had just woken up. It was Fubuki who saw Saitama after shutting the door behind her. She had her backpack on her and was wearing her school uniform. He said, "Off to school, huh? Where's Tatsumaki?" She's still sleeping." Fubuki gave a grudging response. "That can't be right. She'll be really late for school. Trust me, it won't be good to be late for school when it comes to UA. According to Fubuki, I guess, but my sister is not one to wake her up without getting some ringing in your ears. So can you be a dear and wake her up?" Saitama stopped and considered it for a moment. He never got along with Tatsumaki. If she didn't know he was a real pro-hero, their relationship wasn't so bad, but it could be summed up as bad neighbors. Saitama kept it a secret because he didn't want the girl to hate him anymore. Fubuki and Genos were aware of this and had consented to keep it a secret with him. Dryly, Saitama remarked, "I'll probably regret this." Then he waved Fubuki away with his hand. "Go to school. I'll go wake her up. Maybe she might be able to get there before the gates are sealed shut." "Thanks, Saitama. You're the best." Fubuki smiled broadly and waved to Saitama. Then, without realizing the men were observing her, she used her quirk and took off. They watched the girl fly away from them, their mouths hanging open a little. The cameraman questioned, "She's an Esper too? That online post never mentioned that." Sato turned away and concentrated. He gestured to Saitama, who was visible opening the door. Publicly, it is known that the Caped Baldy has an apprentice. Demon Cyborg is the name the hero hunter called him in the battle yesterday, despite the fact that he isn't an official professional hero. He is currently registered in a 5-year apprentice hero course in which when he completes it would make him an official pro hero. Cameraman. Why did you bring that up? He and Sato saw Saitama walk into the adjacent room. Sato said, think about it. Tatsumaki and her sister live next to a top pro hero in a residence area many would be scared to go to. It's possible that she's another apprentice whom Caped Baldy enrolled into UA. It would explain how strong she was when she stopped that sludge villain months ago. What about the video of her clash with the demon cyborg? The reporter conjectured, that might be a dispute that arose between them. I wouldn't imagine such a thing won't happen when working under a strong man like Caped Baldy. Their voices were mute, but it seems like Demon Cyborg was the one who started it. Tatsumaki might have just resulted to self-defense. However, it's best not to take my word for it. I'm only speculating. Before he and his cameraman screamed, that was the last thing he said. They fled out of the way as Saitama was hurled in their direction. When the pro hero struck the cement wall they were hiding behind, he smashed through it and crossed the street. Saitama got up without getting any scratches and dusted his body as soon as Sato and his accomplice turned to face him. I guess that confirmed what I thought, not that I regret it. The kid has to get up for school. He grumbled to himself. Then the pro hero saw Sato and the cameraman. Who are you? There was a loud bang, and Saitama was interrupted. A certain girl's scream followed, drawing the attention of the pro hero and the two nearby men. Look at my room. The time, I'm going to be late. Tatsumaki had a brief moment of passion. She was unaware that someone was listening to her from outside. Until the girl emerged from the room wearing her UA school uniform, the onlookers simply heard more noise. She yelled to no one, "Good thing I took a shower before going back to sleep again." The Esper used her quirk and took off before anyone knew it. When she flew away and disappeared from view, she made a boom and a blast. Sato muttered in mild shock, "She's so fast." Like his companion, his cameraman added, "That's just part of an Esper's quirk." Saitama pretended to cough in order to attract their attention. It was successful, and he soon looked them in the eyes with his typical stoicism. He pointed to the camera and said, "You should stop that, you know." He didn't care that the camera was aimed at him. Sato smiled nervously, "No, this is fine. We're from the media." Saitama protested, "That doesn't matter." He surprised the two men with his outburst. "Film me all you want, but it's a step too far when you do it to a little girl. That's just lolicon stalking. You could go to jail for going after a little girl." Sato was speechless, as was his accomplice. Stuttering, the former tried to think of a plausible reason. As reporters, they were used to pursuing celebrities. However, this hero was more focused on their real target than on himself. Upon reflection, they were essentially prying into the affairs of a teenage girl. Sato bowed his head and apologized, saying, "We're sorry." So did his cameraman, who apologized. They apologized, which pleased Saitama. "Good. Just don't do it again, okay?" "Yes, sir," said both men. At that moment, Saitama heard a familiar female voice calling out to her. Saitama was drawn to the edge by the sight of it coming from below. At that moment, it was Mount Lady facing his apartment building while dressed as a hero. Saitama whispered, "It's Mount Lady." He frightened her as he leapt down without incident. To calm her heart, the heroine had to take a few deep breaths. Mount Lady shouted, "Don't just do that, dummy." She was shocked when she looked up from where Saitama had leapt down. What happened there? Was it a monster? Saitama responded with ease, "No, it was just Tatsumaki." He turned his gaze back to Tatsumaki's apartment door and the broken cement barrier. "That reminds me. I have to ask Genos to fix that." Mount Lady examined the precise location. She pondered what had actually occurred. Because of Saitama, she was aware that Tatsumaki lived in the complex. In order to avoid upsetting the Esper, the pro hero thought it would be best to inform her. With a sigh, she turned her head away. "I feel like I shouldn't know." At that moment, the female hero recalled why she had come. She pulled out her phone and uploaded a photo. Then she thrust it in Saitama's direction. "By the way, what is this about?" Genos and Tatsumaki fighting in the outskirt of the city. After examining the image, Saitama questioned, "Genos and Tatsumaki?" Even from the grainy image, he could tell that it was the two people. So that's how they looked when they fought. Saitama. Saitama turned to her and asked, "Huh? Oh right. Sorry, it was actually a misunderstanding from what I got from Genos. They're cool now." But what about the part that she ripped his arm off? "I don't see that in this picture," Mount Lady exclaimed. "It's a screenshot of a video." Everyone woke up this morning to a video uploaded on the internet. The whole fight was mute, but it was obviously Tatsumaki and Geno's fighting. It looked like they were trying to kill each other. But they didn't. Mount Lady yelled at his face. I know that. She sighed, put her fingers on her temples, and put down her phone. I swear you are still as oblivious as you were those years ago. Saitama stopped and thought about it. Then he walked back to his apartment, turning away. You can come in if you want. Geno's isn't in for some reason, he stated. Mount Lady said, but what about yesterday? Saitama paused and turned to her, asking, yesterday? Mount Lady placed her left hand on her right arm while remaining silent. Yesterday was with the battle against Garou. Some good heroes were beaten very badly like Kamui. He's fortunate to reattach his hand once it was found, but it kind of scares me that a villain with the strength to pick me off so easily is still out there and could bring more harm. And then there's this stuff about a monster association. I really think we should do something about it, like old times. Saitama remained silent. The phrase, old times, replayed itself in his mind, reminding him of all the wonderful moments he shared with Psychos and Mount Lady. Additionally, it caused a genuine emotional reaction and some emotion to appear on the previously expressionless face. According to Saitama, let's do it. His gaze returned to her. We'll go on patrol to look for the hero hunter. But before then, I have to take a shower. You can have some tea while I'm at it. Mount Lady nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right. Before long, the two of them entered the structure, but they didn't know that the previous men had recorded the entire event from their location. The cameraman questioned, are you sure about filming this? Sato retorted, nonsense, this is fine because they are both adults. Another day at UA meant another chance for reporters to surprise a student at the school's entrance gate. These individuals were not new to the esteemed educational establishment. For today, this meant the same thing. Regarding their motivations, the first one was undoubtedly due to All Might. The second reason was the mysterious leak of a certain Esper's secret. Thus, questions were asked of the students. A reporter frantically inquired, what kind of lessons does All Might teach you? Has Tatsumaki displayed his psychic powers in any of them? Stumbled Izuku. Both questions surprised the teenager. Oh, I'm sorry, but I had to go to the nurse's office. A question was also thrown at Ochako. The question about All Might was acceptable to her, as she stated that she thought he was muscular. The question that truly got her thinking was the next one. The reporter inquired, then what about your thoughts on Tatsumaki? Being in the same school, you probably got a glimpse of her Esper-like quirk. The mutter was, from Ochako. Her thoughts returned to All Might's heroes versus villains test. She's someone really cool. I think her quirk is one of the best out there. Next up was Tenya Iida. He gave a rather lengthy speech about the pro-hero, in contrast to the majority of students who most likely responded. When asked what he thought of Tatsumaki, the same thing was said. I personally believe she is bright and clever when the situation calls for it. Being around her, I have witnessed that her quirk would be benefiting in all kinds of heroics and preserve the peace. It is possible that she has a long way to go due to her attitude. Thankfully, I believe Ua can provide the building block that will expose her to being a hero. Bakugo's response was different. Either he didn't care, or he wasn't in the mood. He was identified as the kid who Tatsumaki saved by a reporter who attempted to interview him. The reporter should drop it, was the blonde teen's simple response. Before long, Aizawa arrived to halt the reporters by showing them with his hand gesture. The man is off duty now. You're interfering with our lessons here, so kindly vacate the premises. They refused to comply. The media simply became more outspoken in their inquiries, if anything. Aizawa made the decision to disregard them and return to the compound. There were more pressing matters to attend to. We just want to speak with All Might and Tatsumaki directly. Yeah, where is she anyway? We haven't seen her. And aren't a little too sloppy looking. Aizawa kept her distance from them. Tatsumaki would be listed as late in a minute. Although he was aware of the green-haired Esper's absence, he didn't intend to inform them. He thought about it because the Esper's secret was out. Tatsumaki showed up at the location, exactly across Ua on the sidewalk. It had taken her a while to arrive at her current position. The reporters were annoying, but that didn't alter the fact that she couldn't be late for class. Wait, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa came to a halt and pivoted. He raised an eyebrow as he gazed at her with a dry expression. Her yell caught the media's attention in addition to his. The fact that the Esper in question was only a street away thrilled the reporters there. One reporter cried out, "There she is!" To Tatsumaki's surprise, they were running toward her. Although it has been months since people became enamored with her, it was true that she was well known. Perhaps she would understand why they had come for her if she took the time to listen to their mountain of questions. I have no time for this, Tatsumaki pondered in exasperation. She moved forward, preparing for a single jump. Those gates will be sealed shut in less than 60 seconds. The space in the center is an opportunity, but those reporters are in the way. I'll be fine if I can just increase my speed enough to simply sweep them away. The Esper used her quirk to launch herself headlong through the press, thinking, I'll be able to make it. Out of the way, she gave a loud shout. Tatsumaki managed to enter the compound before the gates, which were automatically closed by actual enormous steel gates, but she ended up pushing a few of the men and women after her. I succeeded. Tatsumaki cried out in relief, then scowled when she saw Aizawa standing in front of her. Oh, I did call out to you, she said. I don't need to be punished for this. I arrived on schedule, sort of. I'll let this one pass, Aizawa said, turning away after giving her a sloppy look without responding at first. He said, don't come at this time again. HMPH. Tatsumaki crossed her arms over her chest and snubbed at him. Though she was aware that she would follow the man to her homeroom, Tank Top Master showed up before Eraserhead, also known as Aizawa, another pro-hero, wearing a stern expression. Aizawa-sensei, Mr. Principal has called upon you and Tatsumaki to his office, he said. For what purpose? With a mixture of surprise and rage, Tatsumaki screamed, I have a class now, I can't simply. Let him know that, Tank Top. Aizawa interrupted, we'll be there. After Tank Top Master nodded and left, Aizawa turned to face her and said, homeroom can wait, what I have for you and everyone else isn't very important in a sense. However, he had to acknowledge something. It appears that you are unaware of what is happening, which contradicts my belief that you were fabricating ignorance. Tatsumaki said angrily, I don't get what you're saying, sensei. I take it you're an Esper. Every staff member in UA knew for a long time, Aizawa said, his question alone enough to startle the girl. Apparently, you're not the first Esper to come here. However, it appears that everyone is aware that you are an Esper and that you once battled Caped Baldy's disciple. Wait, how did you know about that? Tatsumaki said, her eyes wide as she struggled to find the right words. How, after all, did someone know that I'm an S? Aizawa said, I'll admit, and started to move toward the building. You'll see. I sensed something wasn't right when you first met Genos in my class. You essentially said that you abandoned him. We had better leave. I do need to do other important things. Tatsumaki looked down at the ground, unsure of what to do next. Now that she thought about it, the signs should have been obvious. People were staring up at her as she flew through the air, and she recalled that some were taking pictures of her as she passed. But these realizations only left her with more questions, and it would appear that she would need to meet with the principal and work things out from there. Izuku was horrified to learn that Tatsumaki's secret as an Esper was out this morning. His mother didn't discuss it with him because she had never told him that she had seen the girl pick him up before, but the teenager knew that his class would probably be discussing the news. But he couldn't let his classmates' annoying thoughts deter him, so he pushed the door aside and heard his name called right away. Mina Ishido, Tsuyu Asui, Denki Kaminari, Ajiro Kirishima, and Akemi Toshi were standing in front of him. You heard the news, didn't you, Midoriya? Were you aware of it? With eagerness, Denki inquired. Before the entrance exam, you were acquainted with Tatsumaki. That was very evident. Mina smirked with excitement as she added. All right. Midoriya, Ajiro inquired. Dude, hurry up. Tell the truth. Akemi pushed him. Izuku became apprehensive and unimpressed, stuttering and fumbling to respond appropriately. Luckily, Tenya saved his bacon with Ochako at his side. With his typical demeanor, Tenya stated, everyone should settle down. Aizawa-sensei will be returning shortly. He was summoned to his office by the principal. In his absence, let's avoid making a scene. We can't afford to come across as. Get out of my way. With a growl, Katsuki pushed past Tenya and Ochako and proceeded to his seat, where he took a seat. Ajiro called out to the irritable teenager, Hey, Bakugo. You've known Tatsumaki since middle school, correct? Leave it. Katsuki shouted. Izuku didn't seem surprised by his former bully's attitude, and he and Tatsumaki never got along. If Izuku was correct, Katsuki felt a little betrayed by the Esper because she kept her status a secret. Ajiro sheepishly raised his hands to his chest level and backed away. Ochako smiled slightly and remarked, This morning sure got this way, huh? I kind of figured it out when the foundational hero studies were over yesterday. You did? Startled, Izuku turned to face her. Ochako grinned and laughed sheepishly. While everyone else was chatting with their friends or people they felt comfortable around, Kyoka didn't seem particularly interested until she turned to look back and noticed Momo writing in a book. Curious, she approached the girl and stood beside her. "On what subject are you writing?" she inquired. "Writing down some observant notes about Tatsumaki. It might seem out of place, but it is something I've been thinking to do since that day Demon Cyborg was introduced to the class," Momo said, pausing her writing. Her intense focus on her note nearly made her jump, but fortunately the girl was good at calming her mind. She turned to Kyoka to respond. "How about it?" Kyoka inquired, beginning to take an interest in the discussion. Momo stated exclusively, "It got me thinking. Tatsumaki once said she thought she left him for dead. What if she said that because of the video of her and Demon Cyborg fighting? I'm shocked that nobody asked her about it." I thought it was a bit strange when she said it, but Kyoka looked thoughtfully back and said, "You have a point there. I suppose I simply didn't give it much thought. What are you recording, then?" As Momo put it, everything I've observed about her, from her attitude and the way she has displayed her quirk. Espers were primarily thought to be realistically impossible. Nowadays, people either have a peculiarity or none at all. However, Espers have a single quirk that can appear to be a combination of several quirks. It resembles a tree with numerous outstretched branches. Kyoka grinned slightly and said, "Cool. I hardly gave her any attention. Like a certain hot-tempered person we know, she always seemed angry. Good luck with it, then. I'm going to return to my seat." Momo nodded and said, "All right." She turned to her notes and thought about it after watching the other girl go. She had never spent much time with the girl, but she had seen a lot of her quirk from the foundational studies, and the expression in Tatsumaki's eyes when she, Momo, explained to the class her mistake in the heroes versus villains test caught her attention. With her pen at her chin, she thought, those eyes are not normal. Could they be the eyes of a cold-blooded killer or just a girl with a hot temper? He couldn't blame her. He was uncomfortable even if he didn't express it. Tank Top Master had just told him and the Esper that the principal had cancelled their meeting. He couldn't be certain why, but he could assume it was for a good reason. Genos could feel Tatsumaki furious. "Aren't you also angry? This is your fault. You know," Tatsumaki screamed, stopping in front of him and pointing straight at his face. "This wouldn't have occurred if it weren't for you at the time. Furthermore, how can I be certain that you did not upload that video?" Tatsumaki had a point about the whole situation. They wouldn't be in this mess if it weren't for Genos' poor decision at the time. This was likely the rationale behind the cyborg's indifference to the Esper's spoiled demeanor. In his robotic response, Genos said, "I did not post the video. Whoever did this had it done to hurt us socially. Regarding the teacher's postponed meeting, I assume it's due to school hours. Lessons should continue while All Might is currently off duty." Tatsumaki put her finger down grudgingly, feeling somewhat conflicted as she searched her mind for something to blame the cyborg for, but when she couldn't find it, she simply huffed and folded her arms across her chest. "I will take my lead," Genos said, walking past her with a destination in mind, unfazed by her attitude. "I'll suggest that you keep in mind our conversation with Child Emperor and Zombie Man earlier this morning. When the enemy will attack is unknown to us." Tatsumaki said, "I remember." The elder Esper had not been seen for years, and it was evident that the others were concerned when the Child Emperor called her at 3 in the morning to discuss important matters pertaining to yesterday, including Garou and Psychos. But not Tatsumaki. The Esper wasn't so concerned. She looked forward to fighting Psychos, and the mere fact that she was alive always made her angry. Tatsumaki wanted to go to class, but she was unable to do so when a voice she recognized called to her. The green-haired Esper herself was in front of Recovery Girl when she entered the hallway. "You're there. Where have you gone off to?" said Recovery Girl coolly. With a hint of suspicion in her eyes, Tatsumaki turned to face her and asked, "What do you want?" she inquired. Recovery Girl replied, "I just want to know how you are handling everything that has happened today. I know it may seem like the staff just knew, but I can tell you that it isn't the case," she said, approaching the girl. "Since you entered this institution, everyone has known that you are an Esper. So why are they behaving in this manner?" Recovery Girl stopped and looked away, her eyes fixed on the outside with a contemplative look. "Why, in fact, I suppose it's because people are attempting to participate. You could say that we're attempting to assist you." "HMPH. That's hard for me to believe, is that correct?" Recovery Girl asked, turning back to the Esper. "Have you heard of the Esper who used to attend here?" she asked after pausing. Recovery Girl could see she had captured the Esper's interest, so she continued. Tatsumaki's eyes widened as the question came as a revelation and reminded her that Aizawa had mentioned something about that. When I met her, she was roughly your age. She wasn't the best in her class and had social anxiety. She hardly made it to the heroics department. In fact, she was outscored even by the class's weakest member. But that didn't deter her. She put in a lot of effort at work and even made some new friends. You would think that if everything were going well for her, a happy ending would result. Tatsumaki could only stare, sensing that Recovery Girl was hiding something else. The pro-hero sighed after pausing for a moment. It's been years since I last saw her. It took some time for the school to recover after something terrible happened to her. The idea that she and her family were murdered in a monster attack at her home was later disproved. It's quite unfortunate. She was a huge assistance in my office. With a suspicious tone, Tatsumaki remarked, but there's more to it. That girl. She didn't die from some monster attack, did she? Recovery Girl looked directly at Tatsumaki and said, it depends on one's point of view. There was a monster, but not one we could see physically. It was a monster, I believe, waiting to unleash its terror on everything within its part. It resides in our hearts. To defeat that monster, a hero must put in a lot of effort. There are only two options if he or she is unable to. You have two options. Either keep taming it or let its darkness consume you completely until the good, you, is gone forever. Recovery Girl noticed Tatsumaki's eyes shift away from her in contemplation and put her hand on the girl's bicep. Tatsumaki was silent, but Recovery Girl's words struck a deep chord with her, causing her to reflect on something she had asked Child Emperor earlier in the morning. Her mistake was isolating herself from everyone else, Recovery Girl said with compassionate eyes, adding, you shouldn't let the thought get to you. Perhaps her friends could have saved her before it was too late if she had been approachable and made an effort to get in touch with them. I'm getting too old to do much that I could do when I was younger. I can tell you this, though. We know you are a good child, which is why we are worried about you. Some teachers may have misgivings about you, but can you hold them accountable? You should use these moments to show your potential and keep your chin up. Remember what you've got, Tatsumaki. How about that video, though? Tatsumaki inquired. Recovery Girl gently reminded her, we could discuss what happened then, but we might forget that we are not a court. No one is perfect, Tatsumaki. It's high school here. Cheer up, Tatsumaki, she said, taking her hand away and grinning warmly. You should be concentrating on creating memories here. You'll be all right. The Esper turned to face the elderly pro-hero, and something about her smile made her mood a little better. She turned away from her, but it was not surprising that she didn't acknowledge it. Now I have class. Old hag, I suppose I'll see you around. Recovery Girl stopped and kept smiling, knowing that Tatsumaki's intentions were pure and that she would not regret them in the future. She was not at all offended by the Esper's appearance. She muttered, I guess we will. Recovery Girl was a good talker, but Tatsumaki still had her problems to deal with. Homeroom was back in action. Tatsumaki had arrived later than Aizawa, but luckily the teacher pardoned her with a warning not to do it again. The Esper was okay with the timing because it stopped anyone in her class from talking about the video. It appeared that class was just getting started when Aizawa decided to reveal something totally unexpected after wrapping up his discussion of the grades and assessment from yesterday's battle trial, also known as the Heroes versus Villains test. A class president must be chosen, he disclosed. Everyone was taken aback. A few seconds before, some had guessed that he would introduce another pop-up test. They were okay with some everyday school activities in their lives, especially at a school full of future heroes. However, that didn't stop everyone from being enthusiastic. Mina, Akemi, Ajiro, and pretty much everyone else were already putting up their hands for the job, and the easily energized students were already standing and yelling their aspirations. Tatsumaki was an exception, though, as she simply observed everyone with a frustrated expression on her face. They're making such a lot of noise, she thought. Silence. This is a task laden with responsibility where you must carry and pull everyone else's weight, Tenya yelled firmly, his voice filled with discipline and authority enough to silence his boisterous classmates. You can't do something just because you want to. It's a sacred position that demands the highest respect and confidence from everyone around you. A democratic election that reflects the will of the people will produce the only truly deserving leader. Tenya raised his hand firmly and with a strong conviction, as would be expected of a person of his character, saying, which is why this must be settled by a vote. Suyu disagreed, and she turned back to Tenya after sitting in front of him, saying, it's still too early to have developed any trust in each other. Ajiro concurred, adding, yeah, and everyone will just vote for themselves. Tenya retorted, That's exactly why the candidate who receives the most votes will be the most qualified candidate for the position, isn't that right? Then he turned to face Aizawa. Is that okay, sensei? Anything's fine as long as you all decide by the deadline, said Aizawa, who was already in his sleeping bag and standing up, with only his expression visible. Genos is off duty today, so please don't be irresponsible. Tenya's situation produced some positive outcomes, but not in the way most people would have anticipated, and the votes were soon made and passed. The outcomes were posted for everyone to see on the board. I received 4 votes? Izuku let out a startled cry. Momo mumbled, somewhat disappointed, I had 2. With her hands raised in the air, Akemi leapt to her feet and exclaimed, wow! I received 3 votes. The girl quickly seized Izuku's head and pressed it to her chest, saying, congratulations, Class President Midoriya. Let's try our hardest. Minato was jealous. Bakugo was shocked and angry that Izuku had won, and Ochako whistled innocently when he asked who had voted for Izuku. She was one of the 4 people who had voted for Izuku, but it wasn't like she was going to tell him. The only conclusion that could be drawn at that point was that it was Tatsumaki. Did you not vote for him? Just to keep sucking up to him, you voted for him? Bakugo shouted in front of Tatsumaki. Am I mistaken, Esper? Tatsumaki gave the irascible teenager a casual glare. And what if I did? Do you have an issue with that, hothead? Fortunately, Hinata Shiro intervened from behind the blonde teenager just as Bakugo was about to lose it. That is to be expected. They both have a close friendship. Tenya saw the outcome with sadness. Although his name was on the board, there was only 1 vote cast in his favor. With his head turned to his desk, he remarked, 1 vote, I see how it is. Of course, since I insisted on the sacredness of the role, only 1 person saw me fit for it. You cast your ballot for someone else? Momo inquired. Rikido Sato remarked, even though you wanted the job so badly, what are you doing, Iida? Tenya's refusal to vote for himself simply left him dumbfounded. If he had done so, he would have been tied with Momo, though that would not have given him the job. Thus, it was formally decided that Izuku Midoriya would be the class president and Akemi Toshi would be his vice president. The former was anxious, but that was nothing new, and Tenya could hear some of his classmates complimenting the two while he was depressed. It turned out that Mina, Ajiro, and Hanta had voted for the girl because of her performance in the Heroes vs. Villains test, but this also raised questions about her. If she received 3 votes, then for whom did she actually vote? Recovery Girl arrived at her office. A support department student was involved in an accident. Fortunately, the student was able to recover from his injuries, but she still lectured him about his behavior. She believed that caution was always the best course of action, regardless of the department a student was in. Recovery Girl could already think about it when she opened the door to her infirmary, but she was surprised to see a tall, feminine figure standing in front of a medical cupboard at the side of the infirmary and to hear a female humming. The mysterious said to no one, no, this is certainly not meant to be there. It was nearly impossible to identify Recovery Girl because she was facing left and partially back. To think all these years she's still as careless. She is undoubtedly suffering from old age. Recovery Girl was a little nostalgic. She had literally not heard such a tone in her own office for years, but she could recall something about it, and the woman's round glasses and wavy blue hair only served to confirm the old hero's suspicion. Finally, the woman completed her work, and when she turned to Recovery Girl, it was obvious who she was. Everything has been resolved as it ought to be. Do you not believe that, Shuzenji-sensei? Psychos? Recovery Girl said, her face displaying obvious shock. The villain grinned and laughed as she approached the door and shut it behind the pro-hero. While I'm here, no one has to know about our brief conversation, she said. A part of Recovery Girl was relieved to meet the young girl she had once thought of as a friend, but she also experienced a conflicting emotion that caused her to drop her reaction. Uncomfortable, Recovery Girl said. When Saitama told me what happened, I feared the worst may have happened to you. You're alive. What is that, too? Psychos inquired. The pro-hero was unaware that the Esper had a sly smile on her face. I don't believe I have to say that. You were the one who knew me the best. Psychos' smile faded as she said, that is true. She then walked over to a chair, swiveled it to face the old woman, and sat down. Recovery Girl's demeanor abruptly changed, and she boldly asked the question she had been thinking about in front of the tall Esper. What brings you here? With a sly smile, Psychos said, this is kind of unexpected. I thought we could talk about old times. What is the number of years since I entered this office? 9 years. Recovery Girl boldly walked straight to the Esper and said, you should stop trying to fool me. No matter how you try to talk like her, I know that you are not her, she said. It would never be disrespectful for the psychos I knew to sit in front of her elders. She wouldn't have a villain's smile either. Even though you have her voice, body, and face, you are not the girl I was watching out for. HMPH. As perceptive as ever, recovery girl, Psychos said, grinning and getting to her feet before walking off to a table and grabbing a file case. I didn't underestimate you, and I was right. In all honesty, I came here to learn something. You don't need those files, Psychos stated, I'm not here for them. She glanced over the names and found the students' medical records intriguing, remarking slyly, these students will make great heroes, if they are allowed to grow, that is. Calm down, old friend. I'm not going to touch them. I simply have a question. Well, I hope you find it without causing any trouble. Psychos acknowledged, I wish I could, but I can't risk exposing myself while in Tatsumaki's psychic range because she's in the building. You should consider yourself fortunate. We won't see each other again on a mutual basis after this. You will have a terrible ending the next time, if there will be one. The pro-hero felt a squeeze in her chest, disappointed and hurt by what she heard, even though she knew she was talking to a villain. You used to be full of so much promise, recovery girl said frowningly, but I see now without a doubt that the girl I knew those years ago is gone, replaced by the very thing in front of me. So, you intend on going down this path? She gulped some spit as she said, until now you have become the very thing you swore to stop. Her anxiety, fears, and insecurity had led her down this path. You have allowed your visions of the future to twist your mind so much that until now, she said, fighting back tears. You have some points there, old friend. Psychos said, grinning slightly, but it all depends on your point of view, because you see, I have not changed. Rather, I have matured from the naive youngster I once was. I have seen through the lies of the heroes and the government, and I will fix everything wrong with this world. By wiping out humanity's existence, he said, in contrast to those like you who claim to serve and protect the weak. Recovery girl's bother felt a sense of dread, and as she opened her mouth, her boldness was replaced by shock and fear. According to recovery girl, why, you can't be serious. Psychos reclaimed her feet and said, oh, I am very serious. What do you think I have been doing all these years? She asked. I realized that a new strategy was required after I was defeated by Saitama's hands. Maybe you will witness the outcome when it materializes if you live long enough. I'll not allow it, recovery girl shouted. I can't allow this too. What happened? Psychos stomps her foot in front of recovery girl, saying, what are you capable of, you pitiful pro-hero? Healing someone is your only option, and even that has complications. Knowing full well that you can never be on the front lines, you hid yourself here. Psychos kicked recovery girl in the stomach before she hit the ground, and she groaned as she struggled to recover, remembering only that Psychos had hit her with his high heel, but it didn't matter, and Psychos approached the woman. Maybe this is a good time to see it for myself, Psychos said with a smile of amusement, adding, I was always curious if you can heal yourself. I won't kill you where you lie, recovery girl, because you were like a grandmother to me. In return, you need to keep this in mind. Recovery girl stared up at Psychos's face, which was frightening to look at, especially when her eyes flashed green and her smile turned devilish. Without her walking stick, she couldn't stand up on her own, especially in the position she was in. You guys will understand what it's like to lose, to feel so certain that you're correct, but still failing. You can run from it, dread it, or fight it. However, destiny still comes in the end. I say this in conjunction with it. Not even half of humanity will be left by the time I'm finished. There won't be anyone to remember you. Recovery girl moaned. Psychos's plan was frightening to consider, but when a switch flipped in the pro-hero, she sat up and said, I'm not afraid of you, not anymore, with a fierce expression in her eyes. You would fail because you have forgotten and undervalued the principles of pro-heroes. Then do us both a favor and die of old age. It's a good thing I released that video, she thought, because of the mysterious circumstances surrounding it. Tatsumaki won't have her full concentration to sense what I just did. Goodbye, old friend. You think Tatsumaki can replace the girl you knew back then? Don't make me laugh. Psychos snapped her finger to end her statement, and recovery girl passed out and fell on her back. The blue-haired Esper then proceeded to the door. Try as you can, heroes, Tatsumaki will fall, and when that happens, I will be there with a hand out to her. The best part is that it will be thanks to society's scrutiny. The Esper then left, shutting the door behind her. As she turned to her left, she noticed a familiar figure standing there. The individual was a teenage girl dressed in UA's standard uniform. She looked very much like the Esper herself, with wavy blue hair like Psychos's. Psychos knew the girl's identity. All those years ago, the girl was her Psychos remarked, "So, you've finally shown yourself. I was looking for you." The younger version of herself said stoically, "You found me. Are you really going to go ahead with this? You have to realize that once you continue with this ambition, then there's no going back to the life you once had." Psychos let out a startled laugh. She kept staring at her younger self, unfazed by it. It took a few seconds before Psychos relaxed and flashed a tiny smile. Through rhetoric, the Esper questioned, "Foolish child, is that all you can say? I figured I would find you here, lingering in my mind somewhere. I assumed you would put up a better statement than this. I'm kind of disappointed, or should I be disappointed in myself? I call Garou weak for keeping some part of his humanity intact, when someone like myself still have your pitiful existence. I'm not afraid of you." Psychos went to her and said, "Of course, you won't be. Despite everything I have done that would deem me a scorn in the human history, you still survive somehow. But you are getting weaker, it won't be long before you cease to exist. Now I could personally rid you of your misery, but there won't be any fun in it. Now that I know you exist, I'm going to enjoy watching you die with my own 2 eyes. Do what you want with me. It won't change the fact that he will stop you." Psychos laughed. "Who, All Might? Caped Baldy? Or are you trying to mislead me from thinking that it could be Tatsumaki?" She said, "You will find out in due time. He will become the world's greatest hero and your association's biggest threat." Psychos found the statement shocking. The bell rang abruptly before she could ask. In some classrooms, the doors were thrown open to let students in. But none of them saw her. The younger version of her, a surviving example of what the Esper once was, vanished before a single eye could be placed on her. It wasn't for herself that Ochako was concerned. Since it was lunchtime, the esteemed school students were enjoying themselves in the cafeteria. Izuku sat across from the brown-haired girl, while Tenya Iida sat to her right. Thus, it was not unexpected that she mentioned a particular Esper. Ochako expressed concern, saying, "Have anyone seen Tatsumaki? It doesn't look like she's here." She grabbed a bowl of rice and cut a piece with chopsticks. It lifted her spirits. "This rice is yummy. We get all kinds here, huh?" Izuku gave a somber reply, "I haven't seen her either. I would have, but Tatsumaki suddenly left once the bell was heard. I guess she doesn't want to talk about what she's going through. I was made class president so suddenly. I'm really not sure I'm up to the task." With a cheerful smile, Ochako replied, "Sure, you are. And we'll find Tatsumaki." Tenya was impressed. "You'll be all right, Midoriya. I'm sure the both of you will find her," he replied. "You've got the guts and judgment when it counts. That is why I voted for you, because I knew you have it in you to carry us through." "So it was you?" Izuku pondered. Ochako turned to him and said, "But didn't you want to be class president yourself, Iida? You've got the look down with the glasses too." Uraraka can be unintentionally blunt at times, Izuku reflected. Iida sipped the juice from his glass. "Like I said, mere volition has nothing to do with one's actual suitability. I did nothing more than follow my own judgment on the matter." Izuku remarked in shock and surprise, "You're so proper, Iida." "Yeah," Ochako replied intelligently. "You're always going on about honor and stuff. I might be wrong, but are you from an upper crust family?" "Super crust?" Izuku cried in bewilderment. Though initially a little reluctant, Tenya shocked them with a revelation. He turned out to be a member of a family that had a long history of heroics. In addition to being the family's second son, he was related to Ingenium, the turbo hero, a pro hero. His older brother happened to be the pro hero. This surprised Ochako and Izuku, but it also piqued their interest. Tenya continued, "He's a beloved pro hero who prizes the rules and guides the people, and I aspire to be a hero like him one day. As such, I think it might be too soon for me to be in a leadership position. For now, Midoriya is the better man, and him becoming president is the right choice." Ochako and Izuku stopped and simply gazed at him. They were impressed by Tenya's display of yet another positive side. Ochako remarked, "I think that's the first time you've smiled, Iida." Tenya exclaimed, surprised. "Is that true? I smile too, all the time?" Between those two, everything else became subtly agreeable. Observing his friends engage in back-and-forth conversation, Midoriya grinned. He could still recall Tenya's previous words. He came to the realization that they weren't all that different. The whole cafeteria fell silent at that moment. It surprised Izuku and his friends, so they looked for the reason. It seemed that everyone had taken notice of a particular Esper. Izuku exclaimed, "What could be, Tatsumaki?" without surprise. As far as he could see, the Esper herself was the reason for the silence. Despite her best efforts to ignore the stares, she could feel them on her as she went to grab lunch. She went to a seat after the pro hero who was serving her lunch silently finished serving her. But the looks didn't stop even then. The students' murmurs and whispers were audible to Tatsumaki. Even the table where she sat to eat was nearly full of students who were staring at her as she attempted to eat. These people, don't they realize that staring is embarrassing? Tatsumaki yelled angrily in her mind. I wanted to avoid this place, but if I do that, it will only make me appear weak. I can't allow them to affect me. Hey, Tatsumaki. You're here. The Esper felt the presence of the person beside her and recognized that voice. Ochako and Izuku stood nearby, one of them a little uneasy about Tatsumaki's stance. Tatsumaki's expression reminded him somewhat of her battle with All Might. According to Ochako, can we join in? Tatsumaki remained silent. She noticed that there was nobody occupying the seat in front of her. Ochako sat there, considering it a kind gesture. Izuku and the girl with the brown hair placed their individual trays on the table and sat down. Izuku nervously said, So, Tatsumaki, how are you feeling? Tatsumaki remained silent. She started eating, which coincidentally turned out to be a bowl of tasty rice. Ochako saw it, of course, and stared at it with intense excitement. Ochako exclaimed, Wow, you're eating rice too? So am I, and continued. The cafeteria serves them right. It's probably because we have a good cook as a pro hero. Oh yeah, that reminds me what we were talking with Iida just now. By the way, he doesn't mind that we left him behind, he's always like. Tatsumaki made an effort to ignore Ochako's voice. The brown-haired girl had no idea that she was making the Esper angry by the second. Izuku then attempted to gently tell Ochako to stop, as if he had noticed. Sadly, he arrived too late. Enough! Exclaimed Tatsumaki. Everyone in the cafeteria fell silent once more. Tatsumaki had drawn everyone's attention with the volume of her voice. The Esper was enraged and slammed her chopsticks to the table, breaking them in the process, but she didn't seem to care. Tatsumaki screamed, I don't need your pity, leave me alone. Ochako's typical smile fell away, surprising her. Tatsumaki, Tatsumaki hurled, I don't want to hear it, once more. Then she bolted from the table and headed for the door. Just leave me alone. Izuku yelled, Tatsumaki, wait. Disregarding him, she fled. Ochako could only gaze at the location where the Esper fled, still in disbelief at the outburst. Izuku didn't care that students were already whispering to one another. He said, rising from his chair. I'm going after her. She's just under a lot of stress. Uncertain if she should speak, Ochako nodded. After that, Izuku fled the cafeteria in search of the Esper. The teenager had hoped that the task would be simple, but it wasn't. The Esper was nowhere to be found, and he had no means of tracking her down. He didn't give up, though. He continued to dash around until he collided with something solid. He winced and said, Ow, that hurt. Midoriya Izuku. Anywhere, Izuku could recognize that voice. He glanced up to see Genos standing before him, his expression bewildered. As the cyborg extended his hand for Izuku to grasp, the teenager thankfully accepted before being hauled back to his feet. After dusting his butt, he said, Thanks, Genos. Then he suddenly jumped as his thoughts returned to what had transpired. Tatsumaki, have you seen her? Genos fell silent. He examined his surroundings as if he were surveying the space. Unsurprisingly, Izuku was perplexed by his actions when the cyborg looked up and then spoke. She's at the rooftop. Izuku exclaimed, The rooftop? That fast? Without surprise? The voice was urgent as Genos said, No time to explain. You should be going to her. Genos startled Izuku a little. Still, he ran past the cyborg as instructed. Just as he turned to leave the hallway, Genos called out to him. Izuku stopped, turned to face him, and forced the two people there to look at one another. Genos cautioned, Be careful. Tatsumaki has a good heart, but she holds her feelings to herself. You do not know this now. She has gone through some things that have made her the way she is. I wish you the best of luck with your encounter. Thanks? Before anyone could speak, Izuku fled. Although Genos' statement was ambiguous, the young adolescent boy wasn't sure if he should address it. However, his priority was to locate Tatsumaki and ensure her well-being. In addition, the Esper was present on the rooftop. As she scowled and gazed forward at the city, she could feel the wind blowing blissfully against her. Even though it was so lovely, Tatsumaki's melancholy state was not alleviated. She sighed, resting her elbows on the railing, and started to recall something that had happened early in the morning. Even though it was 4 a.m., The darkness persisted outside. For a long time, the child emperor was seated in a room that was rectangular in shape. But he wasn't alone. Tatsumaki, Genos, and Zombie Man were all seated in the lengthy row of seats, clearly separated from one another. Child Emperor said anxiously, shouldn't we all be closer? Tatsumaki pointed to Genos and exclaimed, and be close to him? Heck, no, I never want to be close to that tin can. Also, what's with this place? It looks like you're expecting more people. Yes, said Child Emperor, straightening his posture, but it's not the way you think. One day I hope to gather a group of heroes and form a team called the Special Class Heroes or S-Class Heroes for short. Whatever. Tatsumaki sat back with her arms folded across her chest. Child Emperor called, Genos. If you want, you could join the team. It will give you the chance to get stronger. Your master can also join if he's willing. Genos placed a contemplative hand on his chin and said, I will consider it. A smiling child said, and, Zombie Man, you could try it. Knowing that Genos might join his group gave him a sense of satisfaction. I know you have a couple of run-ins with the authorities, but I think I can get them to look the other way if you join us. Smirking, Zombie Man said, I'll join. Great, said Child Emperor, grinning broadly. Now I can just need to get the Pro Hero Metal Bad to join in and we'll be. Tatsumaki screamed, Hey, are you forgetting something? With rage. Glaring at Child Emperor, she slammed her hands on the table. You called us here saying it was something very important. I hope this was not the important thing you wanted to say, Child Emperor. The Child Emperor stammered, right. With a sigh, he said, I know it seems like I forgot, but believe me when I say that this is important. You see, Psychos is on the move and we'll need to respond quickly. Tatsumaki clenched her fists in rage and exclaimed, so, she's really alive. Genos answered, yes. In my travels, I've come across monsters that have informed me about her movements and possible whereabouts. However, it would appear that she was one step ahead of me every time. The Child Emperor added gravely, that is why, we can't do it alone. We need other heroes on our side. At first I thought we could fight her with our combined strength, but the battle with Garou proved otherwise. Tatsumaki exclaimed, HMPH. I can take them on, with pride. Leave Garou and Psychos to me. I'll take them down on my own. You guys can just deal with the lackeys they have. Zombie Man got enraged and got to his feet. Then he glared at the Esper while slamming his fists on the table. Do you really think this is just going to go the way you want it? We're going up against a monster who knows possibly more than we know about ourselves. Stop talking. Remember who saved your life. Tatsumaki shouted at Zombie Man. Did you really save me? Demanded Zombie Man. With equal suspicion, Tatsumaki questioned, what does that supposed to mean? Zombie Man straightened up. Other than Child Emperor, you didn't save anyone. You just snapped and went about destroying anyone or anything in your sight. Genos and I just took the chance to escape before you killed us too. And guess what? We've all snapped at some point in our lives in her clutches. We just didn't have the psychic powers to break free. Child Emperor attempted to defuse the situation by saying, hold on, guys. Let's not start a fight. We're allies here. Psychos is the enemy. Tatsumaki's gaze shifted to Child Emperor. Allies? She got to her feet and headed for the door. You three are the allies. I never agreed to join you guys. This meeting was a waste of my time. Tatsumaki, wait. Ignoring the young boy, the Esper walked away. Child Emperor quickly got up and chased after her. Because of this, Zombie Man and Genos were alone. The former sat down and sighed. Genos questioned, why did you do that? You know Tatsumaki is one of the few people who are compatible in a fight with Psychos. With a heavy sigh, Zombie Man said, I know. The young child eventually caught up to Tatsumaki outside Child Emperor's secret base. The wind was blowing gently against her skirt and hair as she stood alone. It wasn't until she turned to face Child Emperor that the Esper appeared to notice her presence. You know, as much as I hate to admit it, I think he was right. Tatsumaki responded. I barely remember what I did throughout that breakout. I remember saving you from getting shot, but the rest is either blurry or just not there. Ironic, right? An Esper is supposed to be superior in the Battle of the Minds and yet, I can't seem to unlock my memories of then. The Child Emperor answered, perhaps it's for the best. Sometimes the body responds in some ways just to protect us. Tatsumaki looked up at the sky and remarked, HMPH, I guess so. Child Emperor, I want your honest thoughts, and don't lie to me, I'll know. This world is filled with people who claim to be heroes. Is there any one of them who can stop me? In the off chance that I end up losing control of my quirk, is there someone out there that can stop me? Child Emperor turned away and fell silent. Tatsumaki would want to know about the people he knew, but because of his feelings for her as a brother, he was hesitant to tell her. However, the silence was growing gloomy, so he responded. I won't say that they can stop you, but, in battle they are the most compatible against you. Tatsumaki was immediately intrigued and eager to learn more. She turned to face Child Emperor and listened to his words. According to a combat analysis I've done over the years, there are only 7 heroes with the quirk to face you in battle. He then started naming them. The Knight Hero. Metal Knight. With his vast knowledge and arsenal of weapons he possesses that not even the world government knows about. Although Tatsumaki was unaware of that hero, he was able to infer that it was a knight-themed hero. Child Emperor went on. The Dragon Hero. Ryukyu. Though she is very human, her ability to turn into a fierce dragon makes her a dragon-level threat because of her enhanced strength and immense durability. Tatsumaki was also unfamiliar with that name. She knew quirks changed a person to fit the gift they had, but she never imagined it would be a full body change to a real dragon. Child Emperor was added. The Strong Hero, King. He dropped from the top 10 due to his inactivity over the years. However, he is still a hero that's so deadly that monsters and villains alike would think twice not to anger him. Tatsumaki was unfamiliar with another name. Both his reputation and the fact that he was not active were surprising. Tatsumaki reasoned that he must have been a very powerful hero to make such an impression. Child Emperor went on. The Equipped Hero, Yoroi Musha. His vast knowledge as a veteran hero, added with the armor he possesses and equipment, makes him a hero that can't be taken down easily. There was nothing about him that Tatsumaki found intriguing. He did sound very elderly. The next one was mentioned by Child Emperor. The Winged Hero, Hawks. He's very formidable when it comes to his speed, to the point that he can keep up with upcoming hero Flashy Flash. However, what sets him apart is not only his speed, but his flight, techniques and intelligence. As expected of the number 4 ranked hero. Tatsumaki didn't particularly enjoy contemplating this pro-hero. Even just hearing about him made him sound obnoxious. Child Emperor explained, that brings me to the Bald Hero, Caped Baldy. 4 years ago, he defeated Garou despite the odds. At that time, Garou had beaten a big number of heroes and was on the edge of bringing the Age of Fear to the world. Without a doubt, Caped Baldy earned the rank of number 3. This captivated Tatsumaki, but somehow, she imagined her neighbor wearing a ridiculous hero suit. The Child Emperor added, and then lastly the symbol of peace. All Might. With his quirk One for All and his strong conviction to stop evil, he's more than capable to push past his limits to bring peace to the world. So I can stay up with that old man? Tatsumaki pondered, although he was somewhat dubious about the subject. But keep in mind that I did not rank them based on a scenario. Each of them has their own unique trait and is regarded very highly by society. Child Emperor clarified. Tatsumaki questioned, then what about Aizawa-sensei? Eraserhead is a professional hero in his own way. I kind of admire his attitude and seriousness in different situation. He's a focused hero who knows what is best for others. But, his quirk depends on what he sees. Anyone can obstruct his sight in one way or the other. Huh, so there's no one in UA besides All Might that. Child Emperor cut in, have you heard of the Big Three? He went on when he noticed Tatsumaki looking at him bewildered. I'm not surprised. You just started going to UA not too long ago. So what about them? They can't be any bigger than the heroes you just mentioned. With a very serious expression, Child Emperor said, you might be wrong about that. Tatsumaki was taken aback by it, but she still gave him her whole attention. You are not the only powerhouse in UA. Amongst the entire students in UA, there are 3 students who not only are the highest in UA but possibly the entire hero society. He went on to give them names. Tamaki Imajiki, Najire Hado and Mirio Tagata. These 3 are Japan's top 3 students, and individually they are compatible to fight you in a battle. With an eyebrow raised, Tatsumaki questioned, you're joking, right? Child Emperor paused before continuing, I wish I was, but when I was invited to UA to teach the 3rd-year students on almost impossible and dangerous scenarios, those 3 alone were able to clear them flawlessly. Their quirks, their growth and their very presence have been refined from years of painstaking hard work. Tatsumaki scoffed and averted her gaze. HMPH, she added. I'll see for myself if I meet them. For now, they just sound like exaggerated teenagers who've been too overhyped by the public. I'll see you again, Dote. According to Child Emperor, yes, we will. He appeared unsurprised by Tatsumaki's demeanor because he had anticipated her reaction to be as she expressed it. Now what? Tatsumaki let out a sigh. She was still on the rooftop, and the present moment had returned. Because of what I did to that stupid cyborg, I'm probably hated by everyone. Although I don't regret it, the attention is becoming too much. I just melted into the background in middle school. I never gave a damn about what people said, but now that I have the debt and that video is out, I'm wondering if it's worth it to continue. I should probably get a fubuki and move abroad. Anywhere, Child Emperor could provide us with new identities. She then forced a phony smile. It's decided then. I hear Canada is wonderful at this time of the year. You don't mean that, right? Tatsumaki was taken aback. She looked in the direction of the voice as her eyes grew wide. Izuku stood by the door, his face displaying a puzzled expression. Midoriya? Asked Tatsumaki. Izuku questioned, you're not thinking about leaving, right? It was clear that he was anxious and worried about the Esper. However, he moved forward when he didn't hear back. Come on, Tatsumaki, this is your life we're talking about here. And what about my life do you know? Izuku was surprised. He looked away after opening his mouth to speak. He thought of what Genos had said, and hesitated. Without hesitation, Tatsumaki said, see, you know nothing. I've tried my best to play along with this country's laws. I thought it'd be easy since I'll just buy an average citizen, but it just isn't. I've been dragged to the least place I wanted to be, told to become the one thing I dislike and put in a spotlight I hate. There's no place for me in Japan. You're wrong. What's that? Izuku gripped his fist to his chest and thrust his head forward. I said you're wrong. I may not know much about your life, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't want to know. Tatsumaki, I know you don't like heroes. I know you don't want to go to UA, and I know you just want to be a normal person. But you shouldn't leave UA or Japan, because, he spoke in a deep and shout. If you keep running now, you'll only keep running forever. Are you that kind of person, Tatsumaki? Tatsumaki was simultaneously taken aback and incredulous. She turned away from Izuku after staring at him for a long time. The rhetorical question was, you're kind of annoying, you know that? It surprised Izuku, who stammered out a response. But, she broke off, I can't be looking out for myself. I have my sister. You won't understand that since you're an only child. Izuku scowled. He bowed his head and said, yeah, I guess I wouldn't understand, sorry. Nothing was said for a few seconds. A minute went by, and once more, no one spoke. Izuku was unable to move or find the right words to say. Finally, Tatsumaki had brought him to the brink of doubt. Then Tatsumaki scratched her hand through her hair and said, I guess I'll be going now. Then she faced Izuku once more. For the most part, it was nice having you around as a friend. You were my first and I'll hold a lot of gratitude to that. Goodbye, Midoriya. Then, for the final time, Tatsumaki turned away from him. After using her quirk, she stepped off the rooftop and got ready to permanently leave UA. She would most likely not see the school again. When Izuku considered it, he was reminded of everything they had been through together. With his head down, Midoriya thought, I guess this is how it ends, huh? Tatsumaki flew a few feet away without saying anything more. However, the hand caught the Esper even though it was in midair. She was taken aback and distracted from her quirk. She noticed it was Izuku when she looked down. Midoriya, you idiot. They both fell to the rooftop. The impact did not cause Tatsumaki any pain. Before realizing she was on top of someone, she pondered why. Tatsumaki blushed immediately at Izuku, who also took the brunt of the blow. The girl stammered and her whole face flushed, and she scurried back. Why you? What the hell? Emitted Tatsumaki. Izuku sat up, winced a little. Sorry, I just did it without thinking. The moment Tatsumaki saw Izuku sprinting to save Bakugo from the mud villain immediately came back to her. But it didn't make her feel any less embarrassed or angry. This isn't like that time, idiot, I don't need saving, she yelled. Izuku slowly got back up on his feet after saying, I know you don't, you're much stronger than I am. But, I don't think you want to leave UA either. Exclaimed Tatsumaki. Without hesitation, she stood up again and gestured toward him. Listen here, Midoriya. This is not your life to decide, don't you get it? As he looked at the ground, Izuku remarked, True, this isn't my life. But, I get this feeling in my chest that if I let you go, you'll be making the biggest mistake of your life. Believe me, I've done my share of running away from my problems and it never goes well. It never solves anything except leaving a bad feeling in your heart. She turned her head away, thinking, now that I think about it, Bakugo and his posse used to bully him back then. He and that guy were also childhood friends. Can I still call myself a big sister if he has been bullied so much since he was a child and still aspires to be a hero? Then she turned back to face Izuku and straightened out. No, this isn't the same. The consequences of my actions have an impact on Fubuki's life. Izuku said glumly, if it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. When Tatsumaki saw him bowing his upper body to her, she was taken aback. If I hadn't gone ahead and tried to save Kachan, you wouldn't want to leave Japan, your home. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Then he started crying. Tatsumaki could see the tears falling to the floor without even looking at his face. As she watched, it startled her and even made her feel a little guilty. All this time I must have seemed selfish, Izuku said glumly. I obtained the quirk of the hero I admired, entered the school I dreamed of and made some friends. Yet, all this time I didn't realize that you were just trying to adapt to things you didn't like. I guess I can't blame you for wanting to leave. And yet, I don't want you to leave because I'll miss you, Tatsumaki. Both of the Esper's cheeks blushed slightly in surprise. Izuku's feelings were nothing new, but they suddenly brought her into the public eye. Feeling a little ashamed, she held the wrist of her right arm in her hand and looked around. She had never felt this before, of course. She thought, geez, Midoriya, you're really something, huh? And grinned slightly. She felt strangely happy because she was no longer depressed or ashamed. She knew what she needed to do, but she wasn't positive about it. Then she called, Midoriya. A finger flick to Izuku's forehead startled him as soon as he looked up. He yelled and held the painful spot because it hurt. Tatsumaki, meanwhile, had her hands on the teen's hips and was grinning at her. Still the same Midoriya from back then, except you're growing, she murmured. Izuku glanced at her and said, huh? The Esper averted her gaze, concealing her emotions from earlier. A handkerchief was then taken from her pocket by her reaching hand. She held it up to Izuku's face and spoke. Wipe that off. You're kind of pissing me off. As Izuku took the handkerchief, he said, oh, sorry. In a quiet voice, Tatsumaki reassured him, don't be. But the teen with the green hair hardly heard it. Still, he grabbed the handkerchief and dabbed at the tears on his cheeks and near his eyes. Then, with an awkward glance back at Tatsumaki, he gripped the object in his hand. It's wet now, I'll have it cleaned and give it back to you, he replied. Tatsumaki grinned and started toward the door, saying, you better. Izuku hoped she would stay and asked, you're not going away anymore? The Esper stopped and swiveled to the side. It's kind of a pain to leave the life I have here, so I'll stay, for now. She replied. But, if you want me to come back one day, you'll have to promise me one thing. No matter how bad the situation may be, no matter how sad things might be, promise me that you will always do your best. Izuku stopped and inhaled deeply. He shouted loudly, thinking about the pledge he would have to make. I promise. Tatsumaki turned away with a smile and said, HMPH, then let's get back to the cafeteria. I think I owe Sweetness an apology anyway. Izuku grinned back in relief and gratitude, right. After resolving their differences, they returned to the stairs, prepared to take on whatever lay ahead. But then something unexpected happened. They were taken by surprise when a loud alarm rang. What's that? Izuku turned to face the ceiling. Tatsumaki responded, activating her quirk, it's some kind of alarm. She sensed that something significant had already arrived. She pondered, but what could it be? Garou and Mosquito Girl had just snuck into UA. Mina, the reporter, remained on the ground, stunned by Garou's strength. The hero hunter walked in as if nothing had happened after expertly removing the notorious UA's barrier. He looked about and remarked, so, this is the School of Heroics. Then he saw the main building and smiled. Knock knock, heroes. The hero hunter has arrived. With fear in her eyes, Mina looked at the hero hunter and asked, what are you going to do? There are kids in there. Don't tell you're going to hurt them. Garou turned to face her and said, don't be stupid. I'm simply here to see if the big man's really a teacher here. Won't that be exciting? Seeing All Might in UA for the first time and then getting a report on it. Isn't that what you and your reporter buddies outside want? Mosquito Girl approached them and said, but what if he isn't there? If my brother is correct and All Might isn't there, we might just be wasting time. Mina turned and said, brother? Mosquito Girl gave a sly smile. You haven't heard? I'm kind of disappointed, but not the very least surprised. Big brother and I haven't talked in years. He's the kind of hero that likes to stay low and a teacher in UA. Lady, I am the sister of the pro hero Eraserhead. The voice was stoic as it said, you were always loud. Garou and Mosquito Girl turned to face the main building of UA. where they saw two heroes they knew. There were Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, and Hizahi, also known as Present Mike. Mosquito Girl said, "Big brother and his loudmouth friend, it's been a while." Startled, Present Mike said, "That's your sister? Wait, who are you calling loudmouth?" Aizawa chose to ignore him. He told Mosquito Girl, "You've gone too far, Yui. Breaking into Ua is one thing, but siding with the hero hunter is going too far." Mosquito Girl yelled, "Oh, shut up." She then extended her claws without showing the slightest sign of anger. "I can't give a rat's ass about this place. Everyone here is just food supply for me to take. Except you, big brother. I plan on ripping you to shreds for all those years you abandoned me. We both know because we're twins I'm immune to quirk. Let's see how you fight." Present Mike started to say, "Not if I," but was interrupted. When he looked for the source, he discovered that it was Aizawa. "What's that for?" Calmly, Aizawa stated, "There's a civilian with them. Besides, we have those reporters to consider too. They really don't know when to leave even when danger is here." Present Mike gave a frustrated click of his tongue. Reporters watched and recorded the entire event from the gate, and Aizawa was correct. Mosquito Girl and Garou were aware of their advantage, but they didn't give a damn. With her arms spread wide, Mosquito Girl bounded forward, prepared to tear her brother to pieces. "Here I come, Oni-chan," exclaimed Mosquito Girl. Aizawa prepared for a fight as she approached, but they both looked up when they heard a faint sound. Given that Mosquito Girl had just a second to fly out of the way before being killed, it resulted from her position. The faint sound was caused by a bright streaming light that crashed on the ground before it subsided. Finally, Genos had reached the scene. "I cannot allow this to continue." Genos stood erect and held out his hand to Garou, saying, "Breaking UA's sacred educational grounds, threatening to kill the teachers, and disrupting the flow of educational sessions. Stay back. This time I will eliminate you, hero hunter." "Demon cyborg," said Mosquito Girl growlingly. Then she turned back to Garou and laughed. "Leave him to me. I want to rip him apart for interrupting a special reunion." With a heartless expression, Garou answered, "Do what you want. I don't care." Then he turned to face Aizawa again and saw something in his eyes. It was impossible for the hero hunter not to smile. "You should really stop, Eraserhead. You're not going to get anything from me. After all, I'm quirkless." Garou proved it before anyone could speak. With minimal effort, he lifted his fist and punched it at his left side. Everyone's expressions were unimaginable as they watched the punch's air rip through the earth and shatter the wall in its path. Mina stumbled. Impossible." She was staring at the hero hunter with trembling eyes. "That's impossible. No quirkless person can do that." Garou raised his fist to his face and remarked, "You'll be right about that. But how about you ask Eraserhead to prove me wrong? His quirk is to nullify users' quirks." Aizawa remained silent. He was shocked that Garou's strength was equal to that of someone with a quirk, but he concealed his actual emotions. However, he wouldn't say that while Garou was clearly attempting to instill fear in others. In a rhetorical question, Garou said, "Ironic, isn't it? We've been told many times that the people with impressive quirks have a brighter future, that those without a quirk have nothing much to look forward to but a normal life. But guess what? Caped Baldy and I are living proof that it's all bullshit." Incredulously, Mina questioned, "Caped Baldy is quirkless too?" She wasn't the only reporter at the gate who was taken aback by her question. Present Mike and Aizawa were also taken aback by the disclosure. Garou asked rhetorically, "How do you think he was able to beat me?" "It's because he went through the same growth as me. A man like him is the last obstacle I need to surpass to achieve my goal. That is why I will defeat him and all might and become the symbol of fear." Genos answered confidently, "We won't let you get through." Then he descended the stairs with audacity and approached the hero hunter. "All Might will be here to take you on. I might not have the strength to defeat you, but I will certainly hold you off until he arrives." Garou said, "Oh, and what about your master?" Genos responded, "Master's time cannot be wasted on someone as low as you." He irritated Garou, who gave a small growl in return, then held his arm out and turned to face the reporter. "Miss Reporter, I will leave the evacuation of your colleagues to you." Mina hesitated before nodding. She was no longer being held captive by Mosquito Girl, and Garou didn't appear to be paying attention to her. It was obvious that she could get away, but the terror of the scene made her legs numb, and she was unable to stand. Present Mike found the entire situation unsettling. "Just where are the other teachers?" he said softly. "Genos is about to fight the hero hunter." A voice that wasn't real said, "I can answer that." The voice surprised everyone, But only Genos recognized it and was genuinely surprised to hear it again. At that moment, the sky turned overcast and gloomy. Everyone there was startled by the lightning that sprang from the clouds. Before a single lightning bolt struck Genos, everything was too perplexing and frightening. The demon cyborg didn't hesitate to act. In order to see what would happen next, he leapt back and landed a few feet. It was the silhouette in the dust cloud that caught everyone's attention, even though the bolt did hit the ground. After identifying the individual, Genos threw an energy ball at them. His assault was ineffective. The human hand extended, absorbing the energy blast until it was nothing, whoever it was. What a welcome. I expected nothing less from you, demon cyborg. The voice spoken by the silhouette was impressed. But Genos was not pleased. With both hands poised for a shot, he sprang forward and leapt directly at the victim. Aizawa yelled, "Genos, wait," but it was too late. Taking a smile, the silhouette extended its left hand. The rest became clear and the distance between Genos and the individual blurred. The demon cyborg landed in a crouched position, but his body quickly disintegrated. To everyone's surprise, his arms, legs, and torso fell to the ground. "Genos!" exclaimed Present Mike. Mosquito Girl smiled at that. Genos' head and upper body were the only parts still intact, and even then, it hurt to look at the scratches on him. Regarding the enigmatic individual, she eventually made herself known to everyone. With a sly smile, she remarked, "Such a warm welcome. It feels so good to be back." Then she turned back to face Aizawa and Present Mike. "Pro Hero Eraserhead and Pro Hero Present Mike, it has been long since we last saw each other. The cycle is now complete. When I left, I was but a learner. Now I am the master." But Aizawa whispered, "That wavy blue hair, you're her, Psychos." Aizawa was questioned by Present Mike, "Wait, that's little Psychos?" Psychos exclaimed, "I am no longer little. I have grown beyond your feeble minds, heroes." Then she extended her hands. "For instance, I have Ua completely under my control. No hero will be here to back you up." Aizawa appeared doubtful about it, but Present Mike was not in the same boat. As Genos attempted to move, he could hear everything. In the meantime, the entire event was broadcast live by the on-site camera crew, making it visible to everyone at home. With amusement, Psychos questioned, "Ironic, isn't it? Your walls and security are meant to keep villains out, and yet the tables have been turned." Present Mike and Aizawa sensed that they were about to experience something significant. They were on their own from here if Psychos was correct. But the Esper was far from finished. She sent the two pro heroes the influence of her quirk after activating it. Present Mike was immediately knocked to his knees, but Aizawa resisted, which wasn't simple. Psychos rhetorically questioned, "Ah, are you trying to shut off my quirk? Don't take me for a fool, Eraserhead. I've taken precautions against your quirk. You have no effect on me like those days." Aizawa was no longer able to keep up. Psychos was correct. His attempt to weaken her quirk didn't seem to be working. The teacher felt the psychic pressure holding him motionless until he was finally forced to his knees. Psychos said, "Now then," and moved forward. Garou and the Esper herself were sending a monstrous vibe, according to the two pro heroes, Mosquito Girl. "Let's have a little chat." Mosquito Girl's name, Demon Disaster Level. Garou's name, Dragon Disaster Level. Psychos is the name. Dragon Disaster Level. It was not unusual to witness a hero in a difficult circumstance. Not every hero was appropriate or compatible with every foe they encountered. But when that hero overcomes the odds and defeats the villain, it was that awe and admiration that captured children's attention. But there was a period when things weren't entirely clear. Heroes have triumphed over the unknown, whether it be a monster or a villain. However, Espers were unique in that no hero had ever been seen fighting and winning one in public. Their peculiarity differed from that of most people who are endowed with such a gift. Because of this, everyone watching on TV at the moment felt either apprehensive, afraid, or extremely concerned. The public was hardly aware of the forces that had invaded the United Arab Emirates. An Esper named Psychos, who was a former pupil of the school, had shown up. Garou, the notorious hero hunter, had already entered the school grounds by demolishing the massive gate that guarded the building from potential intruders. Mosquito Girl, a young mutated woman who was reportedly related to the pro hero Eraserhead, was with him. Everyone watched in anticipation during this period, hoping that the heroes would triumph once more. "Oh no, I'm immobile. Does this truly represent a psychic bind?" Present Mike pondered in exasperation. "To get us out of here, I can't even raise my voice. Until All Might shows up, I suppose we'll just have to wait this out. Surely he ought to have noticed this?" Psychos abruptly said, I wouldn't hold your last breath on that, Present Mike. Present Mike's eyes widened as her smile widened, startling him. You see, I've taken great caution on our arrival. Right now, the public's favorite #1 hero is occupied. Underscore. Line break. Underscore. There was another crisis on the other side of town. As All Might stood a few feet away, facing a dancing flame, people fled for their lives. His eyes narrowed to the dancing flames, seemingly focused, and then he saw two silhouettes passing through it as if it were nothing. One deeper voice said, Is that really what you can offer, All Might? I am quite disappointed in a hero with your caliber. The other added, I quite agree. Then both figures emerged. They were humanoid in nature, and if it weren't for their hideous bodies, they might have been mistaken for humans. They both had the same height as All Might and were muscular. The one at his front right was the first. With the exception of his face, arms, and legs, the majority of his body was consumed by fire. He was dressed in black pants and a sleeveless shirt, and a white vest with flames and spiked collars. In addition, he had braces on his neck and forearm and black arm warmers. In addition to the flames on his body, he had claws and teeth as sharp as a fox's. The blonde on his left was with the enigmatic monster. He was dressed in black arm warmers, white hakama pants with black trim, a white sash, and a form-fitting shirt without sleeves. After that, he had metal bands around his neck and biceps. Given that he was a monster with black markings on his skin and lizard-like eyes, his teeth were also pointed. His blonde hair stood up straight, and limbs that resembled insects sprouted from his scalp. All Might glared at them and asked, Just who are you? Your timing is too coincidental. Is it possible that the both of you have some involvement with the hero hunter and that woman? The monster with the standing blonde hair declared, I am Gale Wind. The other monster added, I am Hellfire Flame. According to your ranking system, we are dragon-level monsters, though it is of no concern of ours. As for our connection with those two, I would advise you be concerned about yourself, All Might. This is taking up too much of my time. All Might thought, I need to return to the school before things get out of hand. The pro hero was nearly taken by surprise at that moment. Suddenly, behind him, Gale Wind materialized. In response, the pro hero swung his arm at him, but it was unsuccessful. With swift kicks and punches, Gale Wind materialized in front of him. All Might was limited to what he was capable of. He started avoiding each kick and punch until he saw his opportunity and punched the monster in the head. All Gale Wind could do in those few seconds was smirk. Before he could grab All Might's arm and kick him off his foot, he quickly shifted his head out of the way. The pro hero was flung over the monster's body before he realized it. He anticipated my punching. Unlike most monsters, these two are unique. All Might thought, they're very good at hand-to-hand combat, and he twisted until his feet skidded against the road. Then he managed to stop, but not before he had a chance to catch his breath. Hellfire Flame decided to strike from behind at that precise moment. He proceeded to decapitate All Might while wielding a sword that was engulfed in flames. The pro hero ducked his head just in time, seeing it coming. After that, he spun quickly and punched the monster. But then Hellfire Flame was standing beside his brother, and he failed. With a tone of admiration, Gale Wind remarked, You're strong, All Might, perhaps even stronger than us. But, you lack the martial arts skills to match up with us. As martial artists, the best from where we're from, we can read your moves as clear as day. That is why you are not compatible to battle us, Hellfire Flame said. All Might was against that. He responded firmly, We'll see about that, villains. Underscore. Line break. Underscore Psychos went on to say, and don't count on other heroes coming to your assistance either. There was what could only be called an invasion going on somewhere else in the city. A group of heroes stood in front of the streets, prepared to fight the giant sea monsters that had entered. Death Arms, Kamui, and others were among them. The king of the deep sea was happy. He was grinning and licking his lips as he stood atop a building. Don't disappoint me now, heroes, he replied. Underscore. Line break. Underscore the TV crews from various stations could verify it back at the school gate. With shocked expressions on their faces, a few of them glanced at their phones and muttered to themselves that the woman was correct. Now do you see? There is no hope for you, Present Mike, she replied. With what little he had, Aizawa simply huffed. Then he looked at her dryly, catching Psychos' attention. You really think you have this under control? Just like that years ago, you were blind to the heart of a dedicated hero. Psychos smiled mockingly and said, Easy for you to say, Aizawa-sensei. Were you not one of those who believed I was dead? Just goes to show I can fool the likes of you, not that I consider that an achievement now. So how about you enlighten us? How are you still alive? Asked Aizawa. Psychos remained silent, but without hesitation. When she pushed her glasses back, her face only became proud. Enlighten you is such a small word, but I, certainly, will tell you what truly happened, she replied. For one, King had little involvement in the matter. The only monster dragon level monster there was me. I was the one who killed my parents and everyone in the compound. Everyone else was shocked, but Aizawa appeared unconcerned. Still, she went on. HMPH, before then, I realized something. No, more like I was shown the truth. Our world is on the course to destruction and I'm the one who'll set it right. However, before I could achieve that, I wasn't the only one whose true potential was awakened. The Caped Baldy was there. But I guess it was for the best. Looking back, I needed to be defeated by his hands so I may realize the steps I must take to do what must be done. Aizawa asked boldly, and what steps is that? Psycho smiled maniacally. She replied, by destroying you all. After that, she approached Aizawa and degraded him by petting his head. You're emotionally strong, Aizawa-sensei, but soon I will show you why you should be in despair. There are two heroes who are aware of my existence and are trying so hard to stop me. The first is Britain's top hero, handsomely sweet Mask, and ranked 11th pro hero, the child hero, Child Emperor. But do you know what's funny? I consider the boy a bigger threat than the adult. Then she released his hair. You see, Sweet Mask is trying to involve himself in affairs that are beyond his comprehension. I know he will not achieve the results he seeks. But Child Emperor, he's something else, a nuisance that must be rid of. For the past 1 year the boy has been digging deeper and taking actions that may delay my plans. But as much as I tried to find him, he has succeeded to evade my notices repeatedly, even during the aftermath involving Garou's battle. But it would seem fortune is smiling on me because one of his allies is here. Genos' gaze expanded. The woman was clearly referring to him. She started approaching him with a menacing expression on her face, which didn't help either. Time to take a look into your memory, demon cyborg. I can sense a bit of the boy's essence on you, she concluded. Don't come near me. I'll kill you, argued Genos. But because Pishkos had earlier taken away his limbs and firepower, he was in a precarious position. The reply from Psychos was, you humor me. Then she touched Genos' head and delved into his memory. She found the information she needed in less than a minute and got to her feet. So the brat is trying to create a team of heroes, huh? We cannot have that happening. Thank you, Demon Cyborg. You'll be the one responsible for his demise. Genos' only response was to growl in exasperation. As Pykos placed her fingers on her temple and spoke, he was left weak and in a very vulnerable position. I'm sending the coordinates. Destroy everything in sight and bring me the remains of Child Emperor. No, cried Genos. Line break. Child Emperor's base was being attacked in the woods. Hundreds of underground monsters emerged from the earth and started to attack Child Emperor's home, a dome-shaped fortress. However, cannons were unveiled and quickly launched energy balls at the creatures, so they were unable to get near the location. The base's electric shield immediately electrocuted the creatures that managed to reach it to death. HMPH. Shows them right, smugly exclaimed Child Emperor. Zombie Man questioned, are you sure this will hold them back? He was in the same room as Child Emperor and a few other heroes, standing behind them. Sitting on a chair with numerous monsters, the Child Emperor displayed the encroaching creatures. With assurance, Child Emperor stated, there isn't any need to fear. This base was built to withstand even the attacks of dragon-level threats. We should be fine. He spoke too soon. The pro heroes Ryukyu, Darkshine, Edgeshot, Crust, and Flashy Flash were with him. From his enormous monitors, they saw larger replicas of those subterraneans emerge from the ground and dash toward the dome at the same time. The eyes of Child Emperor grew wide. We have to get out of here now. He was correct in that regard because the damage caused by those enormous monsters' punches to the dome was catastrophic. The electric shield shattered in an instant, shaking the base itself. Child Emperor was already running to a location with the Zombie Man and the other heroes. According to Flashy Flash, it looks like we'll have to fight our way through. Darkshine acknowledged, no problem, this will be easy, and slammed his fist into his hand. The hero's eagerness left Edgeshot with no choice but to shake his head. Then Child Emperor caught his attention. When this is over, you should explain yourself, especially why that woman wants you dead so badly, he stated. Child Emperor opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself. The lights in the hallway flashed red, and the alarms went off. When the heroes saw the reason behind the hologram screen appearing, they stopped. A massive subterranean emerged from the ground and set its two enormous feet on it. The fact that this one was larger than the previous giant ones shocked everyone. It was a mountain-sized thing. However, the action didn't end there. Holding the sword tightly, the giant creature pulled back its upper left arm. A few heroes there, including Child Emperor, recognized what it was going to do. But it was too late because the monster instantly pierced the dome with its sword, which it hurled like a javelin. Remains of the old base fell to the ground as the entire area burst into flames. "His Majesty has done it," exclaimed the diminutive monster. "No," exclaimed the underground king. He approached and withdrew his sword. Then he added, pointing to a nearby location, "They made it alive." The group of heroes had survived the base, and he was correct. They were all carried to a landing a few feet away by the energy-based bubble that Child Emperor had constructed to shield them from the explosion. They realized their position, though, when the monsters finally caught sight of them. Ryukyu grinned a little and transformed into her enormous dragon form. "I was called her to hear out the kid. Never would I have thought that he was this promising. I guess it doesn't matter now. No matter how many of you there are, I'll take you down." Crust said, "I'm here too," and moved to stand beside her. "We'll take them on together." "Right," said Darkshine. "I've been looking for a good monster beatdown." Then Flashy Flash looked at Edgeshot. "Take the kid out of here. He's valuable," he stated. With a slight scowl, Edgeshot answered, "You don't need to tell me." Then, in spite of the child's protests, he turned to Child Emperor and lifted him onto his shoulder. "Put me down. I can fight," exclaimed Child Emperor. "Listen, I understand your courage and your intelligence. However, there comes a time in a hero's life where he must decide whether he can fight or leave the rest to his comrades. Have you forgotten what you learned, Child Emperor?" Edgeshot inquired. With hesitation, Child Emperor replied, No, I've not." Edgeshot said, "Good. Besides, you wanted to make a team, right? It looks like that might be coming to pass." Edgeshot then sprinted off with Child Emperor, warning the monsters while disappearing in a blur. Should there be a monster as tall as a building, he's getting away. Get high. Ryukyu had a different idea. She flew at the creature, snatched its face, and slammed it to the ground. "Did you not hear me? None of you are getting past us." Though pleased, the subterranean king remained silent. Suddenly, behind him, an earthen throne emerged from the ground. He sat down on the ground and drove the tips of his swords into it. He believed he had discovered great food and amusement for his kids. Line break. Psychos smiled humorously and asked rhetorically, "Isn't today so perfect? Everyone's so occupied or dealt with that the precious high school for upcoming heroes is almost vulnerable. Makes me wish I could cause a massacre. Can you imagine that, Aizawa-sensei? The Ua massacre has a great ring to it." Aizawa gave Psychos a stern look. He was more worried about his students than he was about his job. But Psychos seemed to find his response even more amusing, as she burst out laughing. "Finally, a reaction from such a boring hero," she exclaimed. Then Garou moved forward. With a few words he wanted to say, he put a hand on Psychos's. "Hold it right there, Psychos. If those monsters kill the heroes then..." Without turning to face him, Psychos interrupted, "There are more heroes where they came from. Besides, this is not a real invasion because I wasn't able to completely consider the contingency for certain individuals. Why do you think I haven't sent an army through the school's halls? You weren't supposed to come here, remember?" Garou knew what Psychos meant, so he didn't respond. The Esper turned away after shrugging his hand off her shoulder. "Let's get going, Mosquito Girl. We're done here." "What?" exclaimed Mosquito Girl. "But the demon cyborg, the school, we can take them all down." Psychos was limited to making fun of her. "You can stay with the hero hunter and have your fun. But I won't be responsible if you're caught in a psychic-made tornado from your guts." Mosquito Girl immediately became frightened. She was fully aware of Psychos's justification for retreating. However, Garou remained, and she questioned why he hadn't been ordered to leave. She said, "You're not coming with us?" Glaring at her menacingly, Garou asked, "Do I look like I should?" Then he waved his hand back at them as he turned to go to the open field by the school. "Do whatever you want. I don't care. All Might may not be here, but that doesn't mean I'm going to pass up this opportunity." Opportunity? Mosquito Girl pondered, but she didn't decide. The next sound she heard was a strong, loud female voice calling out to a certain Esper with blue hair. "Psychos." The pro-hero Mount Lady, Yu Takayama, had arrived on the scene. Her eyes were glaring angrily at the Esper that everyone was probably talking about, but she was panting heavily. Her blonde hair was so untidy that it was clear she ran all the way to the school gate. Amused, Psychos remarked, "This is quite unexpected. A blast from my past. The last I saw you, King carried you off to safety. Now look at you, finally the hero you want to be, but yet so far from making it big as you hoped. Tell me, are you here to apologize? To try and bring me to the side of good?" After a few seconds of waiting, Mount Lady straightened up. She then provided her response after that. "I thought I knew who you were, Psychos. But it's impossible. My best friend would never be as vile as you. HMPH. Psychos, the Esper of Ua, was weak. I killed her. Then I'll just avenge her death. Revenge is not the hero way." Mount Lady hesitated before answering. She knew that her emotions would impair her judgment, which is why she was acting in certain ways. One incorrect word could ruin her career because news crews were still watching the entire event. Psychos said, "You've gone quiet, as expected of a hero like yourself." He then walked forward a few nonchalant steps. "But while I'm the one talking, let me make things clear." Psychos then took an unexpected action. She sent Mount Lady flying near her after removing her from her feet with a psychic pull. Then Mount Lady took a violent blow to the stomach, causing her to cough up blood. Psychos gave Mount Lady's anguished face a close smile. "You are weak and you will always be weak." Then, using her free hand, Psychos punched Mount Lady in the head to complete that. The pro hero fell heavily to the ground and fell silent. Then, using that opportunity, Psychos left the school grounds, Mosquito Girl following. After witnessing her peculiarity, the news crews dared not stop her. But her impact didn't end there. In front of Psychos, a gigantic bird that resembled the one that took Garou away during his conflict with Child Emperor, Genos, Metal Bat, and Zombie Man landed. Then a few more monsters appeared alongside her, paving the way for her. Then she passed each of them, and they knelt before her. Psychos merely stated, "We're leaving now. The hero hunter has other business to attend to." And then she sat on the back of the bird and gazed back at the school grounds. HMPH, I almost forgot about them. You are free, Aizawa-sensei and his friend. Present Mike and Aizawa were immediately freed from Psychos' psychic shackle. Although they were both relieved, Psychos had more to say. "It was fun visiting my former place of learning. Sadly, we must bid each other goodbye. If I were you, I'll be trying to stop the hero hunter. Just who knows the amount of damage and casualty he might cause." The enormous bird then spread its wings and flew away. In an instant, the monsters that were with her vanished, and Mosquito Girl trailed Psychos. Knowing that the student's safety was in jeopardy, Aizawa and Present Mike hurried over to where the hero hunter was. Line break. The UA students had attempted to leave ever since the alarms went off. They were all unaware of the invasion and the condition of their teachers. Additionally, they were in a panic, which prevented them from following the proper procedure, which called for all students to go to the exit. This was made clear when students pushed into one another and nobody really moved forward in the corridor. What happened to the teachers? Tenya Ida's face was pressed against the glass wall facing the outside as he asked himself in frustration. Do they have a lot on their plate trying to figure out what's causing this panic? Tenya was already able to hear the situation getting worse. Denki and Ajiro made an unsuccessful attempt to get everyone to slow down. Tenya searched outside, as that was all he could see, but he was unable to find anything to help the students relax. He started to consider a solution, though, because he knew he had to put an end to the panic. Something must be able to be done about this. All of us are in a panicked state. "Iida!" exclaimed Ochako. Tenya forced himself to straighten up against the pressure from the other pupils. He noticed Ochako attempting to approach him from his left. "Uraraka," he exclaimed. "If I were my brother, Tatsumaki, or Midoriya at this moment." Then, a thought struck the teenager. He looked urgent as he extended his hand to Ochako. "Uraraka, make me float." That is what Ochako did. The male teen found himself floating weightlessly as soon as her hand touched Tenya. His face and mind were clearly focused on doing what had to be done, and his blood was pounding with adrenaline. In order to focus on the large exist sign in front of him, he threw his glasses aside. Now for a location to grab everyone's interest. Tenya was aware of what to do. He used the exhaust pipes from his engine right away after pulling his pants up to his knees. Engine boost. He let out a cry. He flew through the air nearly uncontrollably due to his position in the air at the time and the second he used his quirk. Luckily, he reached the exit, where he slammed his body against it and stayed in what looked like a human-shaped exit sign. He yelled, "Everyone calm down, loudly. I know we are all scared, but we are getting nowhere with this. Keep calm and let's conduct this in a calm manner. You're at UA. Let's conduct ourselves in the manner of those enrolled at the highest academia. Immediately, all of the students in the hallways stopped their panicking. The students' emotions had been successfully soothed by Tenya Iida. His action was admirable and would probably receive praise after everything was said and done. But there was only one issue. Tenya's action was observed by others besides the students. He's right, you know, Zero said, yeah. When he realized that he could hear that voice clearly from where he was standing, on the other side of the glass wall, he became perplexed. He only needed a second to turn to his right and let out a free, shocked scream. The person sarcastically asked, "Why all the screaming?" Then he snickered a little and his smile turned mischievous. "It couldn't be because I'm the hero hunter, Everyone was momentarily perplexed until a few of them looked in Zero's direction. After the peace was restored, Tenya's efforts were ruined by a different kind of panic. Every UA student had previously seen the hero hunter's face on television or other media, but they had never imagined that they would actually meet him. The panic instantly returned, only this time it was worse. Tenya exclaimed in frustration, "Everyone stop it. You're going to trample on. Damn, no one's listening anymore. What might have led to this? I don't get it. We were all going to get along just fine until... Who was the hero hunter? Is he here?" Garou could laugh at the entertainment outside the building. But that was not the hero hunter's disposition. Without exerting much force, he slammed the bottom of his fist against the glass wall right away. However, the fact that that hit caused enormous cracks didn't help. A frustrated, "Quiet. You brats are so annoying," he screamed. All of the students halted, but not in a calm manner. Garou went on. "Is this really what to expect from UA, the prestigious school for upcoming heroes? No wonder I kicked so many of your graduates' asses easily. If you can't be quiet over this, then do yourself a favor and quit. Being a hero is a shitty job, you wannabes." Nobody spoke. Either they dared not or they understood the hero hunter's words enough to do so. But to him, none of it mattered. He looked around him after taking his fist off the glass. With a more composed tone, he stated, "Besides, you guys aren't the ones I'm looking for. Stupid psychos and her association, taking down the heroes and keeping all my back. I should have left right now, but, fortunately, that girl is still here." Tatsumaki was aware that the reference was to her. They hadn't left the location since the start of the crisis, having been with Izuku since the time at the staircase. Although Tatsumaki's quirk allowed her to be aware of everything that occurred, Izuku was not. Garou yelled aloud. "Hey, you know I'm here and you know why I came. Show yourself and let's get this over with. I warned you, didn't I? You just had to go ahead and be the hero. Hey, you don't want me to start hurting your friends, would you?" The hero hunter slyly glanced at the pupils. Tatsumaki remained silent. Izuku was her only companion, and he couldn't understand what was happening. Since the beginning of the ordeal, Tatsumaki had not spoken to him. But when she ascended the stairs that would take her back to the rooftop, the scene was altered. Izuku worriedly said, "Tatsumaki, where are you going? What's going on?" "The hero hunter is here. The teachers have been incapacitated and the students are being held hostage. I'm going to stop this." Izuku protested by opening his mouth. He wished to protect Tatsumaki from harm. But he swallowed those words and said something else instead. Izuku said, "Then let me come with you. Ever since I took an interest to note down the heroic lives of a hero in action, I've always admired their courage and determination. But, there were times where I was forced to leave when I saw the hero hunter. He's scary and the way he dealt with so many heroes is just downright wrong. That is why, I don't want you to face this alone. Let me help you, Tatsumaki." Tatsumaki turned back to him and said, "You won't last a second alone against him. Are you that stupid?" Izuku asked gravely, "Who said anything about doing it alone? Whether you like it or not, I'm going with you and I'm going to fight right next to you, Tatsumaki." With a serious expression of her own, Tatsumaki answered, "Idiot. You do realize that once you fight him and we possibly win, your quiet life will be over. I'm ready for what would happen because I've seen this coming for a while. But keep in mind that just engaging him in public in the full view of our fellow students and the news crews standing outside won't go exactly as you hope." It was Izuku who said, "I wasn't aware. But, I made a promise to you, Tatsumaki. You're not alone in this." Tatsumaki gave a small smile. "Look at that, you're growing up." Izuku asked, perplexed. Line break, underscore. "I'm getting impatient," exclaimed Garou. Then he drew his arm back and faced the glass wall. "Just know that this is all on you, Tatsumaki. All of the students were in a panic, but they were unable to flee. With the likelihood that the majority of them would be killed, Garou's fist was aimed directly at them. Thankfully, a glimmer of hope stepped in and kicked the hero hunter in the ear. The human monster was pushed away until he stopped by the blow, which didn't hurt. With a serious expression on his face, Aizawa exclaimed, "Don't you dare lay one hand on those kids. Some of them are my students." Then he turned to face Present Mike again. "Mount Lady needs medical attention, can you do that?" Mount Lady stated, "There's no need for that." She approached Present Mike, stood beside him, and dabbed at her bleeding lips. "I'm tougher than I look. We're here to help you." Aizawa turned back to Garou and remarked, "No time for that. Right now we need to ensure the safety of the students. Now that you're up, help present Mike and get the students out of there. I'll take on the hero hunter." "What? That's crazy." Mount Lady shot back. "He's no pushover. Your quirk is to erase others' quirk, right? You can't fight him alone." Garou burst out laughing and said, "She's right, you know. You're nothing but another fodder, sensei." Aizawa remained silent. Garou recognized the martial arts stance he assumed. The hero hunter became somewhat dubious about his origins due to his posture. Present Mike, meanwhile, seized Mount Lady's wrist and hurried to the school's entrance. Although the news crews managed to enter the compound, they focused on Garou and Aizawa. Mount Lady exclaimed, "You're actually leaving him behind?" with a hint of surprise and rage. "I don't want to, but that guy's always been one to face the odds just to protect the innocent. He'll be mad at us if we don't save those students. Besides, Aizawa is no pushover either. He's someone you don't want to fight in a serious battle." They both stood in the stance of their respective martial artists, facing back at Garou and Aizawa. Some of the students, particularly his students, were cheering for their sensei to prevail in the standoff. Aizawa had never been seen in a real battle. "I hope you would emerge from the battle on top." Garou remarked, somewhat amused, "Looks like your comrades have really left you off to yourself." Aizawa didn't respond to him. Before he actually faced the hero hunter in combat, he needed to do one more thing. "Tatsumaki, are you listening?" In his mind, he asked. "Sensei?" Tatsumaki asked startledly. "Yes, I hear you, but how did you know I could?" "There's no need to explain now," Aizawa said. "Listen, don't come here and confront the hero hunter, no matter what you do. I need you to do something crucial. It's even better if you're with someone who can assist." "Tatsumaki!" yelled Izuku. Tatsumaki clarified, "It's Aizawa sensei. I'm reading his thoughts. He knows it and is telling me something. I need you to locate the teachers and inform them of the current circumstances, but I'm not sure what condition they're in. Are you able to do that?" "Yes, I can." "Good." The discussion ended with that. Tatsumaki spread the psychic effect on Izuku immediately after activating her quirk. The young boy was taken aback, but he was unable to verbally express it for long. With great urgency, Tatsumaki flew herself and him down the stairs. "Aizawa sensei needs us to free the teachers. I'm counting on you to help me, Midoriya." "All right." Izuku spoke confidently as he nodded. Line break. Garou said, "Still not talking, huh?" The Ua sensei did not respond, so he went on. "You must think this is great for you. Fighting one-on-one with the hero hunter to prove how brave you are. Don't deny it. You heroes are all the same. You're all just people with special quirks that gave you the spotlight." Without concern, Aizawa inquired, "Are you done? You came here for one of my students. I don't care about your ambition. But as a teacher, I cannot let you hurt any student here." HMPH. Garou grinned and chuckled. He had been amused by Aizawa. That didn't stop the hero hunter from vanishing from view, though. The next time anyone saw him, he was behind Aizawa and a few yards away. "Can you still say that after I break a lot of your bones, hero-sensei?" "Aizawa sensei!" exclaimed Ajiro. Mina yelled, "Look out, sensei!" Aizawa didn't appear to recoil. Garou was approaching quickly, his hands poised to strike him. Everyone's attention was drawn to the vivid blue lines that traced Garou's hands. He intended to apply the method of his own master to him. Finally, Aizawa answered. He just cocked his head to look at Garou before doing something completely unexpected. He struck key areas of Garou's body with lightning speed, using the exact martial arts technique the hero hunter intended to apply to him. Flowing water rock smashing fist. Garou was immediately taken by surprise and flung back. Aizawa assumed a position reminiscent of that of Bang, his former martial arts instructor. The next conflict with the hero hunter appears to be between Master Bang's two best students. Izuku Midoriya let out a loud voice of resolve and threw a huge metal door a few feet away with such force that it flew. Tatsumaki, who was next to him, was also looking for the UA teachers, though it wasn't as simple as they had hoped. At every turn, the building's security system worked against them, trying to prevent them from reaching their destination. Security robots like the enormous ones from the training ground were always in their way, and metal doors would block their path. Now those robots stood before them once more, prepared to fight them. Izuku and Tatsumaki exchanged nods before launching themselves directly at the robots, self-assured in their eccentricities. From the perspective of both teenagers, these robots were large even though they weren't as large as their counterpart. One of them attempted to strike Izuku. Avoiding it, the teenager clenched his fist in preparation for the punch's center. Izuku yelled, "Smash!" and struck the robot, causing it to fly into 3 other robots behind it, destroying them and 2 more in the explosion. Although it wasn't a major issue for her, Tatsumaki was also having her hands filled with the robots. She used her quirk to increase her speed and flew through a lot of the robots, killing them without getting hurt, before stopping. After dealing with the first wave of robots in the hallway, the second wave arrived. They irritated Tatsumaki, who raised her hand in response. Her quirk simultaneously caused the debris behind her to levitate until she pushed her fingers directly at the approaching robots, causing the debris to fly through them. Before the robots could even approach her, they were defeated. The floor and the air were rocked by the explosion until they were reduced to rubble on the ground and Tatsumaki remained upright. The wave wasn't finished, though, as Tatsumaki noticed 3 more robots approaching them through the thin smokescreen. When Izuku saw them too, he leapt over Tatsumaki, pulled his hand back, and yelled a battle cry. Consecutive normal smashes. He sighed as those robots were thrashed before his feet even touched the ground. All that was left of those machines was additional debris to the ones that he and Tatsumaki had already created. Astonished by the unbridled display of power, Tatsumaki blinked. The robots were lying there, ruined in front of them, even though she was positive that some of those punches hadn't even touched them. But this was no time to stand by and do nothing. Tatsumaki jolted out of her little daze, seized Izuku's wrist, and charged forward with a determined focus. Tatsumaki told him, "We're getting there now. I can sense them." Izuku replied with a nod, and before long, they were both standing in front of the staff meeting room door. The steel door covering the door was probably put there by the compromised security system to keep people out. With assurance, Tatsumaki declared, "This is the place. I can sense most of them inside." And Izuku said, "Right. What could have caused all of this? I know the hero hunter is here, but from what I've written knows, he isn't technologically smart to do all this." Tatsumaki turned away from him. They were both focused on the door. He hadn't heard Psychos's monologue the way she had due to her quirk, so she could understand his confusion. She walked over to the enormous door and touched it. She could see more clearly through it, the composition and structure of the door, and beyond that, the whole room. She turned back to him for an answer at the end. An Esper named Psychos did all of this. She and the hero hunter are why the whole school is in this damn frenzy. But we should worry about them later. Our school needs us, right, Midoriya? She asked. You're right. Izuku nodded in response. He was relieved that at least his fundamental inquiries had been addressed. Everything else would have to wait until the teachers were saved and things were normal again. Tatsumaki then returned to the door and used her quirk to make the steel crack innumerable times. She took the lead only because none of them wanted to crush any heroes in the way. The door was no different from the ones Izuku had knocked down. Tatsumaki said, "Oh, you may want to cover your nose," however, there was hardly enough time to do so. Izuku and Tatsumaki were struck by a massive explosion of green gas that also passed by them, entering the hallway and exiting through the windows as soon as the door broke apart into tiny fragments. When Izuku unintentionally sniffed it, he coughed and covered his nose with his arm to protect it from the weird gas. Tatsumaki, meanwhile, protected herself with her quirk and reached up to turn off the room's ventilation shafts. The incoming gas came from the shafts, so when she turned it off, the strong scent was gone from the room. Izuku was the first to ask, "What was that?" after he let his nose drop. But before he could respond, the teenager was taken aback by what he saw in the room. On the floor, unconscious and in a pitiful position, were a few of their teachers and a handful he only knew from his personal information. Among them were powerful men with a reputation for strength, endurance, and eccentricities, such as Tank Top Master and Vlad King. Izuku was able to analyze despite the unpleasant sight. That gas was some kind of knockout that affected the teachers. It was somewhat unexpected to hear Tatsumaki say, "Figures. If I was going to infiltrate a place, I'd take down the guys who were a threat to begin with and leave the rest to my own quirk. The Esper activated her quirk and held up her left hand to the room. The teachers coughed and started to get up from the floor after she used it to extract the last of the gas that was in their lungs. Midnight rubbed her head and complained, "What was that? My head hurts." With Tank Top Master by his side and also rubbing his head, Principal Nezu was able to comprehend their predicament. The final thing he said to the two teenagers was, "It had seemed that we were drugged by a powerful concoction that knocked us out. Thank you, Tatsumaki and Midoriya." Izuku was a little taken aback by the compliment and responded, "Why, you're welcome." Rolling her eyes, Tatsumaki went into the office. Then she said, crossing her arms beneath her chest, "We appreciate the thanks, but right now Ua is under attack by the hero hunter. Aizawa-sensei told us to get you guys while he holds off the guy, so if I was you guys I'd." Tank Top Master yelled, "Don't talk rudely to the principal, child," and cut the Esper off. "How dare you speak like that in front of?" Nezu looked thoughtfully at him and said, "No, Mr. Tanktop, she's right. We'll have to send backup to Aizawa-sensei, find the other staff members in the building, and evacuate the students before things escalate." Tatsumaki informed the students, "Hizashi-sensei and the hero, Mount Lady, are going to evacuate the students." With the thought in mind, Ectoplasm said, "We still have to assist them too." To share his thoughts, he turned to Nezu. "Whoever that is behind this likely wouldn't back away just because of two heroes. I suggest we split up into functional teams to deal with the situation." Principal Nezu responded, "I agree," and then took action. Higari-sensei, Kayama-sensei, Tanktop-sensei, Snipe-sensei and Inui-sensei will confront the hero hunter. Shikajiro-sensei and the others will ensure that the students are safe and sound. Ectoplasm, with your quirk, you should be able to find the other staff without delay. We're facing a villain who knows our security better than we do. Please be careful." Everyone said, "Yes." The students and news crews watched as punches, kicks, and pretty much the best of martial arts were performed. When they clashed, Aizawa was able to push Garou back with all of his strength and fighting abilities. Naturally, the collision also knocked him back, and he landed safely. "You've gotten my hopes up, Hero-sensei," Garou remarked humorously. "Unlike most pro heroes, you've held me back longer. I like that, especially because of your lifestyle. Most pro heroes have their quirk publicly on magazines and in many websites, so it's quite easy for a hunter like me to know their quirks and beat them. But not you, Hero-sensei, you've kept yourself underground, so I was surprised when you did that old farts technique. Who would have thought you was his best student before I showed up?" Aizawa asked, "Are you done, Garou?" Before assuming her usual position. "I've tried not to get involved with matters concerning you since my job as a teacher has been put my students first. But not only have you put our master in a coma, you came here to hurt one of my students. I won't let you get away with any of that." "I'll like to." Aizawa abruptly closed the gap between them, slamming a fist into Garou's face to cut him off. The hero hunter was so stunned by the quick attack that he could hardly turn his head away from the uppercut. So quick. I was so engrossed in our brief conversation that I failed to notice it. Garou then smiled and lifted his knee to hit Aizawa's exposed armpit. "Now, it doesn't matter. I'll dislocate his arm so that I win this battle." Aizawa disagreed with that notion. Although he was not a mind reader, his mastery of martial arts allowed him to anticipate his opponent's next move and act accordingly. He surprised the young man by catching Garou's arms with his cloth around his neck, then drawing him in close and driving his knee, Aizawa, deep into the hero hunter's abdomen. Garou's face revealed his shock at the attack as he spat out saliva. When Aizawa used that same cloth to restrain his arms downward and raised his knee so high that he struck the hero hunter's chin, he was barely able to change the battle. Kinishima, like everyone else, was taken aback by the news and exclaimed, "S so cool." Then he cheered and got out of it. "Yeah, Aizawa sense. Take him down hard." Siro remarked, "He's really going all out. Who would have thought that sensei was this strong?" Aizawa used the cloth on the hero hunter's legs to push him off his feet back at the battle. Since Garou was currently at risk, the pro hero struck him hard in the stomach with his right hand's flowing water rock smashing fist. Garou was launched into the air, occasionally landing on the ground in a tumble. The only reason he stopped was when he struck the tall Ua fence. Garou cleared his throat, didn't expect that. But his problems didn't end there. Aizawa pursued him once more. But this time, Garou moved his head out of the way and allowed it to strike the wall in response to his punch. Though he was unaware of it, Aizawa intentionally struck the hero hunter in the stomach with a powerful knee strike and then pressed his chest with the flowing water rock smashing fist. Both attacks took Garou by surprise, and he was unable to react when Aizawa started hitting him with the same method, but this time with both of his fists. The fight was broadcast live on all TV sets in Japan and abroad during that time, drawing millions of viewers who watched another unpopular pushback of the notorious hero hunter. The Caped Baldy was the first hero to do this, followed 5 years later by Metalbat, and now Aizawa was the third. During the battle, Aizawa demonstrated his own hidden strength with each punch, pushing through the UA's sturdy brick fence in addition to hitting Garou. Although the sensei of UA has proven to be a good fighter against a man whose quirk was to nullify other people's quirks, he should have been defeated because of his quirkless opponent. This man is known to take down many heroes with ease. Needless to say, the hero hunter was breached through the fence and launched a few meters away after Aizawa finished with Garou. After leaving the campus, Aizawa walked through the opening he made and saw the hero hunter stand up again without getting scratched. His eyes narrowed gravely as he said, "Oh ho, now that was a wild ride. I underestimated you, Hero-sensei. But we both know that if I went all out, you won't stand a chance even with the old farts technique. Is that not why you made sure to put some distance away from the students and those news guys?" Aizawa assumed a fighting stance but remained silent. He wasn't much of a talker when it came to actual battles, as everyone who knew him knew. Talking to the enemy was a waste of time, and he was always focused on defeating the monster or villain, unless he was trying to learn something. However, there was a problem. How could you defeat a man who had battled the greatest heroes? Aizawa was well aware that the top heroes were in their current ranks due to their public popularity, but he had to exercise caution because he had heard and seen the peculiarities of these heroes and knew that the majority of them would be no pushovers in a real battle. Garou pushed his arm back and clenched his fist, saying, "Not talking Well, this was fun and all. Now I hope you can hold up when I go over 30% of my full strength." Aizawa's eyes grew wide. He knew what Garou would do next. He was certain that he had to stop the hero hunter before he finished it because he had witnessed him do it back when Psychos and Mosquito Girl were present. Despite the fact that time was running out, he ran as quickly as he could because he knew that failing would be a devastating blow to him. Unfortunately, though, he was unable to stop the hero hunter in time. A strong gust of wind ripped through the gap between the two fighters as Garou punched the air, striking not only Aizawa but also demolishing the entire fence in that vicinity. Before he hit the ground, Aizawa managed to recover. He flipped over and held his position against the remaining wind until it subsided. He then used the flowing water rock smashing fist to swat the hero hunter's fist after his acute senses detected Garou in front of him coming for him with a punch. Aizawa attempted to swat away the hero hunter's fist, but it was actually an afterimage that he had created, so the hero hunter was far ahead of him. An afterimage? That can only mean, he acted quickly, turning to face Garou, who was grinning broadly. Aizawa's instinct told him to leap back so he could get a better position to battle the hero hunter. He anticipated that Garou would attack him directly so they could continue their altercation. He was mistaken, though, as the picture of Garou that he had seen in front of him vanished just like the other one, and before he knew it, Garou was behind him, gently stroking his back with his fist. Aizawa thought, "You should pay more attention, Hero-sensei." It was too late for him to respond. Garou sent him tumbling forward after pushing 2 fingers at his back with such force. Even though he brushed his feet against the ground after hitting the ground a few times, Aizawa managed to land on his feet. When he did, he saw a shadow above him and leapt to avoid it. The hero hunter struck the ground with such force that the earth shattered beneath him. As Aizawa retreated from his leap, he thought, "So this is when he gets serious. I can't keep him back for very long." These two should have helped the students get out of The hero hunter interrupted Aizawa before he could finish his sentence. He chose to punch Garou in the face after he suddenly appeared in front of him, just a few meters away. Unfortunately, Aizawa's attempt to block the attack by crossing his arms over his face was insufficient to save him. In addition to being launched through the air, Aizawa also breached the glass walls separating the students from the altercation. Fortunately, there were no students present, so Aizawa landed hard and winced on the floor. His hands were broken, and worse, his clothes were cut. The pro hero was exposed to the hero hunter if his hands weren't functioning properly because the flowing water rock smashing fist was primarily dependent on them, as the name suggested. Speaking of the notorious villain, he stepped on Aizawa's chest when he got there. He smiled as he glanced down at him. "What's the matter, Hero-sensei? Can't fight anymore? I'm kind of disappointed. If you had that fighting spirit quirk like that Metal Bat hero, then you and I could have gone on longer than this. Aizawa growled in response and made an effort to sit up, but he failed, Garou said, pushing him back with his foot still on his chest. Oh no, Hero-sensei, you're done for. I see those two heroes have already evacuated those brats during our little fight, not that I cared really. I'm just here to fight Tatsumaki. Aizawa moaned and asked, why? An expression of pain and rage was on his face. She's just a kid. She has nothing to do with villains yet. Garou smiled. Is that what you think, Hero-sensei? He positioned his elbow above his knee to further injure him, applying additional pressure to his foot that was still resting on the pro-hero's chest. I hate to break it to you, but you're so wrong. Aizawa was intrigued by this unexpected information but also perplexed. He knew the answers were somewhere, even though it was ambiguous. In order to receive treatment for his bus wound, he must first remove himself from his position. But when Garou saw his cloth about to grab the hero hunter's leg, his attempt to flee was foiled. He responded by cutting it into pieces with his hard fingers, then he pulled his leg off the pro-hero and dug his foot beneath Aizawa's back. Before Aizawa knew it, he had been kicked out of the air and then struck by another kick at his side. With a loud cry, Aizawa was launched through a brick wall. He didn't say anything else, but Garou smiled in satisfaction. Then Garou turned away smugly and left the building, saying, well, that wraps that up. If you get stronger, be sure to find me, Hero-sensei. Now then, where can Tatsumaki be? Two metal hands sprang from the earth near Garou's legs and seized his ankles, cutting him off. After being dragged into the ground, the hero hunter was launched into the air in a gush of Kansas dirt. What the? He was interrupted once more. Hound Dog and Tank Top Master saw their opportunity and leapt from the top of the building, slamming their fists into his face at the same time. Tank Top Master said, we got him. They were both on their way to the ground, as was the hero hunter. Along with the speed, the two heroes were still slamming their fists into Garou's face. When they finally made it to the ground, they attacked with such force that the ground itself trembled and broke apart. Rai struck the ground forcefully, with Garou bearing the brunt of the blow. Tank Top Master questioned, is he done for? It was difficult to see through the smokescreen in the crater they made. It wasn't safe to assume that their combined attack had defeated the hero hunter, even though they didn't draw back their fists. They were correct to believe that since Garou easily snatched their wrists and threw them out of the smokescreen in the crater. Tank Top Master landed on his feet in surprise. They were separated from him and Hound Dog. We couldn't even weaken him with our combined punches. He's still as strong as when I last faced him, which was years ago. No, he is far more powerful now than he was then. We must exercise caution. The news crew covering the entire event focused on Garou as he coughed and left the crater, grinning at the world. A combined attack, huh? That's sloppy work for heroes. Are you simply too afraid of me, or come at me with what you have? The hero hunter was amused, so he turned to the top of the building and saw Snipe. Garou's sharp ears picked up something, and soon he had it in his hand, a bullet shot for his face that, predictably, did not hit him. Hey, are glasses necessary? I mean, you know that bullets don't hurt me? For him, it was simply too funny. Instead of responding, Snipe started firing more bullets at specific areas of Garou's body, and the hero hunter grabbed each one with ease and with a single hand until the pro-hero stopped shooting and he had all of his bullets in one palm. Garou made fun of him by saying, looks like you need to work on your shooting, hero. Snipe had a reason for firing quickly at Garou, but he waited, lowered his arms, and watched as Midnight approached through the cover he had created by diverting Garou's attention. She unzipped both sleeves of her suit, letting the pink scent emanating from her body drift toward Garou. The hero hunter sniffed it and realized he had been duped to allow a well-known female hero to approach him. Most villains and monsters from tiger to demon level would fall due to her gas, but the hero hunter was above them, so he was about to move out of the way and attack her. He knew that the best course of action was to leave her range before the effects started. But Snipe had her back, and he saw his opportunity through the pink smoke in the area. He aimed his right gun at the spot and fired a single bullet that ignited the explosion of the bullets in Garou's hand. The explosion did not hurt Garou, but it diverted his attention when he landed on his feet, giving Hound Dog enough time to leap at him and scratch his chest with his claws. Garou's black shirt was severely cut, and the situation only got worse when Tank Top Master appeared from the side and kneed him in the stomach. Garou coughed in response, and his blonde hair was grabbed by the pro-hero so he could slam his face against his knee. The brutal beating continued, and the news crew continued to record it. Tank Top Master pulled Garou and repeatedly struck his body on the ground as if he were a rag doll, only stopping the beating when he threw him high in the air and clenched his fist to punch him when he came down. Even though he was annoyed by the beating, Garou couldn't help but smile because fighting Tank Top Master brought back memories of their last fight, which was 4 years ago, and he was going to beat him up just like that. Do you think that obvious punch that was waiting for me will take me down? I'll send it back to you and beat you until you're nothing but shit, Garou exclaimed with excitement. The gap between him and Tank Top Master was closing, but the excitement was not as strong. He was about to receive the pro hero when a bullet struck his right eye, causing him intense pain that distracted him. What the fuck? My eye! Garou let out a cry. After putting his gun back where it belonged, Snipe finished his work and it was up to Tank Top Master and Hound Dog to finish the fight. The former pro hero managed to hit the hero hunter in the stomach with such force that Garou coughed up some blood on him, sending him flying, but Hound Dog's involvement ended his trip this time. Leaping off Tank Top Master's back, he hit and scratched Garou repeatedly until he ended it by grabbing his neck and spinning. Then he threw him hard on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently, until the dust cloud cleared and Garou lay on the ground that had been destroyed. The hero hunter snickered and tried to sit up just as it appeared to be over. Those guys and their strategies. When they think they can beat me with it, it's always hilarious. I then demonstrate to them who is the real strong one. As Garou heard a female voice say, except this time it's different. With a serious expression on her face, Midnight had said those words to him as she approached him, letting her quirk ambush the hero hunter and watching as it started to engulf him. You've hunted down heroes for a long time, and for what? Garou, I know it's useless to try to reason with a villain, but I simply don't get you. Why would someone who possesses such a gift turn it against those who wish to defend others? No. It can't end here. Garou stumbled to his feet and said, You think your shit of a quirk will hold me back? I. Even his eyes lids felt heavy to him, indicating that Midnight's quirk was working well. Garou's body was deteriorating, and he was unable to stand again. Power Loader joined Tank Top Master and Hound Dog, emerging from the earth with his full gear. Power Loader remarked, We finally won, huh? The hero hunter was really strong. I was aware that he would gain the upper hand if I tried to drag him through the ground. However, it appears that we have managed to keep him in check long enough for Midnight's peculiarity to do the same. Yes. Tank Top Master nodded, then looked back to see the news crews coming their way. Can you help me get rid of them? He asked. We can't be positive that psychos, the Esper, won't appear in. I understand. Would you mind helping me, Hound Dog? Power Loader inquired. After Hound Dog nodded, they departed from Tank Top Master to observe Midnight. Is he still awake? Did he ask? With a tone of surprise in her voice, Midnight replied, No, he's still struggling. I've used my quirk to defeat a lot of monsters and villains, but they have never retaliated for this long. However, it won't matter how hard he tries. Any man who inhales my quirk will undoubtedly succumb to its sedative effects. In order to resolve this, call the authorities. The fact that those people were here would probably suggest the authorities will be here. No, Tank Top Master said, turning to face the fleeing news crews. Knowing Mr. Principal, however, he ought to have gotten in touch with them by now. After saying, Then we can end this quickly, she turned her attention back to the feeble Garou and said, Why go through all of this for you? You fight us, but why? You could accomplish so much good in the world with your strength, but you sided with a villain. Heroically, Tank Top questioned, Didn't you hear? He was always careful to avoid Midnight's peculiarity. The hero hunter has always been fascinated with being the monster. Even when he was just a little kid he'd choose to play the villain in any kid's game. Explained the Tank Top Master. There's no hope for men like him. He has no compassion or empathy for the heroes he beats up, because to him it's just fun to do it. That's why he goes about calling himself the hero hunter, all of this just a game to him. Trying to keep his trembling hands from giving up, Garou thought wearily, Fuck. Don't go about talking shit like that. I became the hero hunter for the following reasons. When Midnight's quirk finally got the better of him, his hands and eyes failed him, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Tank Top Master declared, His reign of terror is over. After waiting for Midnight to zip up her sleeves, he went to the hero hunter who was unconscious. Garou's mind flashed back to a particular moment in time, and all he saw was darkness. Although he was unable to see them, he could hear voices that were very familiar to him as a picture of his current self appeared to be sinking in a sea of darkness. Haha. Take that, Garou, the voice said. Ow, quit it. Garou recognized it. It was him when he was younger. Look at him, he doesn't even have a quirk. Such a loser. When I grow up, I'm going to be a hero, cried a voice. Me too. We'll be awesome heroes like All Might and Endeavor. Yeah, we'll be awesome heroes, and get our own fans. Especially you, Taken. You're the best among us. I know, right? His quirk is better than any of us, especially against quirkless freaks like Garou. He gritted his teeth in rage as he heard laughter. He had vivid memories of those incidents and hated them as he ought to have. But until he got to the end and abruptly hit the hard ground, he was too numb to think or speak. When he was back on his feet, he was in a playground-like setting, but it was his hometown, where he had spent his early years. As he looked ahead, he saw a younger him, perhaps 8 years old, crying as he watched 3 children his own age look down on him. He hardly recognized their faces because years had gone by, but he could still hear and understand their words, so he watched the scene play out. One of them yelled, "Come on, Garou, stand up, you're the villain." "I don't want to be the villain or the monster," Garou was crying. "Let me be the hero just this once, guys." "You, a hero? No way," the children exclaimed, laughing out loud. "If there's anyone who deserves to be the hero, it's Taken." When the child said, "Yeah, you heard that right, now get up, Garou," or, his palms started to heat up. "I'm going to go all out on you." Garou begged, "Wait, no, don't." But his pleas were ignored, and he eventually screamed when Taken touched him. Today, Garou frowned. There is no denying the familiarity with that memory, even though it is a shameful one. Back when we were kids, that guy, Taken, was very well liked. Not only could he absorb hits, but he could also raise them to temperatures so high that he could melt steel, which is why everyone adores his heat control trick. He wasn't held accountable or punished for the burn he caused, but I was fortunate that someone was able to remove it. The scene shifted, and Garou was sitting in the dark in his room in front of the television. He was depressed at the conclusion of the show he was watching, even though the only light in the room was the television. "So, that's the end, huh?" younger Garou said glumly. He brought his knee up to his chest, wrapped his arm around it, and sobbed slowly. "This isn't fair. Why was the bad guy's home taken away from him just because he was tired of those noisy neighbors? He was there first, so he deserved the respect." Garou remarked, "It's obvious, really." He sat next to him with his legs crossed, despite the fact that his younger self was unable to respond to him. "Society determines what's bad and good, which is shitty if you ask me. The popular guy will always be the hero because he's loved in the eyes of the people, while the nobodies are pushed away like we're nothing. With 80% of the world's population having quirks, it leaves people like us in an impossible spot where society determines our future before we know it for ourselves. As for those heroes, they always get the good things just because they have awesome quirks." Garou lost his temper and slammed his fist to the floor. It hated the entire scene like glass, and before long, he was back in the dark, but in the same spot. Garou knew the answer. Did I become this way because I was bullied, because of someone as popular as Taken? No, it had nothing to do with that, or the fact that I never wanted to play the monster or villain in those little kid games. If anything, I realized better than anyone at my age that this whole system is fucked up. And with that, he stood up again, his eyes turning crimson. "What is evil? What is justice? All those pretty words ever told me is that I should go away and die somewhere because I don't fit in with their system. That's why I'm the hero hunter, because I want them to know how it's LKKE to be on the losing side, to receive a good punch to make them understand." Returning to the present, Tank Top Master was ready to seize Garou's lifeless body and transport him to the proper authorities. Given the mayhem and devastation he has caused, he would probably be sent to a facility underground with the highest level of security to make sure he never again disturbs the peace. Garou yelled, as his blood-red eyes snapped open, "I'm not going to be taken down that easily." His outburst caught Midnight and Tank Top Master off guard. When he got back up and steam started to come out of his body, the aura emanating from him was so powerfully frightful that it left them feeling powerless. Additionally, it was terrifying when he slammed his fists down on the ground with great force and both of his hands covered in some dark skin. It was impossible to undervalue the hero hunter's SHCOK wave. It was unlike anything the two heroes had ever seen. In addition to making Powerloader's own accomplishments seem insignificant, the ground shattered so severely that it was audible for miles in the form of a strong tremor. Additionally impacted was the foundation supporting UA's main building. Its windows were broken, and the building was cracked throughout so that a recurrence of the attack would level the entire structure. The shockwave was seen by everyone nearby, though some were perplexed by what had just occurred. It was Izuku who asked, "What was that?" The little guy himself was sitting across from him in the principal's office, along with Tatsumaki. The reply from Tatsumaki was, "Garou." She turned to the principal with a very serious expression on her face. "Looks like your guys just pissed him off." That worried Principal Nezu, who hurriedly leapt from his desk. "We have to evacuate too. There's no telling what would happen next," he continued. Izuku questioned, "What about the other heroes?" "The teams I pick should be able to handle the situation until outside help arrives. Some of the other faculty members have been found, but they can't wake up. Right now our main priority is to ensure every student is safe." Tatsumaki told him, "You know, I could just go and fight Garou myself," and got up from her chair. "He's looking for me. Let me go and just beat him. All of this would be over." Principal Nezu turned to her and resisted, saying, "No, I will not allow any student to put their lives in any actual danger." Tatsumaki boldly exclaimed, "And what if I refused? It's not like you can stop me." For some reason, Nezu decided to shut his mouth after opening it to speak. Regaining his proper poise, he turned away. "If you feel that way, then you could do it. But keep this in mind. Right now your teachers are trying their best to ensure you're safe. You can choose to make their efforts all for nothing, or you can evacuate and make sure their efforts were worth it. The choice is yours." After saying that, he turned to face Izuku. He inquired, "Are you coming with me?" Izuku stopped, turning to face Tatsumaki. She appeared to be torn. "I'll go wherever she choose. If she wants me to." She let out a sigh. "Fine, I'll follow you, Mr. Principal. But we're all screwed if they can't stop him." "I know." The condition of the best high school for students, which hardly resembled its former splendor, shocked and appalled everyone from their homes. It resembled a war zone in the back, where the majority of the fighting had occurred, and there were even some bodies on the ground. All that was visible to anyone were huge craters, holes, and severely battered heroes. Midnight was a few feet away, her suit ripped to pieces, her quirk seeping through the exposed parts, and Tank Top Master lay on the ground, his body covered in blood. When the hero hunter arrived to deal with the two other heroes, the news crews were taken to the front gate. Unfortunately, it didn't appear that the heroes won the battle. Despite his open wounds and ruined hero costume, Hound Dog moaned as he attempted to stand again. Power Loader screamed loudly as he was launched from the ground. After attempting to remove the hero hunter from the group, he was unable to stop the raging human monster because his gear was now broken, leaving him only with the metallic gloves and hearing gear. From the same hole, Garou leapt out of the ground and seized the pro hero by the neck. Before Power Loader could react, he was kicked in the stomach and fell to the ground, unconscious and severely injured. From his vantage point, Snipe could only imagine the suffering his colleagues were going through. He made numerous unsuccessful attempts to stop the hero hunter from above. His shots were either too slow to make contact with the human monster or bounced off his body. He was aware of Garou's endurance feats, which is exactly why he assigned himself to the small team's distraction role. Garou is too powerful for us to contain. Those children and Principal Nezu remain in the building. We won't be able to protect those kids at all if he beats us all. He then pushed his left sleeve back, exposing a wristwatch. Then, I have no choice. I need to get help from ectoplasm while the principal evacuates them. But Snipe failed to carry out his plan. He felt like someone was looking directly at him, and when he looked forward, he saw it was the hero hunter. The pro hero was so shocked and startled by his face and the icy expression in his eyes that he realized he had no way out of this. Well, this is the hero hunter's real strength. I understand why a lot of heroes fell into his clutches. Snipe was moved through 2 floors of the building the next time. Garou sighed as he saw the pro hero lying on a pile of rocks in the hole he had knocked him through. Garou muttered, "I guess that's that. Tatsumaki is probably in there. I might as well drop in and get this fight over with." Garou. The hero hunter hesitated before plunging directly into the hole he had made. It wasn't the voice he was expecting to hear, but it was a woman who called out to him. Mount Lady, who had assisted in the evacuation of the other students, stood solemnly in front of UA's devastation. A few of the remaining news crews were taken aback and trained their cameras on her. At that moment, Garou leapt from the height and landed with amazing force. Mount Lady was a little alarmed by the trembling of the ground beneath their feet, but she calmed down when he stood up straight. "I knew I heard that voice from somewhere. You're the same heroine that I picked up in the city, and the girl that Psychos dealt with in one punch. You were also with President Mike. You should have stayed with him in wherever you guys have hidden those students. He has no idea where the pupils are. All right, I just have to concentrate on getting him as far away from here as possible. The only query is, how can I go about doing that?" Mount Lady was afraid to respond. As a heroine, she couldn't let the hero hunter hurt any innocent people, especially when they were at the school where she was raised, but she was aware of her quirk and knew from her first encounter with him that he was extremely strong. Garou smiled. He could sense the fear emanating from her, even though she was trying to hide it. She made him laugh enough and calmed him down enough to make him feel good. Yu Takayama is your civilian name, correct? Everyone was watching because it brought back memories of Saiko's earlier encounter with Mount Lady. You, Saitama, and her used to be in a team of your own right here in Ua. Saiko's told me a little about you, and that was enough to change the dynamic between them. Being back here to see how your old friend has changed must have been awful. With a powerful vibe from her, Mount Lady said, "That's not my friend. My best friend passed away a long time ago. She cherished Ua as if it were her own home, and she aspired to be a professional hero in order to improve the lives of Espers everywhere. However, those times are over. The girl I cared about is not the monster that now inhabits her body." Garou faked a yawn and said, "I really don't care, you know. All I want is to face the Esper that's hiding in there. Do you intend to divert my attention long enough for All Might or Compatibility to appear?" When Mount Lady opened her eyes again, they were full of resolve. "No, I'm going to fight you right here and now," she said after hesitating and letting out a sigh. "I am to blame for all of this. None of this would have occurred if I had refused to back down when I told Psychos not to try to predict the future all those years ago. Naturally, we were children at the time, so occasionally we made foolish decisions. You feel accountable, huh? You heroes, you always try to look so cool in front of the cameras," Garou said, spitting at the ground and displaying a slight snarl. "Turning you into a bloody pulp will be fun for me. You took me by surprise the last time, but not this time." Mount Lady made up her mind at that point. The scene didn't end there, though. If anything, the tension increased when a large bird's shadow appeared above them, and everyone's attention was drawn to the woman standing on it. With an enthralled smile, Psychos remarked, "This looks quite interesting. Kate Baldy and I experienced our growth on that day, but you remained the same, Mount Lady, only able to grow to a certain size. I'm curious if you'll attempt to grow from your battle with the hero hunter or if you'll fail and fall prey to him once more." "Hey, why are you in this place? I thought you left off with Mosquito Girl," Garou screamed at her. "She was with me when I left. I was on the verge of withdrawing our forces when I decided against it. We have some time to wait. Furthermore, I find this to be too entertaining to leave, so why don't you handle her the same way you handled the others?" "No one is interested in me." To pique his curiosity, Psychos added, "True, but she's very close to the Caped Baldy. Just think of the looks he'd make if he saw her covered in her own blood, her costume ruined, and perhaps her body hanging pitifully for everyone to see. That would alter his usually stoic demeanor. Saitama should not be involved." In a fit of rage, Mount Lady swelled to her full size and extended her hand to seize Psychos and the monstrous bird. Garou was annoyed by the logic the Esper was playing, but she failed when the bird flapped its wings and sent a strong wind that hit her in the face, and she managed to withstand it, but now Psychos and the bird were out of her reach. He looked at Mount Lady and saw her return to her normal self. "As much as I hate to play right into her hand, she proves a fair point. Mount Lady, I'm going to end this very quick," he said. "I hope you're prepared." She took a step back, startled by the hero hunter's sudden resolve. "Hold on, you're not." She knew immediately that she was now in her fight, and she scoffed as her eyes changed to a glare, but Garou interrupted her when he leapt directly for her. "Psychos, damn you." She headed directly for Garou. With a smile, Psychos said, "Now then, let the fun begin." Mount Lady stood erect, staring at the notorious man directly in front of her. There was tension in the air around her, and rightfully so. Garou had defeated some of UA's strongest fighters just a minute ago, and now she was the only one facing the human monster. Even though she wasn't employed at the school for future heroes, she wasn't going to abandon Ua because it was her alma mater. However, the hero hunter's victory over her was still vivid in her memory. She will have to remove him from Ua so that another hero, such as All Might and Saitama, can deal with him if she is unable to defeat him. Where was the Caped Baldy, by the way? Garou grinned in amusement as he said, "The pro hero. Mount Lady. Quirk. Ability to grow to an incredible height. I don't know so much of your personality, but don't think this is your chance to become popular. By the time I'm done with you, you'll drop being a hero just like the lot that quit." Mount Lady swallowed, shivering briefly as a wave of fear swept through her. Did many heroes describe this fear when they met him? If this is the case, it is not surprising that many of them gave up when they discovered Garou was still at large and hunting other heroes. But Mount Lady needed to remain strong because Tatsumaki, Izuku, and the principal were still inside UA's main building, in addition to the news crews observing her. Mount Lady questioned, "Why do you do this?" Any hero who happened to be watching the live feed had to make time to help her. "You worked hard like Saitama to get so strong, right? Then why did you choose to become the monster from the beginning?" In a rhetorical question, Garou said, "Isn't it obvious, pro-hero? Don't take me for an idiot. I'm not like some monsters that'll blabber their backstory just because they feel like it. I know you're waiting it out until backup heroes comes to rescue you, so drop the act." Act? Garou smiled and said, "You heard me. Give up being a hero, right here and right in front of the cameras, and I won't lay a hand on you. Psychos wants me to hurt you, so take this as a chance to leave before I hurt you, severely." After saying, "And let you hurt Tatsumaki and the others," Mount Lady stopped. "As a professional hero, I cannot let you get away with harming the innocents. You know, that's what they said, before I trashed them." Suddenly, as if in a blur, Garou leapt in her direction. When Mount Lady saw him standing right in front of her, his fist poised to strike her face, she hardly flinched. He watched her land a few meters away after punching the ground where she had been standing. Nice reflex, but Garou materialized before her. But this time, he said while kneeing her in the stomach, "I'm the hero hunter. No matter where you run, no matter your quirk, I'll hunt you down." The air in Mount Lady's body was knocked out of her. She flew a few meters after his kick, then tipped over until she landed on her back. Garou had her where he wanted her, landing above her with one leg at each of her sides. "So, hero, what was that about fighting me?" Glaring at him, Mount Lady answered, "You're strong, I'll admit that. There's no way I can beat you on my own. But, I can't let you harm any student just because of a sick idea of yours. Besides, you seem to forget one thing." "And what's that? You're still a man," Mount Lady said, kicking him in the genital area. The hero hunt yelled as the kick took him by surprise. Mount Lady took advantage of the opportunity to escape from him and stand again. Garou regained his strength there and snarled at him. He jumped right for her and appeared in front of her after saying, "Playing dirty tricks, huh?" In response, Mount Lady leapt to the left and landed right away. She transformed into her enormous form and threw Garou off campus like a football or soccer ball before he could launch another attack. Garou smiled. Excitement was in his veins. He snickered in delight at the surprise kick, even though he was flying through the air. He spun around and touched the side of a building with his feet just before he hit it. Then he leapt from that spot, sending a shockwave through the building that made it tremble. Garou laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha. Is that all you got, Mount Lady?" Mount Lady dashed across the fence and made her way directly to Garou. They drew their fists back to strike each other as the gap between them narrowed. However, Mount Lady reacted quickly, and she returned to her normal size. She was passed by Garou, who was taken by surprise. Mount Lady knew she needed to move quickly. When Garou's body was still moving in the air, she reverted to her giant form and grabbed it, slamming him against the road. Everything was quiet, and the shockwave caused the surroundings to tremble slightly. Knowing that her attack would not be sufficient to defeat Garou, Mount Lady attempted to keep him down. She could feel the hero hunter pressing against her palm, so she knew she was correct. She made a greater effort to control it, even though her face was straining. However, the hero hunter prevailed, and she traded that hand for her foot. Before he could feel the blunt of that attack, Garou quickly fled. When Mount Lady saw that he was gone, she shifted her enormous foot away. Garou remarked, "Pretty clever, Mount Lady," from the summit of a nearby building. Mount Lady was taken aback. How did he ascend so quickly? Not even his movements were audible to me. Garou questioned, "You weren't at your best back then, right?" He was talking about when he first got into a fight with her. "Don't worry. I'm going to hold back to see you at your best. Just don't disappoint me." Mount Lady growled. She could sense that this battle would be drawn out and painful. Gazing at a wall clock, Saitama questioned, "Just where is she?" Yu had been running to the bathroom for almost an hour. After an hour of looking for the hero hunter, he found himself in a supermarket. A shopping basket containing some meat, vegetables, and sauces to make a tasty hot pot meal was in his hands. Saitama remarked to himself, "I know girls take a long time in the bathroom, but it's been more than 30 minutes now." A young man exclaimed, "Hey, you're the caped baldy." Saitama let out a sigh, knowing that he would eventually encounter a fan. It was to be expected, since he was not disguised. Even though a number of people hurried to him, the situation wasn't exactly as he had imagined. "What are you doing here? Mount Lady is in trouble." Saitama didn't take him seriously and questioned, "She forgot to flush or something?" What? No. Look, he exclaimed, gesturing to a television that was suspended at the wall's edge. Saitama didn't notice because it was silent. His expression changed, and his eyes widened. Garou was using the nearby buildings to strike her from all sides even though she was in her giant form. Mount Lady was positioned so that her face could only be obscured by her arms. Takayama, he exclaimed. He gave the young man his groceries after changing his attitude. Hold this for me. I need to cook some good hot pot after, so don't lose it, okay? Sure. Soon after, Saitama heard applause as he made his way through the crowd. They knew about the crisis outside the supermarket, unlike him, and were thrilled that the number 3 pro hero would be joining the battle. But the cheering was cut short. Something enormous fell straight in front of Saitama after crashing through the ceiling. Before it calmed down and the monster came out, it sent a huge breeze everywhere and produced a shockwave. He laughed and exclaimed, Saitama, we meet again, as he looked down at Saitama's unfazed face. Remember me, Saitama? I'm here to end our years-old score at last. Right. Who are you again? Confounded Saitama inquired. Nani? The startled monster asked. Why, you forgot about me? You killed me before I could finish off the demon cyborg. We've been at each other when you were just a teenager. It is I, Carnage Kabuto, except now I have been revived as a stronger and better of my former self. I should thanks Dr. Psychos for her work. Wait, Psychos is here? Not here, but she's at UA, watching your pitiful fry. Hold on. This is not about them. I want my rematch to destroy the likes of you once and for. Saitama passed the monster on foot. Startled, Carnage Kabuto turned around. Hey, where are you going? Saitama let out a sigh. Look, Sandwich Kimono. It's Karange Kabuto, right, Saitama said solemnly. Look, I have my ex-Kohai to save, so how about we reschedule this later or? As if, was Carnage Kabuto's last plea. For him, he swung his fist straight. I've waited long for this, now dieee. The entire scene changed, as did Saitama's expression. Everyone in the supermarket who had been hiding out and watching the scene was in disbelief. There was a loud splat, then a boom, and the floors were covered in blood. There was now a huge hole in the ceiling of the supermarket. When the caped Baldy left the supermarket, that was the last time anyone saw him. Carnage Kabuto was merely blood and meat scraps. Either because the pro hero's attack was too quick or because they were simply perplexed by what had transpired, nobody really knew what to say. Now where was the direction to the school again? Saitama asked, surveying the area. He thought it strange that the street was empty. Caped Baldy. It appears that another monster has appeared. Saitama sighed once more. He saw a humanoid creature with 2 antennae on either side of its head and a muscular, blue body when he looked up in the direction the voice was coming from. He exclaimed, remember me? I am Vaccine Man? What is the source of these guys' constant visits? Dryly, Saitama pondered. He then leapt from the top of that building and started to change into his ideal body. So you do remember, good, because I've not forgiven you for what you did to me. I was on my mission granted to me by Mother Earth when you halted me and destroyed me with one punch. I underestimated you back there due to your appearance, but not today. I will have my revenge and complete Mother Earth's wish to destroy the human race. He was fully transformed. He was about 20 feet tall, his claws were sharper than ever, and his fangs were longer. Prepare yourself, Saitama the pro hero. I will wipe out your existence once and for all. Saitama jumped directly at him while clenching his fist. He had a serious expression on his face. Mount Lady was in pain in every part of her body. Garou's extraordinary speed allowed him to leap from building to building, hitting her everywhere like a grasshopper. He could have knocked her down with a single blow if he had been sincere, but he wasn't. Garou was enjoying her company. Come on, Mount Lady, fight back. You're becoming boring to me. It was becoming difficult to remain on the defensive, but Mount Lady decided not to listen to him. She wasn't sure she would make it back, with him snatching at her from every angle. But Garou had had enough and jumped up against the back of her knee. With that hit, she was thrown onto her hands and knee. Knowing that it would only please the human monster, she instinctively suppressed her cry by biting the bottom of her lip. But, to be honest, Garou wasn't finished and didn't appear to be. He was above her and came straight down at her while she was still recovering. Mount Lady was unable to bear the force of his blow. It was too painful. When her forehead struck the road, her quirk vanished and she returned to her normal size. Garou landed a few meters away with a sly smile. He turned back to face her, enjoying the thrashing he had given her. He approached her as she lay flat in the crater left by his attack on the road. Garou grinned and remarked, "So much talk, yet so little to do. That's the work of a hero. Face it, Mount Lady, you're no hero. If anything, you're just a danger to yourself." Mount Lady clenched her jaw. She detested that. With a battle cry, she transformed back into a giant and slammed both of her fists into Garou. The hero hunter smiled as he leapt to the side of a building to avoid it. It wasn't just that he had pricked a nerve. He was taken aback when Mount Lady gave him the backhand on that building, which sent him hurtling through it and out the other side. She held her fist and went back to her usual self. Her body wasn't strong enough to penetrate solid structures like buildings. She might injure onlookers if she wasn't careful. Fortunately, surrounding areas had been evacuated ever since the Ua incident began. "I must leave this place." I've diverted his focus from Ua. She fled in the opposite direction, unwilling to transform into her injured self. When I saw the news on TV, I should have called Saitama, but I completely forgot. What a fool I am. I arrived at UA without a plan after seeing psychos on the news. It's not like I had my phone with me, and I can't defeat her alone. "Where are you, Saitama?" Psychos smiled and said, "He's on his way," but she could hear Mount Lady's thoughts and react to them because of her psychic abilities. "You may be let down if you're counting on the Caped Baldy to come to your rescue. He's busy with some of my resurrected monsters." Mount Lady growled, "Psychos," and stopped. She noticed the Esper on a huge bird as she looked up ahead. "Old friend, try not to pass away too soon. Maybe it's for the best, but I already have some experimental ideas I want to try on your body. What expression will the Caped Baldy make?" Mount Lady growled. She desperately wanted to transform into her giant self and defeat her. However, the moment did not arrive, and she was soon caught in another ambush. Garou stomped down in front of Mount Lady after Psychos' enormous bird shifted out of the way. There was a shockwave from Garou's landing. Garou punched Mount Lady in the stomach as she attempted to hold her ground. His other fist punched the pro-hero in the face after he spat out blood. Before she could fall, Garou grabbed her by the hair and gave her a straight knee to the stomach. There was no way out for Mount Lady. Garou pressed his forehead to her face, giving her more bruises and more to come. After throwing her away, he saw her bounce off the ground and collide with a van. From there, her body bounced off and struck the road with force. As she attempted to move her hands, Mount Lady moaned, "It hurts." Her face was partially covered in blood, and her body was covered in bruises. "Saitama will see me like this, so I have to get up. I can't stay like this. Maybe I can knock Garou away and get away if I can just get big again. What about Psychos, though? Is she going to try to stop me? Perhaps if I could just reach that bird she's riding?" "You are aware that I am able to read your mind?" Psychos chimed in. "Plus, you're already taken care of." She was correct. Garou approached her and used her suit to lift her off the ground. His menacing smile was the last thing she saw before he lifted his foot and pushed her against her chest. She blacked out and spat blood. Her limit had finally been reached. Line break. Peep, peep. Mount Lady, a teenager, moaned because her head hurt. She opened her eyes and saw where she was, though her vision was hazy for a few seconds. She was in a hospital, lying in a room on one of the beds. Looking to her right, she noticed her mother dozing beside her. Her expression was lost as she muttered, "Wah, where am I?" The device that tracked her heartbeat stood to her right. In fact, she noticed that she had a few wires attached to her chest in addition to the bag of harmless chemicals that seeped into her body through a tube that was attached to her wrist. She started to say, "I don't understand, what?" but was interrupted when she experienced a sharp pain. She recalled everything as the memories came flooding back. Her gaze expanded. She cried, "Saitama! Psychos!" With a moan, her mother started to awaken. She was so relieved to see you that she got up and gave her daughter a hug. She cried out with great emotion, You're all right. Thank goodness, I was so worried." Thanks, Mum, but right now I have to go find Psychos and Saitama. King was only able to save you from whatever monster that rampaged through that compound," her mother firmly told her, "so you will stay here." "But no, you will remain here." Her mother started crying before you realized it. "Just take a look at the machines that are connected to you. Your father and I believed you wouldn't survive because of the awful condition of your entire body. So, please, remain here and get better." "Yes, Mum." She reluctantly agreed. Standing by the wall to the right of her younger self, adult Yu watched the scene unfold and frowned, not particularly enjoying it. "I guess I must be dying if I'm seeing this part of my life right before my eyes." Old memories, huh? This is one I actually wanted to forget so badly. The very night after we lost Psychos, and I was so powerless to stop it. The scene shifted to a few days later, when you, the teenager, no longer needed the machines plugged into her because her condition had improved due to a visit from Recovery Girl. You saw this as a positive development and thought she would soon be released, despite the doctor's silence. Her mother wasn't there, so she had a visitor right now. Sitting across from her was a man she only knew as Detective Naomasa, who seemed to have the ability to tell if someone was telling the truth or not. We just want to record the kind of monster it was, the detective said, adding, I know this is sudden for you and your mother, but I've assured her and the doctor that I won't stress you with questions. Since you witnessed the battle, we would like to know the monster's description, but King won't provide any details. Is it important? King killed the monster, you said, his face untrusting. The story is over. Yes, that is true, but, the detective sighed to alter his tone, I don't believe you've received all the biology and essential monster lessons at this time. You see, even after a monster is killed, its remains are inspected by government-approved scientists and researchers to update their database regarding the threat level and develop defenses for the heroes in the event that a monster with that threat level appears. You immediately told her, then asked King. The detective continued, King is non-compliant. Despite his contributions to the world, he only characterizes the monster as a disaster-level dragon. Although heroes must submit reports detailing their heroic deeds, there is no real limit to the amount of information they can provide. That's why You are free to stop there. I don't want to discuss it any longer, you may now leave. Detective Naomasa was shocked, but he quickly collected himself and, after considering the girl's circumstances, he made the decision to comply and get to his feet. I understand, he said. I doubt anyone would want to discuss that experience because you are still in training and so young. I apologize for bothering you. I'll be heading out. He wore his fedora and walked out of the room, leaving teenage Yu, who was already feeling conflicted by what had happened, to sigh and huff as she lay back on her pillow. As she observed, adult Yu remarked, but that wasn't the truth. The so-called monster didn't traumatize me. All I was concerned about was the outcome of that battle and Psychos in Saitama. In addition, I was afraid that King might have killed Psychos and concealed it out of guilt. Unfortunately, after I left school, nothing improved. Teenage Yu felt relieved as she passed Yue's entrance gate. Recalling the events of a week ago, she was eager to learn more about Saitama and Psychos and hoped that they had somehow made up and were waiting for her. It's strange that none of them paid me a visit. I'll have to talk sense into Saitama's head and give Psychos another lecture for nearly killing me back there. The timing couldn't have been more ideal, whether it was fate or pure coincidence. Yu grinned when she noticed Saitama a few meters ahead of her. And talk about the man himself. He truly does have a bald head. I should question him about that prior to the start of classes. A soda cup struck the back of Saitama's head, interrupting Yu. He only looked in the direction of the person who had struck him and noticed a male student because she wasn't right behind him. The student screamed angrily, "You still come to this school? After what you did, you still come here like nothing happened?" To his relief, another man said, "Dude, that's enough. Look, no one here likes the coward, but you heard what the principal said. We shouldn't pick up fights if we aim to be heroes." Yeah, but, the teen wanted to shout once more, but after realizing that everyone was staring at him, he managed to relax and turn to leave. Whatever, it just sucks he's in my class. Yu was perplexed. She said, what just happened?" After picking up the soda, Saitama proceeded to a nearby disposal and left. "You don't have to pretend, Takayama, it's fine." A woman's voice said. Yu noticed in retrospect that it was a girl wearing the UA uniform and had a short blonde hairstyle. To think that he chickened out on you two like that, I know it might be hard to wrap around after coming back to school. But he didn't do. Suddenly, the girl shifted the topic, saying, "Anyway, I'm Julie. Nice to meet you." Nice to meet you too. I was trying to say that, Saitama." The bell abruptly rang before she could say anything more. Julie took Yu's hand as they ran straight toward the school while glancing at the main building. "No time. Luckily, we're in the same class," she replied. Though she was at a loss for words, Yu's only thought was to get to class. She won't be able to speak with Saitama because he was in the graduating class and he was older than her. However, it was all right. She intended to speak with him when the opportunity arose, and there was always time to do so. Adult Yu watched as everything around her darkened, and she said, "But I never got to meet him and hear his own side. I soon found out that a bad rumor went around the school. Everyone believed Saitama ran away when a dragon-level monster attacked us at Psychos' place. But it wasn't true, I know it wasn't. A picture appeared in front of her as she looked forward. The adolescent Saitama was blocking Psycho's path while Yu was in King's embrace. That's right. Saitama stood there to fight Psychos because I wasn't strong enough to fight. She collapsed to her knees at the last moment, and the picture vanished. She remarked as she noticed a water reflection of herself as a child looking down below. All of my life, I've tried to catch up to Saitama, not because I fell in love with him, but because I wanted to be someone he could count on, and yet, I am weak. Not only has he made a name for himself as the number 3 pro hero, but Psychos has become so powerful that she has some powerful monsters under her command. For a few seconds, she fell silent. After considering the achievements of Saitama and Psychos, she made the decision to ask the only question she had. Where does that leave me? Garou was leaving the scene, having resolved his conflict with Mount Lady. Even though defeating another hero was exciting, he was a little let down that she didn't follow through on her promises. In the end, she was just another weak hero. HMPH. You're not wrong there. Garou gasped. One of the hands on his shoulder was Yu's, her face bloody. With a disappointed sigh, the hero hunt shrugged her feeble hand away. Then he knocked her to the ground by pressing his elbow against her face. Oddly enough, she managed to stand up again, albeit with difficulty and with heavy breathing. My fans always expect the best from me, be it because of my beauty, my outfit, or my quirk. I know that better than anyone. I'm aware that I don't have a chance of beating you. Garou became irritated. He proceeded to kick Yu directly in the stomach with a tongue click. After a few tumbles against the ground, the young hero stopped. Even so, though, she gasped and fought to stand again. Garou growled. What's this about? Are you trying to save face in front of the people watching? It's pissing me off. It's not about that. Yu managed to stand up again. She faced Garou despite the fact that a large portion of her body hurt. She took a deep breath, assumed the best fighting position she could manage, and yelled, "It's not about the fans, the fame, the fortune. I know that now, probably better than most heroes. It's not about winning or losing. It's about me taking you on, right here and right now. I'm going to protect those students, even if it kills me." The audience was stunned and in awe of the entire scene as seen from the news station helicopter. A hero was prepared to fight back against the hero hunter in spite of the odds. A few heroes frequently displayed selflessness in public. The fact that she remained upright despite the pain and blood pulsing through her body, however, was what made the difference. They then started to encourage her. Children cheering from their schools supported her, and adults everywhere demanded that she win. Garou's enhanced ears allowed him to hear them all, but she was unable to hear any of it. In fact, it irritated him. Congratulations, hero. People are cheering you on from their homes. You happy now? Yu was focused and didn't say anything. She gave a battle cry, both courageously and resolutely, and ran directly for the hero hunter with all of her strength, her quirk inaccessible. The worst blow of her life came as she pulled her fist back to punch the human monster. Garou merely punched her right in the abdomen, stopping her in her tracks but not enough to send her flying. Mount Lady moaned from the excruciating pain and spat out a lot of blood. Listen here, hero. This isn't some kid's TV show where the hero will get some bullshit power-up and win the day. This is reality, and right now, you've lost. Face it and get out. He then used force to launch her into the air. Mount Lady rolled along the road and then stopped. As she became immobile, the onlookers from their various locations watched in silence and shock. With a sigh, Garou turned away, prepared to go. What a waste of... He was interrupted before he could finish. The back of his head was struck by a pebble. He turned to see Mount Lady attempting to stand up and hurling another pebble at him. However, her behavior only infuriated him, so he rushed to her and gave her a ragdoll-like kick. Even after that, Mount Lady made an effort to stand again. She tried to continue facing him with what strength she still had. But then Garou cut her off and clamped down hard on her bloody face. Then he slammed the back of her head into the 2 windows of a car. It was loud as the car's alarms went off. The hero hunter smirked when he noticed her silence. Had enough. Hero. Call it quits now and I might. He was struck in the face by Mount Lady. It had no real effect, rather, it was more akin to a feeble pat on the cheek. However, he was so incensed by the attempt that he slammed that same head of hers against the concrete road. Just stay down. Is this about getting some fucking fame? Don't bring up some of those bullcrap about being a hero. Mount Lady asked feebly, and, what's wrong with that? My friend is one of the strongest heroes alive. And my ex-best friend is now a psychotic villain. I've fallen behind since both of them aspired for something, and yet, I still won't let myself fall any further. She then gave him another small punch to the cheek. At last, her arm failed and dropped to the floor beside her. In an attempt to scare her further, Garou tightened his hold and raised her off the ground, but it made no difference. If it means breaking every bone in my body, if it means having my whole body painted in my own blood, I'll fight you to the very end and overcome my weaknesses. That's what it means to go beyond the limit. Remember it, Hero Hunter. Plus ul. Garou punched her in the stomach to interrupt her. Even more than he could have done for some of the heroes he battled, he sent her flying farther this time. He said solemnly, "Keep your garbage to yourself and fall." It ought to have ended there. It ought to have been over and done with all that rage and hatred for that hero. However, a green aura abruptly stopped Mount Lady's body in midair. The intensity in the air was abruptly broken by the one who did it. Tatsumaki flew down and touched the road, saying, "Never thought I'd save a pro hero, but I guess there's a first time for everything. Talking all big and yet getting your ass handed to you. I don't know if it's suicide or just pure stupidity. But this is the first time I'm seeing a hero fighting so hard just to win, and yet admitting some of the many things wrong with the society." Weakly, Mount Lady said, "Tatsumaki." She added when she noticed the girl in front of her. "Leave me, here. I can handle this on my own. A student shouldn't be involved." She snapped her fingers, knocking Mount Lady out with the words, "Hate to break it to you, but I've been involved longer than you think." The green glow persisted even after her body lightly touched the ground. Garou frowned slightly and said, "HMPH, so you're really helping a hero, Tatsumaki?" She raised her eyelids to a serious glare and continued, "That's none of your business, Garou. I won't forgive you for what you've done. I already have enough on my hands, and I don't need your dumb ass making it worse." Garou gave a tongue click. Despite their questionable power differential, he was so frustrated by her attitude that he was more than willing to start fighting the Esper. Psychos grinned as he observed the entire scene from above. Garou and Tatsumaki were taken aback when she asked, "Mind if I join in?" She landed on the road after falling from the enormous bird that was carrying her. She walked over to them without any issues, despite the obvious cracks that had formed beneath her feet. "Psychos," growled Tatsumaki. "You want to fight with Garou? Fine, I'll take you both down at the same time." Psychos casually said, "You're mistaken, my dear," and moved to Garou's side. "The Hero Hunter won't be joining in this little reunion of ours." "What?" cried Garou. No one he would abandon to fight Tatsumaki, even though he didn't want to fight Psychos. Tatsumaki growled at the name, "As you are now, you'll certainly lose to Tornado of Terror." Psychos went on, "But don't worry, you'll have your chance soon enough." Consequently, she rendered him unconscious. Garou's vision became blurry with a snap of her finger, and he collapsed to the ground motionless. Just in time, the enormous bird, also known as Phoenix Man, descended. "Take the Hero Hunter back to our headquarters. I have another engagement to deal with. Cape Baldy will be here soon, and I'll like that we still have our ace alive long enough to reach his destiny." Phoenix Man followed instructions. He clung to Garou's body with his claws and took off. Their voices were too low for the viewers to hear, but they could see everything, including the UA students and a few anxious heroes. Psychos smiled. She triggered her quirk, a neon green aura, and said, "May we begin, my ex-pet?" Tatsumaki growled and her eyes flashed green. "I'm going to make sure I finish what I started those years ago," she said. She used her quirk as well. Soon, a conflict between two superpowers will break out.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.